Chapter 1567. On the Vermilion Bird Avenue. Chang'an Hotel. One could see it almost every 100 feet. It was not because Li Qingqian and the others had many sideline jobs. It was because the Hongwen Guan, the Imperial College, and the people from Guanlong had a share of the pie. Moreover, Zhang Feng had agreed to it, and the result was that the streets of Chang'an were filled with such hotels. Almost all the original restaurants had disappeared. Everyone was trying their best to go to the Chang'an hotel to learn skills secretly. But even so, it was of no use. They still could not stop the hot business. When everyone came to their senses, they found that these few hotels had almost monopolized the food and beverage market in Chang'an City. Now, the pork that almost everyone in Chang'an City hated before, no one knew how Dean Zhangfeng made it. There was no fishy smell at all. The most important thing was that outside the city, there was news of a divine pig's interview coming out of nowhere. In an instant, everyone was in an uproar. And Zheng Tufu, who had been selling meat in the East Market all his life, changed his profession at this time. He went to fiddle with some pig feed and a new breed of pig called crossbreed. In an instant, the whole court was shocked. Everyone was in an uproar. For a moment, everyone was stunned. They were completely dumbfounded. At this time, Wei Zheng, Zhang Sun Wuji, and the others had booked the most conspicuous restaurant outside the Vermilion Bird Avenue. It was originally called Maple Forest Pavilion. It was a famous restaurant in Chang'an City, but it fell into the hands of Zhang Sunchong and the others. It became the largest Chang'an hotel in Chang'an. The hotel was divided into 3 floors. It could accommodate hundreds of people at the same time. But at this time, they had already received the news from the higher-ups. A group of people was driven out to receive the 100 important officials. Anyway, it was their own business. It was free to eat. And most importantly, it could improve their relationship. Why wouldn't he do it? In any case, this restaurant alone was worth a year of their salary. At this time, after Wei Zheng, Zhang Sun Wuji, and the others raised their glasses and made a toast, Wei Zheng said, "Everyone, everyone." In an instant, the officials quieted down. They were not here to drink today. They were here to ask about the phosphate fertilizer. After all, the phosphate fertilizer issue had caused a huge uproar. Moreover, the family had long been in an uproar. Every time he returned home, the shrew at home would be by his ear, buzzing like a fly in the latrine. At this time, when Wei Jing spoke, everyone immediately pricked up their ears and waited. Seeing this, Wei Jing patted Zhang Sun Wuji's shoulder and said, "Lord Zhang Sun and Lord Fang should personally explain it to you." While speaking, Zhang Sun Wuji made a fist and palm salute and said, "Everyone, the phosphate fertilizer issue is being dealt with on the mountain. When the site at the foot of the mountain is built, it will be dealt with. As for the river on Longsho Mountain, haven't you noticed that the water leading to the Longsho Canal has increased recently and is extremely turbid?" Hearing this, everyone really thought of this point. Not to mention the Longsho Canal. At this time, the water in the canal from the Longsho Canal to the Imperial City in Chang'an City was dim yellow. No one knew what it was doing. At this time, hearing Zhang Sun Wuji's words, everyone seemed to think of something. Minister Wang of the Agricultural Temple hurriedly asked, "Lord Zhang Sun, do you mean that the canal is being renovated on the river? And the people who are digging for the phosphate fertilizer plant are dispersed? If so, just say the word and I'll transfer some people to you tomorrow." Zhang Sun Wuji smiled and waved his hand, lying on the guardrail on the second floor, and said, "No, the fortifications are also being built on the river, but the old man doesn't know what exactly they are doing. But I heard that they are doing something related to the phosphate fertilizer plant. Once that thing is done and the site is repaired, there will be a steady flow of phosphate fertilizer. According to the preliminary estimation, the daily capacity should be about 500 dawn. 500 dawn? 500 dawn? Phosphate fertilizer? Hiss. The officials couldn't help but gasp. The burning in their eyes became more serious. "Lord Zhang Sun, how do you plan to distribute the 500 dawn of phosphate fertilizer?" This was the plan they wanted to know the most. 500 dawn was not much, but it was not little. Once this thing was really done, the sale and other matters would have to be dealt with by Feng Zi. In particular, he didn't know how to use it, so he had to wait for Feng Zi. At this time, Zhang Sun Wuji saw that everyone was in high spirits, but he didn't know what was going on. He just thought for a while and said, This matter has to be decided by His Majesty. Let's wait for the phosphate fertilizer plant to be built first. This time we only have one thing to do, that is to go to the prefectures to look for phosphate fertilizer mines. Only in this way can we complete the Emperor's order faster and finish the phosphate fertilizer matter within this year. What do you think?" Hearing this, what could the officials say? Lord Zhang's son, the emperor's brother-in-law, said so. What could they say? They could only agree. We will definitely obey the emperor's order. Zhang's son Wuji heard this and waved his hand, saying, Come on, it's rare for so many of us to gather here today. Let's have a good drink. Chapter 1568. At the same time, in Tai Chi Palace, Li Yuan was playing poker in boredom. While watching the palace attendants and beautiful concubines singing and dancing, he could not help but feel a little fed up. Although the music played was the laughter of the vast sea that Zhang Feng made at the Mid-Autumn Festival poetry meet that day, but listening to it at that time still made one's blood boil. But listening to it every day, in addition to the little eunuchs, those guards, and then to the palace attendants and concubines dance, directly made Li Yuan vomit. Listening to it made him vomit. Just at this time, someone reported that Li Shimin had arrived. In an instant, Li Yuan's eyes lit up, and he hurriedly dismissed everyone. After tidying up his clothes, he drank tea and waited for Li Shimin's arrival. Son greets imperial father. Every day of paying respects, it was almost always Zhang's son and Wugo who came alone, and Li Shimin had not come here for a long time. When he arrived at this time, Li Yuan knew that Li Shimin had something to do. Waving his hand, he said, Quickly get up, sit. You haven't come for a long time? How is it, the matter of Chang, and have you investigated clearly? Li Shimin nodded. Looking at the tea that Li Yuan personally poured for him, he said, Imperial father, this matter has been investigated clearly, it is Duke Chen. Originally, Li Shimin wanted to see Li Yuan's reaction, but after Li Shimin finished speaking, Li Yuan just paused the teapot in his hand, and gently shook his head. I have long guessed that there are not many people in the court who can be so familiar with the matters of the court, as well as be able to figure out people's hearts. You see Wei Jing, Zhang Sun Wuji as well as Fang Shenling and Du Ruhui, there are only a few people who can be so capable. Who do you think would be in the military if they are familiar with the matters in the military and have connections with those big clans? Li Jing is always stationed in Yuzhou province. At this moment he could only use Yuqi, Qing Yaojin, Niu Jinda and Qin Shubao. However, these people are closely related to Feng Zi. Given their intelligence, they could not play such a trick. Additionally, those big clans hate them most. Do you think that you can associate with them? Only now did Li Shimin finally realize what was going on. No wonder that brat Feng Zi was suspicious of Ho Junji. If we had thought about it a little more, we would have understood. But we always felt that he was a good person and a kind one at that. I'm low-key, I'm not that kind of person. As he spoke, Li Shimin could not help but shake his head with a bitter smile. Seeing this, Li Yuan sighed and said, This is what they call, those who are closely involved can't see clearly. It's also called blind under the light. Alright, let's put this matter aside for now. Don't be too distressed. After all, this old fellow still has some conscience and didn't drag down the court when he left. Li Shimin nodded. He truly did rejoice in this matter. But Ho Junji was probably thinking more about protecting his family and his reputation. Using death to exchange for a reputation. This was a business transaction. In the end he had lost. Imperial father, do you think that this matter needs to be investigated further? Li Yuan smiled as he sipped his tea and pointed at the nearby lake. Remember what Feng Zi once said. Water can carry a boat but it can also capsize it. Let's put this matter to rest. Let's take it slow. Li Shimin saw that the two most important people to him had said so. At this time, he finally sighed deeply and temporarily put aside the dissatisfaction in his heart. After all, as an emperor, it was quite humiliating for him to be fooled by an official. The most important thing at this time was to do as Zhang Feng had said. First he would swap out. Once the war on the border was over, he could nibble away at them one by one. After all, at that time he would have plenty of elite soldiers and even more weapons. Only by sending the soldiers out of Chiotzi City back to the capital would he be able to ensure peace. At this moment Li Yuan said, That's right, I heard that an incredible thing has appeared outside the city. Have you heard of it? Li Shimin was taken aback. He hurriedly said, Imperial father, please dispel my confusion. Li Yuan was somewhat speechless. He said, I heard that there's a new hybrid pig outside the city, and there's also something called pig feed. I also heard that those pigs don't have the slightest fishy smell, and they can produce several pounds of meat a day. Li Shimin was taken aback by these words. He said in surprise, This seems to be something that Feng Zi came up with? Li Yuan narrowed his eyes and said, Tell me, is this something that Feng Zi came up with? I was just wondering what that brat wanted the masons of the palace for. So it was to tinker with this thing. We were still worried that after we finished eating this pork, we would be able to eat such delicious pork again. I didn't think that this brat would really be able to. Let's go, let's go. We haven't left the palace for a long time. Let's go out to relax and take a look at that thing. Li Yuan couldn't sit still anymore. He got up and walked outside. He didn't forget to call Li Shimin along. But how could Li Shimin be in the mood at this time? He hurriedly said, Imperial Father, this son still has many things to do. What things are so important? Come out of the palace with us to relax. Look at you. You can't even understand this. If you continue like this, how will you handle government affairs? Li Shimin saw that he couldn't refuse. He could only smile bitterly and said, Then it's all up to Imperial Father. Good, that's right. Let's go out of the palace. Let's go out of the palace. Chapter 1569. In Chang'an City. At this time the sun was shining on the earth. Along with the sound of gongs, it also announced that the morning market in the east and west markets had opened. All kinds of peddlers were entering the east and west markets in an endless stream. With the increase of the peddlers, the market was full of people at this time. Except for those places that were burned into ruins. At this time the ruins of Chang'an City were being cleaned up quickly, but there were still large areas of ruins waiting, but this did not affect the trade. Groups of peddlers stood on the edge of the ruins showing their goods, and then squatting on the ground to take a nap. Li Shimin and Li Yuan, still in disguise, sat in the carriage enjoying the liveliness along the way and chatting. At this time, their carriage slowly passed by the door of the largest and most gorgeous Chang'an hotel. Li Shimin pointed to the hotel and said, Father is here, the congratulatory gift is the largest and most luxuriously decorated place in Chang'an City. It's the property of Jiang Xuan's son. Why don't we go and eat now? Li Yuan squinted and touched his beard. At this time there were countless guards standing at the entrance of the hotel, and in the alley behind the restaurant, there were countless people in palanquins. He could not help but ask in surprise, Is there something big here today? Li Shimin was stunned and said, No? Then this. Why does it look like the palanquins of various officials? Hearing this, Li Shimin was startled and hurriedly leaned against the window to take a look. With this look he also discovered the palanquins. He hurriedly waved his hand and said, Little Gizi, go take a look. Who is inside and what is going on? While speaking, little Gizi hurriedly ran away, and the palanquins were still going out of the city. After a while little Gizi hurriedly came and said, Your Majesty, retired Emperor, at this time, several Guogong are appeasing the officials, asking them to supervise the search for phosphate fertilizer in each state. Li Shimin and Li Yuan heard this and could not help but look at each other. They did not say anything. But Xiao Gizi said, Later, several dukes will personally come to explain this matter to His Majesty and retired Emperor. The duke said. Li Shimin waved his hand and said, All right, we understand. Li Shimin's voice was a little cold. At this time it was the time for them to be on duty. Yet all the officials were here. Moreover, he was caught red-handed by the retired emperor. How could this not make Li Shimin angry? Along the way Li Shimin and Li Yuan did not speak another word. After waiting for a while, their palanquins slowly left Chang'an City. As soon as they left the city, the two of them couldn't help but be stunned. It was because at this moment, they actually heard sounds that were even more complicated than those in the city, as well as waves of shouts. The two of them were somewhat astonished. Could it be that they had returned to the eastern and western markets? The two of them parted the curtains and were stunned. They were indeed outside the city. It was just similar to the market of a small town. However, at this time, almost all the people in the market were running to one place with large baskets in their arms. Some people even used handcarts to drag pig cages. Among them, pigs of different sizes were groaning in the cages. And the most important thing was that each and every one of them was fat and strong. This is a pig? Li Yuan could not help but be surprised. Li Shimin was also a little confused. This was the first time he had seen the kind of pig that had been cultivated. Before, he had only heard Zhang Feng say that this method could screen out pigs that were qualified enough. Then, after countless times of cultivation, the strong pigs were screened out and the next generation was cultivated. After repeating this 3 times, the pigs basically did not have a fishy smell and the pigs could be, but Li Shimin had never seen it before. And there were so many of them. At this time, at a glance, in this small market, apart from more than half of the people, there were only these big fat pigs running all over the ground. Were these pigs turned into spirits? Or could this pig really be so big? The two of them could not help but be interested. They slowly walked down from the carriage, smelling the smell of pickled pig dung in the air, and asked the person beside them with a smile. Little brother, where are you going? The man was carrying a large basket on his back. In the basket, there was a pig that was happily trying to break free from its restraints. The man wiped the cold sweat on his forehead and said, "Looking at the two of you, you should also be here for this thing, right? What a coincidence, the town's Jianghu just happened to have a pig out today. Why don't we go and take a look?" Jianghu? Could it be a butcher? Li Shimin instantly thought of the time when they were on the mountain, and when Zhang Feng received the imperial edict and invited the neighbors to a banquet, which forthright man. "Father, why don't we go and take a look?" Hearing this, Li Yuan was also interested. This kind of thing was really rare. And the thing that Zhang Feng made, he had to go and take a look no matter what. The two of them immediately abandoned the carriage. Under the escort of little Gizi and a group of Jianghu guards disguised as servants, they slowly walked in with the crowd. And at this time, Wei Zheng and the others who changed their clothes also hurried over, and hurriedly caught up with Li Shimin and Li Yuan. "Greetings to the second master, greetings to the old master." Li Shimin snorted, glanced at the few people and said, "Let's talk about it later. First let's go and see what Fengzi made and see what it is." Chapter 1570. Several people heard this. They couldn't help but be stunned. Fengzi still didn't seem to have come up with anything good for a long time. What Zhang Feng did during this period of time they almost all knew. Could it be that this kid came up with some new tricks behind their backs? Unkind. Really unkind. Looking at the pigs all over the ground and even sometimes the pigs rubbed against people, several people hurriedly clustered around Li Shimin and Li Yuan in fright. Yu Qigong shouted angrily, "Damn, whose pig is this? How can such filthy things be allowed to wander about on the streets?" In an instant, the people on the street were all stunned. Li Yuan stared at Yu Qigong somewhat speechlessly. "What are you shouting for? Isn't this exactly what we want? Only this way can we really be happy with the people." Hearing this, Yu Qigong shrunk his neck and hurriedly hid behind Wei Zheng, not daring to speak. "Yo, isn't this Laoli?" At this moment, following Yu Qigong's roar, some acquaintances seemed to have recognized Li Shimin. In an instant, the Jianghu guards hurriedly went on alert. Li Shimin also looked at the person who came. The person who came was dressed coarsely, his exposed big belly was dripping with sweat at this time. Behind him was a large handcart pulling a large cart of unknown things. Li Shimin thought deeply for a while before he couldn't help but say, "You're Jianghu?" Hearing this, that person laughed and said, "Isn't it me? Why didn't I see Fengzi today? You guys are..." The person who came was Jianghu. Only at this time, although Jianghu's whole body was still black and shiny, but his face had a rosy color, and the clothes on his body were no longer the rough linen clothes from before. Instead, he changed into a decent set of silk clothes. Seeing Li Shimin and the others looking at him, Jianghu wiped the sweat off his forehead. He took out a bag from the handcart and pulled out a handful of cigarettes. He greeted them one by one and dispersed the smoke. Then he said, "What are you doing here?" When Yu Qigong saw this, he said, "Didn't I hear that Fengzi has made a name for himself here? That's why I came to take a look. Weren't you slaughtering pigs at the food factory before? Why are you shopping here?" Jianghu waved his hand and said, "What purchase? Didn't Fengzi ask me to come here to do this pig business?" While they were talking, a sow with a group of piglets shuttled through the crowd in a panic under the urging of a woman. The pig was about to touch Li Shimin. Jianghu panicked and grabbed the few of them. Come. My house is just ahead. Let's go in and talk. This place is really not a place for honorable guests. I think the thing you're looking for should be what I'm working on right now." Li Shimin had heard Li Yuan mention it before he came. Seeing the situation now, the few of them were really annoyed by this scene. Then they pulled the handcart together with Jianghu. With the help of the Jianghu guards, they finally managed to move the cart of things into the house with great difficulty. The house was not big. It was the kind of house of a village. But relatively speaking, it still had some facade. There was even a gilded sign hanging on the door of the house. The words Zheng Residence were written on it. The few of them entered the house. They were instantly stunned by the scene in the house. In the courtyard of the mansion, there were sacks of things piled up everywhere. Most importantly, these sacks were emitting bursts of fragrances. It smelled like bran and also like oil residue. The courtyard of the house was not like that of an ordinary house. There were sheds built in the courtyard of the house. These sacks were stacked in these sheds, leaving only a narrow passage. At this time, there were sounds of bargaining coming from the courtyard from time to time. There were also piles of things being moved out as well as sacks of things being moved out. At this moment, everyone saw that the sack was filled with things that were a little bigger than soybeans. The fragrance was coming from these things. When everyone saw Jianghu, they all greeted him. Zheng Tufu was also forthright. He cupped his hands in salute to everyone and ordered the servants to move the things on the handcart in. After that, Zheng Tufu then led Li Shimin and the others into the living room. As soon as they entered, Zheng Tufu shouted at the top of his voice, "Old woman, the noble is here. Quickly make tea." While speaking, Zheng Tufu hurriedly asked the few of them to sit down. Then he said with a smile, "Everyone is a little negligent. The things in this courtyard were made by Feng Zi and Dr. Sunday. It's called fodder." Li Yuan was a little curious. "I know about this fodder. We know about this craftsman. We know about pigs and so on. But what are they doing?" Zheng Tufu suddenly understood. He slapped his forehead and said, "Oh, you're talking about this. You've seen those pigs on the street, right? Those things came from me. I don't kill pigs to sell meat now. I've changed to raising sows." "Ah, how about it?" Li Shimin did not care about this at this time. He asked, "I heard that these pigs can produce meat in less than 3 months?" Zheng Tufu heard this and smiled mysteriously. Go, go, go. Let's go take a look at my pigs. You'll know." Hearing this, Li Shimin and Li Yuan both stood up. However, they were hurriedly stopped by Wei Zheng. "Great master, second master, how can you go to such a place? I'll go take a look. How about it?" Chapter 1571. Li Shimin heard that. He hesitated a little. This thing could indeed be considered as pickled meat. However, if it could really be produced in 3 months, it would be another blessing for the Tang dynasty. Now, the main meat of the Tang dynasty in the whole world almost came from sheep, and this lamb needed a year to grow. An adult lamb only had 15 to 50 catties of meat. This was still good. This little bit of meat. What could it do? How much would it be in a year? However, if this pig could really be produced in 3 months, on the one hand, it could solve the selectivity of the Tang dynasty in meat, and thus it would also become an income for the Tang dynasty to export to foreign countries. Moreover, after Zhang Feng's operation, at this time, this meat had already been accepted by the princes, dukes, and ministers. It had become the most important meat besides cattle, sheep, and horse meat. The main thing was that it was cheap. Moreover, the meat was not as rough as cattle and mutton. Thinking of this, Li Shimin waved his hand and said, "It's just a pig. What's there to be afraid of? Moreover, Fengzi spent so much time tinkering with it. I also want to see what's so great about it." Li Yuan also followed Zheng Tufu early. With a cigarette in his mouth, he left one after the other, laughing loudly. Everyone was also speechless and could only hurriedly follow. The house was not big. When they came out of the back hall, they could hear the sound of pigs snorting. Moreover, it was not just 1 or 2 sounds. Listening to the sound, it seemed that many pigs were clamoring. The suffocating smell of feces that went straight to the top of their heads directly made them feel a sense of suffocation. However, the few of them endured it and plunged headfirst into the cave. In the backyard there were about 15 very small pig houses separated. This pattern was similar to the gray building on Shao Mountain, and a few of them were glossy and smooth. At first glance, those pigs were as long as mules that had shed their hair. Gong visually measured the pigs and then looked at the carrying pole beside them. He suddenly felt that the pigs seemed to be longer than the carrying pole. This time, Li Shimin and the others were completely dumbfounded. This pig, it was really big. And the most important thing was, this pig was as strong as a calf. At this moment, it was lying on the edge of a wooden trough, eating the feed in the trough while playing with the trough. Gong looked at the pig in disbelief. He looked at it and said, "Old Zheng, tell me honestly, how long have you been rearing this pig? This pig looks to be more than 100 kilograms, right?" Zheng Tufu laughed proudly. Then he said mysteriously, "I brought these pigs down from the mountain a month ago. Taking everything into account, these pigs have grown from piglets to this size in just 2 months." Hearing this, Li Shimin and Li Yuan couldn't help but raise their eyebrows. 3 months? Could it be like this in 3 months? This. If these pigs were all grown up, wouldn't it mean that everyone in Chang and could afford to eat meat? And this meat could also become the main export product of the Tang dynasty? Thinking of this, Li Shimin was very excited. It took a long time for him to recover. So did Li Yuan. As for Gong and the others, they were still disdainful a moment ago, but now they were directly lying on the pigsty looking at these pigs. What was this? This was walking money. It was rare for them to eat meat in their mansions. It was not that they couldn't afford it, but there were very few people selling meat. Even if there were occasionally people selling pork and dog meat in the past, who would eat that kind of meat except for the lower class? But now, this meat, if it really didn't have a fishy smell, then 10 copper coins per kilogram? 10 copper coins? This was all money. And they had many mansions. If they took out any one of them, wouldn't they raise hundreds of pigs in a year? It could be said that everyone present at this time was thinking in their hearts, this was all money. After showing off for a while, Zheng Tufu waved his hand and said, "Okay gentlemen, let's go to the front yard. After all, it's a little dirty here. Let's go to the front yard and talk while eating? Today I prepared some good things. Originally, I hid them for Fengzi, but that kid didn't come to me at all. Today, I'll borrow your good fortune to have a taste of this tasteless meat." At this time, Li Shimin and the others' thoughts were no longer on eating and drinking, but on thinking about this pig. Now, the trade of the Tang dynasty was basically focused on tea, silk, and porcelain. If this pork really did not have a fishy smell and could be popularized in the Tang dynasty, then in less than a year, this thing was destined to become the fourth largest economy in the Tang dynasty. At that time, the matter of Chiaotzi would be settled. When the world was awed, this thing would be pushed out at the same time. Thinking of this, Li Shimin patted Zheng Tufu's shoulder and said, "Old Zheng, tell me, can these pigs really grow so big in 3 months?" Zheng Tufu was a little confused. "So I didn't say it in detail just now. Come, let's talk about this fodder first." Once again Zheng Tufu explained the feed to him. Immediately, Li Shimin could no longer suppress the heat in his eyes. He patted Zheng Tufu's shoulder heavily and said, "Old Zheng, do you want to make a fortune?" Chapter 1572. Zheng Tufu was dumbfounded by the words, "Do you want to make a fortune?" Wei Zheng and the others were also dumbfounded. Wasn't this Zhang Feng's catchphrase? How did His Majesty learn it? Most importantly, how did he say it so naturally? Zheng Tufu was a little dumbfounded, but he knew that these people were all big shots and were Zhang Feng's brothers. White Deer College was built by these people through their connections. Otherwise, with Feng Zi's family background, he might be able to build something like this even if he emptied his pockets. Zheng Tufu laughed dryly and invited them into the central room. As soon as they entered the central room, Zheng Tufu said, "We're standing in Fengzi's light, so we'll call you Master Li. Although Fengzi once said that I and that fellow Ma Zhou would be responsible for getting the pig out to feed the common people. But no matter what, this thing belongs to Fengzi. It's useless for you to tell me. I know that this thing can make a lot of money, but I can't read and don't know anything. Why don't you ask Fengzi?" In the end, Zheng Tufu was just working for Fengzi. If it was a normal pig business, he could make the decision for 10 or even 100 pigs. However, he didn't dare to do business with Lao Li. After all, how could an ordinary commoner like him be able to befriend a merchant who could afford to build an academy and had an important relationship with the court? Therefore, Zheng Tufu did not even think about it and rejected it. Li Shimin didn't expect such a solution and was a little dumbfounded. In his opinion, this trick had always worked with Fengzi. Every time Fengzi said that he could make money, whether he wanted to make money or not, he was destined to come up with something amazing. But now, why did he miscalculate here? Li Shimin even began to wonder if he had done something wrong. "Ahem, second master, someone is looking for you outside." At this moment, Wei Zheng coughed hurriedly and interrupted Li Shimin's thoughts. Li Shimin was stunned. "What's the matter?" Wei Zheng glanced at Zheng Tufu and said, "Just now, someone from home said that our herbal field in Longyu was robbed." What? Li Shimin was shocked. Only a few of them knew about the herbal field that Wei Zheng was talking about. How could there be a herbal field? It was just an excuse. But now that Wei Zheng said this, could it be? Li Shimin's face couldn't help but darken. He hurriedly got up and said, "Sorry for disturbing you today. Let's meet again another day. Old Feng, Old Wei, you two go to the mountain and tell Fengzi about this matter. As for these pigs, I plan to buy them after our phosphate fertilizer factory opens. At that time, there will definitely be high-ranking officials and dignitaries, as well as merchants from all over the country. At that time, our chance to make a fortune will really come." After that, Li Shimin left in a hurry. Zheng Tufu looked at Zheng Tufu. When he Tufu. Zheng Tufu's wife happened to be carrying plates of fragrant dishes. But when she saw that he Tufu was gone, she was instantly stunned. "I say, master, where is he?" Zheng Tufu shrugged and said, "He's gone." "What?" the woman exclaimed and looked at the dishes in her hands. Looking at the real butcher's expectant eyes, she covered the dishes with her sleeves and carried them back to the kitchen. Zheng Tufu looked and was dumbfounded. He hurriedly shouted, "Old woman, what are you doing? The dishes are ready. Won't it be a waste if you don't eat them?" "Eat, eat, eat. What else do you know besides eating? If you want to eat, wait for me. Call father and mother over. This is what I prepared for Fengzi." On the other side, as soon as Li Shimin came out of the house, he asked, "What happened?" Wei Jing looked around. Yu Qigong and the others, either intentionally or unintentionally, also surrounded Li Shimin. He said, His Majesty has just received news from Yuzhou that a large number of Tujue troops from Feng Province, Xing Province, two places have suddenly deployed their troops, and are now stationed less than 10 li outside the city. What? When Li Shimin heard this, his face instantly changed. Feng Province and Xing Province were places where the Turks intersected. Because these two places were not that important and were separated by the Great Wall Fortress, the Turks would not come here under normal circumstances. It was also the main defense line of Chang'an. But at this time, why would Tuli Khan do this at this juncture? Li Shimin was a little confused. He asked, "Is there anything unusual on the Qiuzi side? And how many soldiers are there in these two places?" Wei Jing said with a grave expression, "There are only 50,000 soldiers in total. But according to the spies, these 50,000 soldiers are the best of the best. As for the Qiuzi side, they are still in a standoff." 50,000? Li Shimin's expression turned grave. It had only been 3 days since the incident with Ho Junji, but could this have been planned long ago? Li Shimin couldn't help but feel a headache coming on. At this time, what he feared the most was this kind of deterrence. If Feng Zi's cannons were ready, then everything would be fine. But now, Feng Zi had only just begun to prepare. This battle, Li Yuan indifferently said, "Let's go back first. We'll talk about it when we get back." Chapter 1573. At the entrance of the Imperial Study. By the time Li Shimin arrived, everyone from the military had already arrived. Everyone was waiting anxiously. Seeing Li Shimin arrive, everyone hurriedly bowed. "Your Majesty. Your Majesty, Feng Province and Xing Province are in a state of emergency. Just now, Tuli Khan sent a letter of credence." Li Shimin's face was extremely gloomy. He waved his sleeves and sat down on the dragon throne. "Where's the letter of credence?" Hearing this, Xiao Gizi hurriedly took out a scroll made of sheepskin from a small eunuch's tray and handed it to Li Shimin. Li Shimin slowly unfolded it. However, after reading the contents, he was so angry that his whole body trembled. Preposterous. This is simply preposterous. Do they really think there's no one in the Tang dynasty? Yuqigong. Yuqigong's body trembled when he heard this. He hurriedly said, "Your Majesty. Order the garrison in Chang and Luozhou, and all other garrisons to reinforce the two places. I don't believe that we can't defeat the enemy with all the forces in the Guanyi and Hedong provinces." Li Shimin's rage shocked everyone. Wei Jing hurriedly stopped him. "Your Majesty, you can't. Your Majesty, you see there's a shortage of food in the country right now. All the people are preparing for the autumn planting. If we start a war at this time, it'll cause poverty and increase taxes. All the people in the country will have to pay for the autumn planting this year. Your Majesty, please reconsider." Fang Xianling and Du Ruhui also hurriedly stepped forward and said, "Your Majesty, we feel that this matter needs to be discussed properly. If we start a war now, it'll only bring harm to the Tang dynasty. Since Tuli Khan can declare war at this time, it means that he's been planning this for a long time. He's forcing us to send out troops." "Your Majesty, enough." Li Shimin angrily slammed the table and threw the letter of credence on the table at Wei Zheng. "Go and read it. Read what that old bastard Tuli said." Wei Zheng hurriedly grabbed the letter of credence on the floor and read it carefully. This letter of credence was not written in the Turkic language. Instead, it was written in the language of the Han people. It first boasted that the Turks wanted to celebrate the Chinese New Year in Chang and city, and other nonsense words. Then it said that the Tang dynasty wanted 3 million dan of grain, as well as hundreds of thousands of military horses purchased from the Turks. And even directly marrying a princess to Tuli as a show of sincerity. That wasn't all. It also said that the people of the Tang dynasty had to give the Turks salt, the recipe for braised meat, and dozens of other things. Among them, the most important things were the things that Zhang Feng came up with, such as the bone regeneration technique and the blood transfusion technique, which was also the blood transfusion technique that Zhang Feng mentioned. There was also the salt, military affairs, psychology, and especially the things from White Deer College that had to be packed up and brought over. At this moment, Wei Zheng and the others were aghast. As they looked at the heavy letter of credence, they couldn't help but break out in cold sweat. This wasn't a letter of credence. This was a national humiliation. This was simply going too far. No wonder the emperor was so angry. No one could bear it. This is too much of a bully. Qin Yaojin angrily tore the letter of credence and knelt down on one knee. "Your Majesty, this subject requests that Your Majesty bestow 100,000 soldiers and horses. No, 80,000 is enough. This subject will go and destroy him. Your Majesty, this subject is also willing to go. Your Majesty, send the troops." At this moment, Wei Zheng couldn't persuade Zhang Sun Wuji. Seeing that he was still squinting, he hurriedly said, "Lord Zhangsun, say something." At this moment, Li Shimin also saw Zhang Sun Wuji and said, "Zhangsun, tell us your opinion." Zhang Sun Wuji heard this and said, "Your Majesty, this subject thinks that the most important thing now is to seek peace." Li Shimin frowned slightly. Wei Zheng and the others also frowned. However, Yu Qigong and Qing Yaojin were in an uproar. They cursed Zhang Sun Wuji for being a spineless person. Li Shimin's expression changed slightly. In an instant, Qing Yaojin and Yu Qigong were like frightened rabbits, and their voices came to an abrupt halt. "Minister Zhangsun, tell us your opinion." "Your Majesty, this subject thinks that the most important thing now is to seek peace. The Turkic Khaganate is suffering from internal strife and the plague of locusts. Seeing that winter is coming, this Tuli Khan definitely won't dare to start a war at this time. This time, he came to these two places to ask for your Majesty's help, but he can't bring himself to do so. Li Shimin heard this. His eyebrows twitched wildly. At this moment, Zhang Sun Wuji's words seemed to have opened a small window for him. Due to the plague of locusts, snow and famine, the Turkic Khaganate had caused internal strife among the tribes. Under Zhang Feng's strategy, almost half of the Turkic Khaganate's war horses had been bought over. Who wouldn't be anxious if this happened to them? Winter was coming soon. Once winter came, a large number of Turkic Khaganates would die of hunger and cold. Therefore, at this time, the Tuli Khan's actions could be considered to have found an opportunity. At the thought of this, Li Shimin's mood instantly calmed down. Chapter 1574. My beloved subjects, we feel that we need to discuss this matter further. Yu Qigong panicked when he heard that. Your Majesty, what else is there to discuss? Everything is clear. That old thief Tuli is seizing the opportunity to extort and blackmail us. If we continue to hesitate, perhaps this is all part of that old thief Tuli's scheme. By the time we continue to discuss this matter, perhaps Sheng Province and Feng Province will already be gone. Your Majesty, old man Yuchi is right. If we continue to discuss this matter, they might even be laughing at us in that tent right now. What are we waiting for? We need to hurry and send out our troops. Your Majesty, enough. Somewhat annoyed, Li Shimin waved his hand and said, "This matter will be discussed at the morning court tomorrow. Afterwards we will make a final decision. Yu Qigong, Qing Yaojin, I order the two of you to quickly and secretly send spies to Feng Province and Xing Province to investigate the situation. At the same time, send a message to Niu Jinda. The battle at Chiotsi cannot be delayed for even a moment. The fortifications must be stabilized." The few of them couldn't help but tremble. They hastily bowed. They hastily withdrew. Once the army had left, only then did Li Shimin stare blankly at the detailed and accurate map on the wall of the imperial study. From Chang and to Guanyi Daodao and these two places, it would only take 3 days to get there. That is to say 3 days. That is, 3 days is the time this Gij Hojunji died. That is to say, this Tuli also interacted with that Hojunji? Then what about Shelley? Li Shimin couldn't help but think about everything that had happened in Tubo, Tuyuhun, India, and the Turkic Khaganate. Now that he connected the dots with this Hojunji, he suddenly realized that these people and matters really did seem to be connected by some unknown thread. Was someone really behind all of this? This person. It seemed that Hojunji, Li Shimin deeply sighed. When Wei Jing saw this, he hurriedly asked, "Your Majesty, did you discover something?" Li Shimin nodded. "Prime Minister Wei, do you still remember Helan Mountain?" In an instant, Wei Jing understood. On this map. That year, it was because of Huatsubing that the Xiongnu were broken up in one battle, which resulted in the current Turks and Huaiji. But at this moment, why did Tuli choose this place instead of other places? What was his purpose? One must know that the Xiongnu were the ancestors of the Turks. With that old bastard Tuli Khan's crafty character, if he did not have any other intentions, how could he set up the battlefield in two places at the same time? Moreover, it was a taboo for military strategists to divide their forces into two. He was all too familiar with Tuli's character. Moreover, as soon as he set up the battle array, he began to write the letter of credence. What was he doing? This was clearly a form of pressure. At this time, the only thing that was fighting at the border was none other than the Chiotsi side. At this time and place, the Chiotsi side was still in a deadlock. If Li Shimin's guess was correct, the Chiotsi side should have received the news at the same time as Tuli's letter of credence. At the thought of this, Li Shimin's expression became even more gloomy. It was obvious that they wanted him to divide his forces. In particular, they wanted the Chiotsi people's attention to this place. What was this place? Once they crossed the Helan Mountains, they would reach Chang, and city in less than 2 days. This was all part of his plan. Li Shimin instantly lost his composure when he thought of this. At this time Wei Zheng, Fang Xianling, Zhang Sun Wuji, and Du Ruhui were also very anxious when they saw Li Shimin's expression and the map. Your Majesty, is this related to the war in Qiuzi? Finally it was Zhang Sun Wuji who broke the silence and asked. Li Shimin nodded and said, that's right. This is only one of the reasons. They want to divide the forces of the Tang dynasty. I suspect that these two places are just a pretense. I suspect that they have other purposes. Hearing this they were shocked. They hurriedly looked at the place where Qiuzi and Fengzhou were. They couldn't help but fall silent. But they couldn't figure out anything. Zhang Sun Wuji hurriedly asked, Your Majesty, we are slow-witted. Please enlighten us. Li Shimin waved his hand and said, This matter is not urgent. Let's take it easy. By the way, Zhang Sun, I have a task for you. Hearing this, Zhang Sun Wuji hurriedly knelt and said, Your Majesty, please enlighten us. Wei Zheng and the others also hurriedly bowed. Li Shimin said, From now on, quickly send an envoy to negotiate with Tuli. This matter must be done as soon as possible. You go personally. Also wait for Fang Xianling. Go to the mountain and find Fengzi in person. Don't mention this matter. Ask him to get a few more cannons and see if it works. Hearing this, the corners of their mouths twitched. His Majesty was really anxious. Although they hadn't seen the power of those cannons since Zhang Feng said so, they must be very powerful. If 10 cannons could pacify Qiuzi, then if 5 more cannons were built, wouldn't they be able to solve the war in Fengzhou and Xingzhou as well? Thinking about it this way, at this time they also understood the Emperor's strategy. That was to first send someone to delay that old thief Tuli and wait for Zhang Feng's cannons. Once the cannons were built, everything would be fine. Chapter 1575. Compared to the turmoil in the palace, Shao Mountain regained its usual peace and tranquility. The market at the foot of the mountain was still the same as before. There were clamorous noises, fierce bargaining sounds, and the endless stream of carriages going back and forth on the straight and clean cement road. As if showing off, the carriages went away noisily. Then another group of carriages, full of goods, creaked and creaked as they came. Everything was so quiet and peaceful. The old village head was like a local tycoon, leading a group of men dressed in the uniform of White Deer Institute, strolling along the streets while carrying chi-mei cudgels. Since the tragedy of Qian Wanli last time. At the foot of the mountain, the old village chief didn't care about the paper mill anymore. Instead, he patrolled the streets with the bailiffs and constables all day long. As soon as he noticed that something was wrong, he would immediately take action. He would interrogate it first before giving up. And on the mountain, the sound of reading rose and fell one after another. On the mountain, as usual, the students were still studying Zhang Feng's textbooks as usual. Ever since they had seen the miraculous thing known as phosphate fertilizer, all of the students seemed to have gone crazy, and they did their best to learn. Especially after seeing the big water wheel in the dormitory area, under the big waterfall, and the set of things they couldn't name with clear water that could be used at the door of the dormitory. All the students' minds were even crazier. Every day after class, all the students would run to the door of Zhang Feng's villa to watch the scene of Chen Tiniu, Fang Yi, and the others being cursed by Zhang Feng. Especially after the cursing, the dean would personally explain the principle of the windmill to them. At this moment, all the students would take out their notebooks and write down everything that Zhang Feng had said without missing a single word. This almost became the daily routine for every student to collect the dean's classic quotes. At this time, in front of Zhang Feng's villa, in front of a pile of rotten wood, Cheng Chumo and Fang Yi stood there in a daze with their heads down. And in an instant all the students cheered. Because the dean had come out. But this time it was very rare. Cheng Tiniu and the others stood there for a full hour before Zhang Feng walked out of the villa. And behind Zhang Feng the students saw an old man. The students who came early seemed to have thought of something. This was the honorary vice principal of the academy. This time, everyone became even more excited. The person behind Zhang Feng was naturally Li Yuan, who had just been outside the city with Li Shimin. It was rare for him to leave the palace. Anyway, there were many things. Li Yuan was still looking for Zhang Feng, so he went up the mountain along the way. At this time, after Cheng Chumo saw Li Yuan, his expression became even more flustered. Li Yuan smiled as he looked at the students in the distance. After waving his hand in greeting, he stared at Cheng Chumo and said, "Iron Bull, is this the water wheel you tinkered with?" Cheng Chumo laughed embarrassedly and said, "Old master, this? And we made it?" Li Yuan clicked his tongue in amazement. He looked at the huge water wheel on the lake, all the way to the villa area as well as the water troughs in the dormitory area. Then he looked at a piece of missing wood and said, "This thing is not bad." Hearing this, Zhang Feng could not help but be angry. "I say, old master, you are sincerely trying to undermine me, aren't you?" Hearing this, Li Yuan laughed and said, "No, no, no, how could this be? I was thinking towards this guy who even their parents could not do anything to, he could actually make such a meticulous work. I really have a whole new level of respect for him." Hearing this, Zhang Feng's expression became a little better. Pointing at the wood chips on the ground, he said, "What is this?" Hearing this, Chinchimo said, "Fengzi, take a look. This thing, I did indeed make it according to the book. But in less than 3 days, these water wheels have almost all been changed. This is not good." Zhang Feng chuckled and said, "Now you know it's not good, right?" In an instant, Zhang Feng and the others heard the sound of the students flipping through small books not far away. This scene could not help but make Li Yuan somewhat stunned. "This is," Zhang Feng said speechlessly, "this is all secretly learning. These few good-for-nothings, by the time I teach you guys, perhaps every student here would have already learned it." Qing Chimo and the others chuckled. Turning around, they glared at the crowd. The students automatically ignored their threatening gazes, still looking at Zhang Feng with a face full of worship. The brush in their hands was also dipped in ink in a small box in their arms, waiting for Zhang Feng. Zhang Feng was somewhat speechless. "I told you guys before, if you have nothing to do, go and study the dynamics of water as well as the transmission device of the metal car I made before. Look, this water wheel is not wrong, everything is not wrong. But have you thought of a problem, and that is the friction of objects? Go and carefully ponder what exactly is the problem with this thing. If you don't solve this problem for me today, no one can sleep tonight. Tomorrow it will be used at the foot of the mountain and you guys are still dawdling here for me?" Hearing this, a large amount of cold sweat instantly seeped out of their heads. They hurriedly packed up a large pile of materials and scampered away. And the students in the distance were dumbfounded. It was over? Chapter 1576. After seeing them off, Yizichin said. Only then did Zhang Feng return to the villa with Li Yuan. As soon as he entered the door, Li Yuan asked directly, "Boy, this thing is used in the phosphate fertilizer factory?" Seeing Zhang Feng nod, Li Yuan's interest was instantly piqued. He asked, "This thing, I don't see anything magical about it. What can this thing be used for?" Zhang Feng chuckled and tossed a cigarette to Li Yuan. "This is a secret. If you want to know, you can go and see for yourself when the time comes. Anyway, old master, when did you go up the mountain this time?" Li Yuan spread his hands and said, "I heard that you are amazing and made some amazing things. Old man came to see." Zhang Feng heard this and instantly had a headache. "That's enough, old master. That thing is used to kill people. With your old arms and legs, if something happens to you, we won't be able to afford it." Zhang Feng had seen how difficult it was to deal with old Master Li. They were worthy of being father and son. However, compared to Lao Li, Zhang Feng could still deal with him. But this old Master Li, he was simply old and cunning. Moreover, this thing was made for the royal family. If he made it out, then there would be a lot of fun. That was no longer a small problem, but a big problem. At that time, if something went wrong, Zhang Feng's head would be moved. This batch of military weapons was the existence of the trump card, which determined the success or failure of the war. At this time, although Zhang Feng was extremely unwilling to make this batch of things, and because of this matter he had to. Yu Shernan and several other great scholars had an ideological meeting for the whole night. However, Zhang Feng still persevered. First of all, as Zhang Feng said, if there was no peace in the world, how could there be peace in the country? Besides, this thing at this time at the border had not been completely equipped with it. Once it was leaked, it would be a great crisis. First of all, would the people of the 5 surnames and 7 clans be willing to see these things? In addition, the war was about to break out, which was also the time when spies from both sides were the most active. At this time, Zhang Feng guessed that he had been surrounded by spies on the mountain. At this time, once the old man got addicted to playing with this thing, he would be able to trick one of them away. That would really be fun. Li Yuan squinted at Zhang Feng's eyes and said with a smile, "Old man, I'm just asking. Don't think too much. I still know the priorities of these things. By the way, Fengzi, let me ask you something. Last night, an old friend came to visit and told old man about the recent situation in Chang'an City. What do you want to say about this?" Zhang Feng shrugged. "You have to ask His Majesty about this. How would I know?" Li Yuan seemed to have long known that Zhang Feng would have such a reply. He laughed mischievously, causing goosebumps all over Zhang Feng's body to fall to the ground. He stopped Li Yuan and said, "Old man, do you have something to say?" "Nothing. It's just that the people from the Ministry of Works came to see Old Man yesterday. They heard that Old Man is the honorary vice president of White Deer College, so they asked me to repair the burned places in Chang'an City, especially the rebuilding of the two cities. Zhang Feng did not take it to heart. He said casually, "Oh, and?" I agreed, but I don't have the funds and I don't know how to build it. They want to build it in the style of these houses on the mountain, so I came up the mountain today to ask. Zhang Feng was a little speechless. These things, let him do it. How could he have the time to worry about these things? He answered directly, "No time." "Then what are you busy with?" Li Yuan was asking. In fact, Li Yuan and Li Shimin had been thinking about this kind of house on the mountain for a long time. But they could not do anything about it. This kid just refused to relent and was not willing to hand over the drawings and the workmanship to them. This made Li Shimin and Li Yuan both angry and speechless. "Speaking of which, you've already done it. Why are you still so stingy about this? When the time comes, will I give you less benefits?" Li Yuan said speechlessly, "The Ministry of Works has paid for it." In addition, the people from the Ministry of Works also said that the reconstruction and renovation of all places in Chang and will be handed over to our academy. You see, this kind of good thing you've made many people jealous. As the saying goes, it's better to be happy together than to be happy alone. You see, you're living so comfortably. If one day His Majesty is interested and comes to your academy to look at your house and then look at the prescription at the foot of the mountain, what will His Majesty say? When the time comes, if someone takes advantage of you and says that you're not willing to repair the construction of the two cities, how will His Majesty look at you? That's all. Shining silver. Besides, don't many students in our academy know how to do it? At this time, isn't it just right to cooperate with the Ministry of Works? 3 years later, even if your students don't have to take the imperial examination, they can directly work in the Ministry of Works. Such a good opportunity, are you willing to give it up? Think about it, when you go to the imperial court to be an official, can you still stay on the mountain for a lifetime? Are you still willing to live in that kind of dilapidated house? Zhang Feng seemed to be a little tempted. Slowly reaching out his hand, he looked at Li Yuan and said, "In that case, let's first pay for the cement to repair the Dongdu." Chapter 1577. Li Yuan was instantly dumbfounded. He had long forgotten about this matter. But now that Zhang Feng mentioned it, he instantly remembered why this kid's nose was not his nose and his eyes were not his eyes when he went up the mountain. It turned out that he was thinking about this. He also remembered that it was indeed him who said that the matter of the renovation of Dongdu was repaired. At that time, it was also the time when White Deer College was being built. He originally thought that this kid had forgotten about it. He did not expect that he was still thinking about it. At that time, Li Yuan spent a lot of effort to get the manufacturing process of the cement. Then he unexpectedly made a fortune. At the very least, the paving of the streets in Chang and City and Central City was due to the cement. Coupled with the renovation of Dongdu, Li Yuan forgot about everything that happened after that. At this time, Li Yuan heard this and laughed. "So this is what you're thinking about, kid? Alright, I'll ask someone to calculate the accounts tomorrow and send the account book and money to you. Kid, when did you become such a money grubber?" Li Yuan agreed with some pain in his heart. At this time, Zhang Feng instantly beamed with joy. "That's right. Even brothers have to settle accounts clearly, let alone our two families, right? Let's go, I'll treat you to grilled fish." Hearing that there was good food to eat, Li Yuan's eyes instantly became round. "That's good. Let's go." While talking, the two of them put their arms around each other's shoulders and walked to the lake under the waterfall under the envious eyes of Cheng Chumo and the others. By the lake, people had already built fishing platforms everywhere. At this time, Yu Shernan, the old scholar, and Sun Simiao were reciting poems while fishing and tasting tea. Li Yuan almost wanted to go up and kick them. "Good fellow, such a peaceful day and you've forgotten me? Do you really think I'm old?" The arrival of the two of them also instantly attracted the few fishing people. They quickly put down the fishing rods in their hands and stepped forward one after another. "Elder Li, why didn't you send someone to inform us that you were coming?" Li Yuan chuckled and cupped his fists at everyone, saying, "Didn't I have nothing to do? I just wanted to go up the mountain to take a look. But you guys don't know what we saw on the way up?" They sat around the small teapot and Zhang Feng was pushed out of the circle. He could only go fishing and prepare the food. As soon as they sat down, they curiously surrounded Li Yuan and asked, "Elder Li, tell us, what did you see?" "That's right. You're only halfway through. You're still hanging in the air. Tell me about it. Brother Li, what exactly did you see?" In the face of their inquiry, Li Yuan glanced at Zhang Feng, then pointed in the direction of the gray building in the hatchery and said, This matter we have to start from the 300,000 pigs. At that time didn't you all wonder why this kid wanted the craftsman to go up the mountain, and then you all went silent? When I was at the foot of the mountain today, I saw a herd of pigs and lambs running around with my second son. When they heard this they couldn't help but feel even more confused. At this time, everyone also instantly thought of Elder Gao as well as the matter of Zhang Feng asking the crown prince to get eunuch Gao. They also thought of the matter of them questioning Zhang Feng at that time. At this time when he heard Li Yuan say this, Yu Shernan couldn't help but ask, could it be that the kid's new breed of pig was made? Li Yuan was still a little shocked at this time and smacked his lips. I saw it with my own eyes. The pig that was less than 3 months old was estimated to be more than 100-200 caddies. This is 2 months. Yes. When they heard this they instantly sucked in a breath of cold air. At this time, Li Yuan looked at Sun Simiao who seemed to have sensed something and said, Divine Dr. Sun, you still have a part to play in this. Several people looked at Sun Simiao at once. Sun Simiao looked at Zhang Feng who was eavesdropping with a strange expression, then said, at that time, it was this kid who asked the old man to go up the mountain to find some herbs as soon as the old man went up the mountain. At that time the old man didn't know what the use of these fodder was, but in the end he found out that he added it into the nutritious porridge. Li Yuan knew about this matter. Porridge mixed with chicken, duck and pork, plus some seasonings and herbs, Li Yuan was addicted to drinking this thing now. He had to have a bowl every morning and night. His whole body was flushed. But at this time, when Sun Simiao said this, Li Yuan instantly asked vigilantly, Divine Dr. Sun, could it be that you want to say that the pig feed that Feng Zi made this time was also made with these things? In an instant, several people's expressions became incomparably interesting. Everyone's face suddenly became incomparably pale. This thing until now they would drink it every morning and night. But now, when talking about the matter of pigs, why did Sun Simiao say this? Could it be that it was really like what the retired emperor said, that this whatever feed for pigs was made from this thing? Sun Simiao saw the strange expressions of several people. Only then did he recover from his memories, waving his hand and saying, No, 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 you're thinking too much. What I want to say is that at that time the old man collected more than 30 kinds of herbs, but this porridge only used less than 7 kinds of herbs. Later the old man asked, only then did he know that this kid wanted to use this thing to make a kind of feed. At that time the old man also didn't know what this thing was, but later on that kid told me the truth. When several people heard this, their hearts were instantly at ease, and they breathed a deep sigh of relief. This kid is so impatient no matter what he does. Li Yuan glared at Zhang Feng. He continued, Right, this feat I seem to have heard about it when I was at the foot of the mountain before, and I also heard that Feng Zi once bought a large number of locusts and seemed to be making something for pigs to eat. Could it be this thing? When he said this he instantly got into big trouble. Yu Shernan and several people's faces instantly turned green. They angrily glared at Zhang Feng who was preparing to slip away and said, Little brat, come here for the old man. Chapter 1578. Zhang Feng felt wronged. If I have to report everything to you guys, what privacy do I have left? Could it be that in your eyes, this thing really has to be placed under the sun so that it can be seen clearly? Zhang Feng was also a bachelor. He chuckled as if he didn't know anything. He strolled over and said, Mr. Bosher, what can I do for you? The fish will be served soon. Let me ask you about the pig feed and the bone-strengthening powder you gave to the old man, are they made of the same material? Zhang Feng heard that and immediately became angry. Who said that? Who said that? You have to speak with a conscience. Back then I spent a lot of money to collect locusts. Is that why? Isn't that to solve the locust problem? Although the locusts have been killed, how long will it take for people, chickens, ducks, and pigs to eat the hundreds of thousands and millions of insect corpses? Even if we eat until now, we might not be able to finish them all. However, these insects will rot. Once they rot, the toxins contained in these insects' corpses will cause even more serious disasters. There is a saying that after a disaster there will be a plague. But look at this year's locust plague. Is there any problem? It's all thanks to these things. So, I collected these locusts and selected the ones that had no problems. After processing, they became delicious fried locusts and salt and pepper locusts. But the shelf life of these things is limited and I can't keep accumulating so many locusts, can I? So, I made this pig feed. By the way, Lao Li also knows about this, so I added some medicinal materials, bran, grass powder, salt, tung oil and other things to make the feed. I did this just to benefit the country and the people. There is no difference at all. And I did this just to let the people of the entire Tang dynasty live a well-off life. Only then did the expressions of Li Yuan as well as Yu Shernan and the others ease up a little. Then they still asked somewhat strangely, "Are you sure that the things you gave us to eat are all?" "Don't worry, I'm also eating those things. Do you think I'll be careless when it comes to eating?" Hearing this, Yu Shernan and the others were relieved and asked, "Just now we heard from old Master Li that he encountered a group of pigs at the foot of the mountain. I heard that it was you who made them?" Zhang Feng was somewhat stupefied, looking at Li Yuan. Li Yuan coughed and said, "I went out for a stroll and met Jing Tufu." This time, Zhang Feng instantly understood. "You all know about that matter and this?" Li Yuan waved his hand and said, "We all know about this matter. What we want to ask is, does that pork really have no fishy smell?" This was a big deal. This was related to whether this thing could be used as a business opportunity at the opening banquet of the phosphate fertilizer factory. At this time, although pork had been accepted in Chang, and it was still deeply disliked in other places. At this time, the phosphate fertilizer factory was related to the lives of everyone in the world, as well as a new business opportunity for those businessmen. They would never let go of this opportunity. Therefore, Li Yuan and Li Shimin thought of this matter almost at the same time. That was why Li Yuan asked this question at this time. It was the first time that Li Yuan was so cautious. At this time, Zhang Feng also felt a little scared in his heart. But thinking carefully about what he heard when he was in his hometown, as well as seeing the butcher pigs with his own eyes and asking his dad those idiotic questions, Zhang Feng still said, "I'm sure. This pig definitely has no fishy smell." When Zhang Feng wanted to eat pork for the first time, he went to get some and was immediately dumbfounded. Putting aside the fact that the pig was skin and bones, those breeding pigs made Zhang Feng somewhat unsure of how to eat them. In the end, when he was strolling in the pharmacy, he happened to see a big aniseed. Only then did he think of this method to get rid of the fishy smell. But the wine used in this made Zhang Feng's heart ache terribly, and the source of this was the pig's egg. Once it was removed, there would generally not be any fishy smell. This was also what he had asked the adults out of curiosity and ignorance when he was in the countryside. At this time, hearing Zhang Feng say this, Li Yuan then said, "Fengzi, you're going to make a fortune this time." Hearing this, Zhang Feng was a little dumbfounded. And Yu Shernan and the others were the same. They asked, "What's going on?" Li Yuan smiled mysteriously and said, "Actually, this is true. Such a good thing, how can we be the only ones to enjoy it? We have to set our sights a little further. Think about those bitter cold places. Don't these people lack this kind of thing the most?" Li Yuan said. Zhang Feng instantly slapped his head. He also thought of such a matter and said excitedly, "Motherf asterisk her, this is really a big deal to make a fortune. Old master, we're rich this time." Chapter 1579. Pigs. This kind of thing. There were not many of them in this era. The main reason was that the smell of this thing was too strong. Most people would not raise them, and the only purpose of raising these things was to get their feces. After the feces were mixed with the thatch and leaves in the pig house and fermented, this was the best fertilizer in the eyes of their era. This kind of fertilizer even lasted for thousands of years. However, the pigs in this era did not have a trace of dignity. Their existence was just to let the people get feces. Only a very small number of poor people would use some indigenous methods to marinate some meat for daily consumption, because they could not afford the expensive mutton. Therefore, when Tubo and the disaster of Tugahun Locust were in an uproar, Zhang Feng took the opportunity to get a lot. At that time, everyone thought that Zhang Feng was crazy and that the Tang dynasty was crazy. They sold and gave all the pigs to the Tang dynasty. In their eyes, people could not eat their fill at that time, let alone this kind of filthy thing. If they could exchange it for some final value, they would also get something. However, who would have thought that Zhang Feng would actually be able to turn this trash into a treasure? He was able to turn it from the lowliest, least liked, and even somewhat insulting filth into a treasure that was sought after by everyone in the blink of an eye. This matter really made people's jaws drop to the ground. As soon as the braised meat appeared, it made the people in Chang'an crazy. First, they gave it alms at the city gate. Then, the people could not bear the temptation of the fragrance and tried to buy it. Then, when the big families got the news, they were fascinated. After 2 months, the people in Chang'an had already accepted the taste of the braised meat. At this time, no one said that this thing was filthy. There were even students who came up with a poem for this pork. They did not mention it. Now, when Li Yuan and the others found out that eunuch Gao, whom Zhang Feng had mysteriously gotten from the palace, was actually for this matter at that time, everyone was secretly laughing that Zhang Feng would actually do something foolish. Today, after accidentally seeing those fat pigs in the pigsty that he had never seen before, Li Yuan could no longer remain calm. At this moment, Zhang Feng was also thinking about many things. The first thing that came to his mind was how he could make the first move in the export trade with the pork this time. The most important thing was the benefits that the pig would bring in the future. In this era there was no such thing as a refrigerator. Therefore, the transportation of this kind of pig must be done while it was still alive or directly sold as piglets. Only in this way could the profits be maximized. But if that's the case, what about the money? He couldn't possibly let all the people of the Tang dynasty go to the outer space, could he? That was simply impractical. Slowly, Zhang Feng thought of something. That was artificial ice. This thing could be said to be complicated, but it was really complicated. Could be said to be simple, but it could be easily made. Once it was made, it would save a lot of money when transporting pork in the future, as well as the leakage of the technology by freezing the entire process. If that was the case, how much money would that be? *CK. Li Yuan looked at Zhang Feng's drooling appearance and couldn't help but criticize in his heart. Fengzi, what are you thinking in your head right now? The current industry of this thing is just being accepted by the people in our Chang, and you wanna? Li Yuan naturally knew what Zhang Feng was thinking of. This guy was probably thinking of those gold and silver things in his head. Otherwise, how could he have such an appearance? Thinking up to here, Li Yuan continued, before today, I really haven't heard about the matter of this pig. It's just that I feel that the meat is becoming less and less, and I keep feeling that I'm not used to it. Today, when I left the city for a stroll, I discovered that you actually caused such a big commotion outside the city. But this time, you can be considered to have miscalculated. Zhang Feng waved his hand and said, No, no, no. Old man, it's not the time yet. Li Yuan naturally curled his lips disapprovingly and said, Then tell me, what did old man say wrong? Zhang Feng became spirited and said to Yu Shernan and the others, Old man, respected teachers, this is what I think. This kind of thing, like a pig in everyone's eyes, it's just a kind of fertilizer that promotes the farmers' fields. Although the braised meat has appeared at this time, once this popularity passes, this pig will still be this kind of unremarkable pig. So even if we spend countless financial and material resources, it's impossible to promote it. So, I'm asking you if you want to make another plan. The few of them heard this. They looked at each other and smiled. Li Yuan said, So, you're planning to let it be raised in that small village just like that? Zhang Feng waved his hand and said smugly, Old man, don't look down on this village. Have you ever heard of the phrase, a single spark can start a prairie fire? Once the fire of this small village really burns, then, it's a fire that's enough to burn into the stomach of every citizen in an instant. Chapter 1580. Naturally, Li Yuan and the others didn't know that a single spark could start a prairie fire. At this time, they didn't have time to study the origin of Zhang Feng's words. The pig that could grow to 200 pounds in 3 months was a miraculous thing that couldn't be more miraculous. And this was a good thing that didn't have any fishy smell. For ordinary people, if they could eat mutton during the new year, it would be a sign that their family was well off. But most of the people had never tasted mutton since they were children. They could only afford to eat the unbearably smelly pork from before. This time, Zhang Feng's move undoubtedly brought good news to all the ordinary people of the Tang dynasty. Zhang Feng was right about this thing. No matter what method Zhang Feng used before, even if they used the imperial edict, the effect would be minimal. After all, it was just like the opening of White Deer College last time. The imperial edict was issued, but still no one came. Later, because of the mid-autumn poetry meet, students came one after another. What did this mean? It meant that the imperial edict was sometimes just an excuse. It could only convey one thing to the people. And what really influenced the people was still their own decision. No one could influence them. Not to mention this pig. Now, if they bought it from Zhang Feng, they would have to pay a lot of money for a pig. For ordinary people, if they didn't see any concrete evidence to prove that this pig was really different from the previous one, who would be willing to buy it? Therefore, at this time, Zhang Feng said that a single spark could start a prairie fire. This was the real meaning. Only when they felt good using it, they would buy it. This was the normal state of the people in this era. But at this time, Ouyang Sun said something different. Kid, since the establishment of our academy, we have been aiming to educate all people. Such a good thing, why did we choose such a method this time? The old Xiaocai and Li Gang both nodded. They agreed with Ouyang Sun's words. Seeing this, Zhang Feng hurriedly said, Mr. Xinbin, do you still remember the braised meat incident last time? Ouyang Sun naturally remembered. He nodded and asked, Is it related to this matter? There must be a huge connection. Think about it. The people in Chang, and can accept it because of the braised meat incident. But what about the people in other places? What about those who had never tasted braised meat? Will they believe that this thing is real just because of a few words? Zhang Feng shrugged. Impossible. Ouyang Sun frowned and said, when you were talking to the old man just now, I was thinking about this. After thinking about it for a long time, I feel that this is a good thing for the country and the people. At this time there is only mutton. Other than that, there is almost no other meat that is too mainstream. The appearance of pork on one hand can make meat affordable for the people, and on the other hand, make meat a part of the people's livelihood. Why not? Why do you say it's impossible? Without waiting for Zhang Feng to speak, Li Yuan, who had a cigarette in his mouth, said with a smile, this matter, if my guess is correct, this kid's meaning should be that right now, the common people are still unable to accept these things, just like when we first released those locusts. Only after they personally witness this matter, perhaps they will truly believe that there is such a miraculous pig in this world, as well as such a wonderful thing. Think about it. Before I saw it, I thought this kid was bragging that he could increase his weight to 200 kilograms in 3 months, let alone them. That's why I feel that Feng Zi is right. Only by letting these people see with their own eyes how different these piggies are every day and then spreading the news will this effect will be based on their own interests. How can they not know this? Li Yuan patted Zhang Feng's shoulder with a smile and asked, am I right? Zhang Feng's mouth twitched. Yes, you're right. However, we can eat fish now. The fish has taken the bait. Ha ha. Hearing this, several people laughed out loud. But this time they didn't say a single word about not having a son. Almost everyone sitting here was a figure who could make the earth tremble with a stomp of their feet in the Tang dynasty. Naturally, their good taste was also vicious. So today he got their approval. It was also a good thing for Zhang Feng in the future. He was still worried that after this matter was exposed by old Master Li, would he give him another ideological and political lesson. But at this time, seeing this, he finally passed the examination. How could this not make Zhang Feng happy? In fact, this pig. Zhang Feng had been thinking about it since early in the morning. But it was also because the people did not like it that it had been delayed and paid a lot of money to let Jing Tufu, Ma Zhou and the others go out of the city separately to do this thing. Only under the white eyes of the people, let them see, would they believe that this thing was powerful and awesome. At this time, Zhang Feng listened to the laughter of several people. He also grabbed the fishing rods in a hurry and pulled the fish up. But because he bragged a little longer just now, several rods had already been rising and falling on the surface of the lake at this time. And there were still 2 rods which were in danger of sliding into the lake. With one in each hand, Zhang Feng spent an entire meal's worth of effort to get 2 huge carps. And the 2 carps were almost golden yellow. Seeing this, several people could not help but stop talking and looked at the carps in Zhang Feng's hand with a heavy face. Dong dong. The 2 lively fish died easily in Zhang Feng's hands. Seeing that everyone was looking at him with a strange expression, Zhang Feng smiled and said, this fish is fresh enough. Wait a moment, we can eat the grilled fish soon. Chapter 1581. Several people looked at Li Yuan with a strange look. Then they looked at Zhang Feng. They didn't know what to say. When the country was founded, the retired emperor had issued an edict that this carp had the same name as the Li royal family, so it was forbidden to eat carp. But today, in front of the retired emperor who issued the imperial edict, he killed the carp himself and ate it. Zhang Feng was probably the first person in the world. After the old scholar came to his senses, he hurriedly grabbed Zhang Feng, pulled Zhang Feng aside with a solemn look and whispered, Fengzi, don't you know that this fish can't be eaten? Zhang Feng was stunned. Old scholar, haven't you eaten it many times and it's all right? And this autumn carp is the fattest and most delicious. Look at this fish, how fat and tender it is. It's a pity not to eat it. Hearing that, the old scholar turned pale with fright and hurriedly covered Zhang Feng's mouth, saying, can you stop talking? Don't you know about the imperial edict? Zhang Feng was even more confused. Wasn't it just eating a fish? Did he have to be like this? I say, old scholar, do you have to be like this just to eat a fish? What imperial edict? Can't you eat this fish? But before he finished speaking, Zhang Feng's face couldn't help but become strange. He didn't think of any imperial edict, but he thought of a matter that was mentioned many times in the old and new Tang dynasty books. That was, Li Yuan once ordered that ordinary people were forbidden to eat. Damn it. Damn it. Zhang Feng was a little uneasy in an instant. He remembered that last time he also fried fish with lime powder here. But didn't you all eat more delicious than the other one? Why couldn't he eat it today? Was there something wrong with the calendar? Or the days reversed? Seeing Zhang Feng like this, Yu Shernan and others all looked at Zhang Feng with a playful look, wondering how to solve it. If this brat didn't suffer a few setbacks, his temper wouldn't change. When Li Yuan saw this, he couldn't help but shake his head. Although he also wanted to see Zhang Feng suffer, this was not the time to play this. He said faintly, "Okay, this matter is not so serious. This fish just a few of us will eat. It's not a problem. As long as we don't say who will know what fish we eat." When Zhang Feng heard that, he gave Li Yuan a big thumbs up and said, "It's still the old man who is open-minded. Like I said, isn't it just a fish fungus?" The word carp, in carp, meant good fortune descending from the heavens. It was the same as the name of the royal family. What did this mean? This means that the heavens have bestowed good fortune. The carp represents wealth and fortune. How can we not use it? The corner of Li Yuan's mouth twitched. He couldn't help but curse in his heart. To be able to forcefully pull something like this up, you're really something. Okay, stop bragging. I haven't eaten until now today. Don't you know how to feel sorry for me, this old man? When Zhang Feng heard that, he instantly beamed with joy and glanced at everyone. After seeing that everyone ignored him, he ran to fish eagerly. When it came to eating, Zhang Feng had never been careless. The stove here was ready-made. After the fish was slightly marinated with onion, garlic, ginger and pepper, Zhang Feng eagerly ran to the villa and brought 2 large trays, a piece of butter, dogwood and other condiments. The fish needed to be roasted slowly over a small fire. And it didn't need any operation. After a while, Li Yuan, Yu Shernan, and the others who were playing cards were attracted by the fragrance here. They looked at the 2 trays that were stacked together and couldn't help but ask, "It's done just like that?" Zhang Feng nodded. "Yes, but it will take a while. Wait for me to warm the wine for him. When the wine is warm and a handful of wine is sprinkled, it can be taken out of the pot." It was the first time for everyone to see grilled fish like this. They had almost eaten the paper-wrapped fish and grilled fish with a stick before, but they really hadn't seen fish cooked like this. The spicy taste of dogwood and the numbing taste of pepper instantly made everyone's appetite move under the effect of the sizzling oil. Zhang Feng was neither too fast nor too slow. However, Li Yuan had long been jealous. "Fengzi, this thing, how long will it take?" Zhang Feng said, "Neither too fast nor too slow. What's the hurry?" "Wait. We can't wait, let's start?" Li Yuan rubbed his hands, his eyes wide open. Zhang Feng was a little speechless, but when he turned around to look, Yu Shernan and the others' expressions were almost the same as Li Yuan's. He nodded and said, "Then, you guys step aside, I'll show you a unique skill and you can eat in a while." While talking, Zhang Feng used the dagger to carefully pry open the inverted tray. In an instant, everyone's eyes widened, staring at the tray. At this time, the 2 carps in the tray were already yellow and orange on the surface, especially the fish tails, which were raised high at this time. Zhang Feng used the dagger to turn the 2 fish over. Then he evenly sprinkled a layer of seasoning and a layer of sauce, sprinkled some shallots, and then Zhang Feng slightly added a few wooden sticks to the fire in the stove to make it more vigorous. He took a small wine jar from another stove and evenly sprinkled a layer of wine on the fish in the tray. Then Zhang Feng lit up a small branch and threw it into the tray under the curious gazes of the few people. The next moment, the whole tray, with a bang, ignited a raging fire. In an instant, everyone was shocked. Until now, Zhang Feng clapped his hands and said, "Okay, we can start." Chapter 1582. Such a big fire. And it's in such a rough way, making Li Yuan and the others stunned. It's the first time they've seen such a cooking method. Without using a stove, only a small stove can cook such a delicacy. In everyone's eyes, they can't help but wonder if what they ate before counts as food. The key is that the taste of this fish is extremely delicious. But looking at the blazing blue flame and Zhang Feng sitting cross-legged in front of the stove, they can't help but feel a little apprehensive. This thing, can it be eaten? But really can't stand the temptation of that delicacy. Li Yuan also imitated and sat down with Zhang Feng. Zhang Feng scattered a handful of wild vegetables at this time and called everyone to sit down. Yu Shernan and the others also really haven't seen such a way of eating. Seeing Li Yuan sit down, they can only brace themselves and sit down. This is a carp, but it's eaten with the retired emperor. At this time, except for Zhang Feng, the hearts of the others are filled with thrill. But Zhang Feng doesn't care. After all, there's no emperor here as well as court officials. What's there to be afraid of? He doesn't believe that the common people haven't secretly eaten this thing. As soon as they sit down. After Li Yuan tasted a mouthful, the expression on his face instantly becomes very interesting. "Fengzi, you have to teach that chef of mine how to cook such delicious food when we get back. Eating here, I have a feeling that I don't want to leave. Don't say this way of eating, it looks fancy, but the taste is also superb." Zhang Feng calls out to everyone smugly, "Respected teachers, let's eat. otherwise it'll be in the old man's stomach. Ah. The few people laughed dryly, only drinking, not daring to move their chopsticks. Seeing this, Zhang Feng is too lazy to pay attention to them. Isn't it satisfying to eat and drink with Li Yuan? After eating for a while, Li Yuan asks, Fengzi, the battle of Qiuzi this time is already imminent. Why do you still look so leisurely and carefree, as if you're not in a hurry at all? Zhang Feng chuckles. Could it be that frowning and sighing every day is the solution? Li Yuan's eyes flashed and he nodded. This kid was right. However, he still asked in confusion, but right now, everyone who knows about this matter is frowning, except you. Could it be that you have some kind of brilliant plan? Zhang Feng looked at Li Yuan with a face full of vigilance. What? Lao Li came and didn't work, why did you also come to trick me? To tell you the truth, this matter is already destined to be resolved. What is there to worry about? I've asked Mokito and Arkanon about the workshop at the foot of the mountain and the workshop on the mountain last night. Basically, they have produced more than 10,000 crossbows and strong bows, as well as more than 10,000 new spears. By the way, speaking of spears, I'll show you the spear that I designed today. As Zhang Feng spoke, he mysteriously put down his wine glass and took out a long object wrapped in red cloth from his back. Li Yuan saw this thing when he came today, but Zhang Feng didn't say anything, so he didn't ask. At this time, after Zhang Feng took it down, he patted the red cloth package and said, This was sent by Mokito last night. Originally, when Lao Li came yesterday, I wanted to give it to him, but at that time the workshop was busy, so Mokito didn't send it until last night. As he spoke, Zhang Feng slowly opened the red cloth. Inside the red cloth, there was a shiny silver object with a bit of sharpness in front of everyone's eyes. Although this object was called a spear, it had 3 sections. Each section was about 5 feet long, and on the first section, there was a slightly curved object that was almost 4 feet long. It looked like a mo sword but also like a machete. It was something between a spear and a spear. It looked quite heavy and solemn. Li Shimin was a little shocked. Yu Shernan and the others had heavy expressions on their faces. Zhang Feng slowly put the 3 sections together, and what connected these 3 things was actually something like a screw. The handle was made of iron and it was hollow. It looked quite heavy. On the last section, which was similar to the handle, there was a drum the size of a fist. At the end of the drum there was a sharp tip. It was only a few inches long. The whole spear looked quite solemn at this time. Zhang Feng got up with some difficulty, waved the spear and then stabbed it on the fishing platform. He said proudly, Old man, what do you think of this thing? In the past, almost all spears had handles made of wood. Although it was light. But it was too damaged. At this time, seeing this spear, for some reason, it gave Li Yuan the feeling that this thing was the real spear. Li Yuan couldn't help but get up. Under the worried eyes of Yu Shernan and the others, he picked up the spear and waved it vigorously. Then he asked, Fengzi, this spear, is it the kind of spear that you said can break anything? Without waiting for Zhang Feng to speak, the spear in Li Yuan's hand fiercely chopped on a big stone not far from everyone. Ding. Chapter 1583. Under everyone's horrified gazes. That big rock, from the place where the spear hacked, actually cracked open a crack, then with a crack, it split into 2 halves. In an instant. Not only Yu Shernan, even Li Yuan at this time, sucked in a breath of cold air as if he had a toothache. Such a sharp spear, not only can it stab, but even if it's hacking, it's still so sharp. This is a big rock. It can even be broken with 1 hack if it's a human who can withstand it. Wouldn't this be splitting a human and a horse? Li Yuan hurriedly pulled back the spear, carefully looking at the sharp edge, only to see that the place where this diamond-shaped spear had just hacked down, except for a trace of white mark and a trace of the curved edge, there was no trace left. If this was a spear in the past, with such a hack, it would be strange if it didn't split into 2 halves. But, if this was placed in the hands of Li Yuan when he was young or in the hands of Niu Jinda and the others, with this hack, good. Li Yuan couldn't help but shout good, excitedly. Fengzi, this thing, how many did you make? Zhang Feng pressed his hand, letting the few of them sit down, then said, This thing, I only said that I designed a few. Does Li Gan want to go to Baiju Temple? This thing, I'm going to give him and Gao Can 1 each, also General Niu Jinda, although I haven't seen him before, General Niu's reputation, this little one admires him very much, so I'm going to give him a few to show my sincerity. Li Yuan's eyes reddened. Then why don't you give old man 1 to play with? Zhang Feng's expression froze. You're already so old, if you sprain your waist, I can't afford to compensate. Not giving. You stinky brat, today Lao Tzu wants this thing, you have to give it even if you don't want to. Someone come, bring it back for me. Li Yuan was also anxious. He hugged the spear tightly and refused to let go. He even hurriedly called for the commander of the guards and ran away with the spear in his arms. Only after watching the imperial bodyguard carry the pike away did Li Yuan sit down comfortably. He patted Zhang Feng's shoulder as if he was showing off. Zhang Feng was speechless. Is there a need for that? Since I can take it out in front of you, I'm naturally prepared to give it to you. Otherwise, why would I take it out? Brat, if you saw the good stuff that time, would you cheat me? When Li Yuan heard that, he almost had a feeling of wanting to beat someone up. Bastard, couldn't you have told me earlier? Zhang Feng couldn't be bothered with him. He said, actually, I was prepared to give you the longbow and crossbow for self-defense, but this thing is related to the Battle of Chiotzi, it can't be lost, so I thought about it and didn't take it out. When the Battle of Chiotzi is over, I, Zhang Feng, will naturally give you as many of these things as you want. Even if you have to arm yourself to the teeth, I'll get it for you, just not now. Li Yuan heard that and couldn't help but be flustered. However, seeing that Zhang Feng was unwilling to say more, he could only give up. Just as Yu Shernan and the others were worried, and Li Yuan was panting with rage and was about to go berserk, the meal ended. At this time, the few people were also dizzy from drinking, basking in the sun and blowing the warm wind on the lake. They were even more drunk now. Li Yuan looked at Zhang Feng, whose face was red and humming an unknown song, and asked, Fengzi, I heard that you've been working on some cannon recently, is that thing really as powerful as my Erlang said? Zhang Feng was already drunk to the point of dizziness. Seeing that Li Yuan asked about this, Zhang Feng instantly became spirited. I say, old master, you're looking down on me, Zhang Feng, aren't you? Look at me, do those things have an undeserved reputation? Let me tell you, you haven't seen the power of those cannons. Good fellow, with the current situation of Chiotzi, only 10 cannons are enough to make the 300,000 troops outside the city retreat in an instant. If they're not afraid of death and attack by force, it only takes 2 hours for the 300,000 troops to be blown up by my 10 cannons. Moreover, these cannons are an area of effect attack, it's not something those arrow clusters can compare to. It's just that the range is only about 300 to 500 steps. However, as long as they dare to show their faces, these 10 cannons, Lao Tzu will teach them a lesson. Li Yuan had heard about this matter long ago. But at this time, seeing Zhang Feng say so, he still somewhat does not believe it. Moreover, he came to the mountain today to fish for information. Seeing that Zhang Feng is drunk at this time, Li Yuan could not help but click his tongue twice, saying disdainfully, this bragging is simply enough. Hearing this, Zhang Feng was instantly enraged. Hey, I said you're a rotten old man, you don't believe it, do you? As soon as these words come out, the complexion of the old scholar and the others suddenly change greatly. They hurriedly want to stop Zhang Feng. Li Yuan, on the other hand, does not care. He waves his hand to let everyone sit down, laughing mischievously. Who doesn't know how to brag, but just like that flintlock, you've been talking about it for so long, but you should take it out. How can Zhang Feng endure this? Standing up unsteadily, he grabs Li Yuan's collar and says, Go, 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 I'll let you experience it. Chapter 1584. Yu Shernan and the others were dumbfounded by Li Yuan's actions. How could they not see that Li Yuan was trying to goad them into action? But the kind of weapon Zhang Feng took out just now really gave them quite a scare. This thing. It was simply cruel to look at, not to mention using it on the battlefield. If it was before, they would have already pointed at Zhang Feng's nose and scolded him. How could they wait until now? But now, after following Zhang Feng for a long time as well as reading those books on psychology, medicine, military science and so on written by Zhang Feng, they gradually accepted these. But it did not mean that they could really accept these weapons. At this time, seeing Li Yuan like this, they all shook their heads and sighed. But, at this time, seeing the two swagger towards the forging workshop, how could they sit still? Wouldn't they make a hole in the sky if they went there? The old scholar stood up shakily and shouted at a few students passing by not far away, Someone, quickly go and tell Ma Zhou and the others to follow the dean. You must watch the dean. On the other side, after Fang Xianling and Wei Zheng finished dealing with the matters of the imperial court, they then leisurely rode their mules up the mountain, discussing the matters of the imperial court along the way. As soon as the two arrived at the foot of the mountain, they bumped into the old village chief strolling blindly on the street with a string of money. When the old village chief saw the two, he hurriedly went forward to welcome them. Yo! This old man woke up this morning and heard this magpie chirping in front of the small window. So it's the two of you who came? Fang Xianling and Wei Zheng also cupped their fists and greeted the old village chief asking, So it's the old village chief you are? Hee, I have nothing to do, right? I have to keep an eye on it. If those things from before happen again, I'll feel guilty. As if touching on the old village chief's sore spot, the two could not bear it and hurriedly asked, "Then you stroll first." "We went up the mountain to look for Fengzi. I wonder if he's on the mountain?" "He's here." However, before noon today old Master Li also came. "You can go to Fengzi's villa to look for him. You can't go wrong." Wei Zhang and Fang Xianling were shocked. He hurriedly cupped his fists at the old village chief and urged the little donkey under him to hurry up the mountain. After the two of them left, Qin Xiang asked curiously, "Grandpa, who are these two grandpas?" The old village head put away the smile on his face and stared at Fang Xianling and Wei Zhang, saying, "Remember these two. These two are here to trap Fengzi. These guys, when they have nothing to do, they come to trap him. You have to be careful. In the future you have to be on guard against them. You have to watch out for your brother's family." Qin Huan looked at the two of them as if she understood. She shook her finger and said, "Oh, so they are bad guys." Fang Xianling and Wei Zhang did not expect that the retired emperor would dare to climb Mount Shao alone. Such a big thing had happened a few days ago. If he acted alone at this time, what if the remnants of those people? What would the consequences be? Moreover, the retired emperor had always been very arrogant. What Zhang Feng was doing now had a wide range of implications. If he drank a few cups of wine, the consequences would be, however, at this moment. Just as the two of them hurriedly urged the little donkey to pass through the mountain gate and were ready to go up the mountain, a rider suddenly jumped down from the mountain. The two of them could not help but be stunned. Although the cement road was paved with rubber, the sound of the horse's hooves hitting the ground was unusually clear. When the two of them looked over, they saw that the rider was carrying a long thing wrapped in clothes on his shoulder. It seemed to be a spear, but it was not. The point was that the two of them knew this person. It was the retired emperor's guard captain. The two of them could not help but look at each other. How could he go down the mountain at this time? However, they did not dare to ask and could only urge the little donkey to run up the mountain. When the guard captain passed by the two of them, he just nodded and hurried away. This time, Wei Zhang and Fang Xianling were furious. They looked at each other in shock, then urged their little donkeys to gallop up the mountain. When the two of them arrived at the villa area, they only saw that Yu Shernan and others were still drinking tea, chatting and fishing by the waterfall not far away, but they did not see Zhang Feng and Li Yuan. The two of them did not wait to greet each other and hurriedly asked, "Brother Bashi, have you seen the old master and Fengzi?" The few of them were stunned. But at the same time they were happy. He pointed to the workshop and said, "They went to the workshop. You should go quickly or I'm afraid they will poke a hole in the sky." Wei Zhang was shocked when he heard this. What's going on? Just now the old master's guard took away the indestructible spear that Fengzi made. Now it seems that he wants to see the cannon that Fengzi mentioned. You have to go quickly. If something happens it will be troublesome. What? The two of them were shocked. The two of them had long heard about the cannon that Zhang Feng had created. They had also witnessed the might of the crossbow and the like. At this moment, when they saw that the two of them were drunk, how could they not know that this was a serious matter? Chapter 1585. While Wei Zhang and Fang Xianling were rushing to the workshop, Fang Xianling rushed to the workshop. On the other side, at the military camp at the desolate mountain pass, Li Yuan's bodyguard was blocked by Yu Qigong's personal guard. At this moment, Yu Qigong and Qing Yaojin were also hurriedly alerted and rushed over. Originally, the two of them had been hurriedly transferred back to the barracks by the emperor because of the matter in Qing province. During this period of time, there had been a lot of problems in the military. First, after Zhang Feng's training method was popularized, it caused some ruffians in the army to cause trouble. Then, the sons of the military leaders quit their jobs. This caused the two of them to be furious. They really wanted to hit someone. But none of these people were good people. These matters were mixed together. So that when the two returned to the military camp, the first thing they did was to fiercely beat these people up. Most importantly, last time, Qin Xiong, that bastard, stole their limelight. At this moment, the two were in a fit of anger. But at this moment, they heard that Li Yuan's imperial guard actually hurriedly left White Deer College by himself. How could this be? The two hurriedly rode their horses and rushed to the pass at the desolate mountain pass. At this moment, that imperial guard commander was holding Li Yuan's gold medal in his hand. The long cloth bundle in his hand was tightly grasped behind his back. People with discerning eyes could tell that this thing, to put it bluntly, was actually a weapon. Who didn't know? When the two arrived, they already discovered that this imperial guard was actually about to make a move. The two of them had seen this person before, and when this person saw that the person in question had arrived, he angrily threw the token in his hand at Yu Qigong. "Lord Yuqi, General Cheng, the two of you really have great authority. You know, this one is under the old master's order to personally escort this thing back to the capital. Do the two of you want to disobey the order? At this moment, the Imperial Guard's words were undoubtedly no different from farts in the ears of Yuchi and Qing Yaojin. He chuckled and said, "What are the two of you talking about? He also has no way of talking about this matter, right? How do I say this thing? Think about it, what if there is a spy pretending to be him?" The Imperial Guard couldn't help but get angry when he heard this. The two of you don't have to be so eccentric. Honestly speaking, this is a great treasure that Principal Zhang gave to the old master. As soon as I hear baby. Yuchi Gong and Qing Yaojin could no longer sit still. They had seen crossbows and strong bows before, but they had only seen them from afar and had never used them. Although these things were now under their supervision, they were still classified as top secret without the emperor's permission. Other than Zhang Feng, no one else had the right to look or ask for one. This is simply like guarding a treasure mountain. How can the two of them let go of this helplessness? Yuchi Gong and Qing Yaojin instantly lost their composure when they saw the item in the Imperial Guard's hand and heard his words. The two of them looked at each other, their eyes flashing with a look that only the two of them understood. Then Yuchi Gong laughed and said, "Well brother, long time no see. Let's go have a good chat?" The Imperial Guard took 2 steps back, his face full of caution. "You two, please don't do this. This one has a heavy life," Qing Yaojin hurriedly interrupted him and said with a smile. "Well, there's no hurry. We've met some bandits on the way. Let's go to the barracks first. This matter isn't urgent. Isn't the old master still on the mountain? It won't be delayed. At most, I'll have someone escort you back personally." The Imperial Guard didn't react. The two of them were held down by the Imperial Guard on the left and right and walked towards the barracks. The barracks were actually still very far away. However, Yuchi Gong and Qing Yaojin were in a hurry to see the mysterious weapon, so they arranged for the Imperial Guard to stay in a nearby tent. As soon as they entered the tent, Yuchi Gong and Qing Yaojin hurriedly passed cigarettes to the Imperial Guard and lit the fire. After a series of actions, the Imperial Guard's head was on cloud 9. Logically speaking, he was only a secondary rank 5 official. However, these two were secondary rank 1 generals. It would be strange if there was nothing wrong with such people trying to curry favor with him. At this moment, the three of them sat down. Yuchi Gong said subtly, "Brother, look, this thing is so heavy. Why don't you put it down and rest for a while?" The Imperial Guard commander had been on guard against these two for a long time, but he also wanted to see the power of this spear for himself. After all, when he was on the mountain just now, although he had seen Li Yuanwu, he felt like a cat was scratching his heart. Now that there were 2 ready-made scapegoats, what's wrong with playing with them? Thinking of this, the Imperial Guard commander reluctantly put the spear in Yuchi Gong's hands. "Lord Yuchi, this was made by President Zhang himself. I heard that this thing was said by President Zhang to be an invincible spear. You two should take it easy." Yuchi Gong and Qing Yaojin were very excited when they heard this. Earlier he had heard that Zhang Feng wanted to tinker with this thing. However, last time he had been tinkering with crossbows, ballistas and other things as well as Mitsubishi Army knives. Each of them had a Mitsubishi Army knife. However, this thing was not satisfying. It was too small. It was not something that a grown man could play with. At this moment, when they heard what the Imperial Guard commander said, how could the two of them bear it? They hurriedly opened the package. When they saw the strangely shaped spear that was made of pure steel, both of their eyes were fixed on it. This was true. Damn it. Zhang Feng really made it. Chapter 1586. Such a weapon. Holding it in his hand, he felt a sense of heaviness. But after weighing it in his hand, he found that it was only a little more than 15 kilograms. If this thing was made by a general, then its weight, wasn't it too light? And if it was a soldier, wasn't this King waste? Thinking of this, the two of them couldn't sit still. After practicing a few moves with it, they looked at the 2 gaps in amazement and asked, "What's the matter with this? Why isn't it whole?" Even the commander was speechless. Playing with it in his hand, he said, "When I saw it before, it had 3 sections. In the end, President Zhang somehow pieced it together. Let me try?" Hearing this, Qing Yaojin's eyes lit up with excitement. Holding the spear shaft, he twisted it left and right and even tugged at it with Yuchi Gong and the commander. But it still couldn't be removed. At this moment, the 3 of them stared at this oddly shaped weapon and couldn't help but frown. But at this moment, Yuchi Gong was playing with the first section and said, "This shape is completely designed for the battlefield. Old hey, this guy has never been on the battlefield and he's like a chicken. How can he make such a thing? This thing looks like it can not only smash but also has the function of a halberd. This is simply made for the battlefield." Was it really made by that bastard Zhang Feng? While talking, Yu Qigong fiercely grabbed the spear shaft, and then fiercely jabbed it down at a bowl-sized protrusion on the ground of the camp. Ding! In an instant, the diamond-shaped spike at the bottom of the spear, like a war drum, pierced the stone instantly. In an instant, the stone was pierced into countless small pieces, and the tip of the spear was intact. The three of them couldn't help but suck in a breath of cold air. This time the Imperial Guard leader said, "No wonder. Just now, by the waterfall, the retired emperor chopped down with his spear, and a huge rock was forcefully shattered. Originally, I thought that the retired emperor's prestige was still the same as before, but now it seems, let's go old hey, let's go for a walk on the mountain?" How could Yu Qigong sit still? It would be fine if he didn't see such a treasure. Now that he had seen it, he had to get one no matter what. Putting aside the issue of self-defense, holding it in his hands would be his face. For a general, the first thing they paid attention to was a war horse of a pure breed. The better the horse, the crazier the general would be. Then came the weapon. On the battlefield, if one had a suitable weapon, then anyone could become an unparalleled god of war. After all, when one went to the battlefield, it was to kill the enemy. No matter how good the armor was, it was useless. It was better to stay at home. At this moment, how could the two of them think of anything else? In their hearts, they were thinking more about whether they could get their hands on a handful of these things. Not to mention using it in battle. Even if it was placed at home, it would still make people happy. "Brother, I suddenly remembered that there are still some important matters in the army. We won't keep you any longer." Yu Qigong suddenly cupped his fists and reluctantly handed the strangely shaped spear to the guard leader. He then said, "Men, quickly send a small team to escort His Excellency back to the city." As he spoke, the two of them reluctantly cupped their fists to the guard leader and then ran away. The head of the Imperial Guards was stunned. "Did the two of you really take me for a fool? Go up the mountain to ask for benefits from the dean. Do you have to do this?" The two of them didn't hear it, but even if they did, they wouldn't take it seriously. Who was he? If they provoked him, they would be fine if he beat them up. It was only for the sake of the Emperor Emeritus that the two of them didn't take him seriously. As soon as the two of them left the tent, they hurriedly rode their horses. After giving orders to the army, they rushed up the mountain. They were afraid that they would lose everything if they were late. After all, just now, Wei Zheng and Fang Shenling went up the mountain personally. At this time they should have bumped into Feng Zi and the Emperor Emeritus. At this time they should be pestering Feng Zi to show off his good weapons. At this time they needed someone bold to test these weapons. Weren't they such people? During this experiment, if there was a slight accident, wouldn't that be? Thinking of this, the two of them sped up. They couldn't wait to be on the mountain at this time. In particular, they didn't know how the dozens of carts of iron for Zhang Feng looked like. It was a good time to go and take a look. After the two of them rushed up the mountain, they went straight to the forge. From afar, the two of them could see carts full of iron or not far away. They were neatly placed in the open space outside the forge. The original forging workshop only occupied a small corner of the west side of the mountain. On the other side of the mountain was the woodworking workshop. At this time there were not many places on the mountain that needed wood, so at this time, it had almost become the workshop's exclusive place to smelt steel. In the three huge furnaces, which were bigger than the brick kiln factory, although they stood far away, they could still feel the blazing heat. On the other side, back then, the edge of the cliff had become a secret place for the forging workshop. Apart from Zhang Feng, only Arkanon and Mokido could enter the cave. At this time, Arkanon also had a private room. It was also called the smelting workshop. It was just producing colored glass. This was his old profession. However, at this time, because of Zhang Feng's arrival, they all came out to greet him. At this time, along with the sound of two horse hooves, only then did the crowd see Yu Qigong and Qing Yaojin. The moment they saw the two of them, Zhang Feng's heart thumped. Damn these two flies, why are they here? Chapter 1587. But since they were already here, Zhang Feng could not say anything. He just waited in place with a smile. It was just that Li Yuan was a little unhappy. This thing was originally an important place. You, a military general, coming here, wasn't it just adding to the rumors? Moreover, it was made by Zhang Feng. Everyone knew how powerful this thing was. Now that he made such a move, wouldn't it be a big problem? Now that they were here, wouldn't they have to ask Feng Zi for this kind of weapon? Once this kind of weapon was circulated, if those hidden spies in the army revealed the matter, then it would be a big joke. Li Yuan saw the arrival of the two and snorted coldly with a fake smile. At this time, aren't you busy with the business? Why did you come here? Gong and Qing Yaojin smiled and said, "Greetings, old master. It hasn't been peaceful recently, so the two of us came to this market today and wandered around. Occasionally we saw your servant running out carrying a big thing, so we chased after him and asked. We heard that Feng Zi made something good, so we couldn't help but come to take a look." Zhang Feng curled his lips. "Let's say first, if you want to take a look, then take it, but don't take it away." Hearing this, the smiles on Gong and Qing Yaojin's faces froze. Li Yuan looked at the three with a smile and did not speak. He beckoned to Wei Zheng and Fang Xianling and said, "Wait, watch it for me. The thing here, don't let these two big mouths take it away." The two of them looked at each other strangely, then nodded and agreed. On the other side, Gong and Qing Yaojin also dismounted at this time and whispered with Zhang Feng for a while, making Zhang Feng startled. Seeing this, Li Yuan was extremely unhappy. "Feng Zi, it's getting late, let's go in and take a look?" Hearing this, Zhang Feng suddenly said, Go, since we've come today we have to go in and take a good look." But Zhang Feng grabbed Gong and said, "Old you said that the girl in Yanlai restaurant is really my cousin?" Gong's eyes looked around and said, "How can this be fake? Yesterday when the servants of my family went out to buy some things, they happened to pass by Yanlai Lu and found out that a lady comparable to Jingshu had come. However, she had been tricked into coming here, saying that she was here to find a way out for her cousin. Moreover, this lady was also surnamed Zhang and came from Phoenix Mountain Range. Thus, my servants went forward to inquire and found out that this lady was actually looking for you. At that time, the procuress was so frightened that she fainted. After that, the servant gave some instructions to the old madam, and then, she was sent back to your courtyard." Hearing this, Zhang Feng felt a headache coming on. This Zhang family. He merely made it up for the sake of his identity. But don't you think it's infuriating? There really was such a King Zhang family, and there really was such a Zhang Feng. Although this matter had passed for a long time, it was just a matter of confirming his identity. But what Zhang Feng feared the most was that in the future, there would come a person who looked exactly like him called Zhang Feng, exposing his lie. Then the fun would really be huge. The most important thing was that this Zhang Feng did not seem to have heard the news of his death. If this person was going to die, then it was still fine. But if he did not die, then the fun would really be huge. Moreover, he had not done anything yet and a cousin popped out of nowhere. This, God, are you King messing with me? Although Zhang Feng was long prepared, but hearing Gong say so at this time, although he did not know whether it was true or false, this could already be said to have rung an alarm bell for Zhang Feng. This matter had to be dealt with. But at this time, old Yu chose to say this at this time, this old man obviously did not have good intentions. Moreover, this was such a big matter, but there was no news from his family. What could he say? This could only be said to be blocked by the cunning old man, old Yu. Damn it, this time I'm going to be screwed over. Zhang Feng was somewhat pained and depressed. But at this time he could only force a smile and look at everyone with a frightening smile. Seeing this, everyone curled their lips. Dean? At this time, Alkinen came out of the cave in a hurry. His body was still filled with smoke and his face looked like he had been fished out of a coal mine. No matter how one looked at it, it was uncomfortable. When Alkinen came, Zhang Feng put aside the distracting thoughts in his mind and asked, "What happened?" Alkinen said embarrassedly, "There was a problem just now and the chest almost exploded. It's good that you're here. Now let's go and have a look." Exploded? What was that? The few people listened to the mysterious conversation and could not help but criticize in their hearts. However, when Zhang Feng heard this, his expression also became tense and said, "Lead the way." Then Zhang Feng said, "Today's matter you can see it but don't spread it out. It's best if you want to smoke it out for me outside. If you see a spark inside, we'll all go to heaven today." The few people could not remain calm in an instant. Wei Zheng and Fang Xianling did not say anything and directly supported Li Yuan, preparing to leave. But the more mysterious this was, the more Li Yuan would not miss it. Pushing away the two people's hands, Li Yuan was unusually excited and urged, "Then what are you waiting for? Let's go." Chapter 1588. Zhang Feng didn't hide anything. After all, these things weren't any secret. As long as they had a certain proportion, almost everyone would be able to make them. The prerequisite was that you could obtain the saltpeter from the Ministry of Works. Most importantly, after letting them take a look at these things today, the manufacturing would be left to them in the future. He didn't have the time or energy to spend here. The most important thing was. Right now, Yu Shernan and the other Confucian scholars were all staring at him. If this went on and they decided to quit, then Zhang Feng would be left with nothing but tears to cry about. The cave was no longer a small place on the edge of a cliff like before. At this time, the cave had changed from a mountain path on the cliff that could only accommodate one horse carriage to a large flat area. There were several large clay furnaces of unknown use in the area, as well as a large furnace made of pieces of stone that was burning without a ball, making the entire area steaming hot. In the middle was the cave. At this time, the layout of the cave was somewhat luxurious. A large iron door with the words White Deer College Forging Workshop written on it. It made him look a little extraordinary. At this time, at the entrance of the cave, the 30 or so craftsmen who were originally brought from the western regions were standing neatly on both sides with their backs bowed. After seeing Zhang Feng, all of them hurriedly bowed. Dean? Zhang Feng saw the shock on the faces of Yu Qigong and the others and couldn't help but feel a little smug. The effects of the alcohol had also weakened a little. He waved his hand and said, "Hello everyone. Go and do your work. Today we're just here to take a look, just take a look. Go, let's go in and take a look." As Zhang Feng spoke, he beckoned Li Yuan to go with him. When the others saw this, they didn't dare to act rashly. They hurriedly followed the two into the cave. Li Yuan had yearned for this cave for a long time. However, without Zhang Feng's permission, even Yu Shinan and the others couldn't enter. From this, it could be seen how much Zhang Feng valued this place. Not to mention this cave. Once they entered the cave, everyone saw the situation inside. The walls of the cave were polished very smooth, just like a house. Near the entrance of the cave there were two large windows. However, at this time, it was sealed by iron bars and transparent glass. The entire cave looked as bright as an outdoor room. In the center of the cave there was still a long table. On both sides of the table were countless forging tables and furnaces. Next to the furnaces were iron hammers of various sizes. However, at this time, these furnaces seemed to have not been lit for a long time. There was not a trace of dry temperature in the air. On this platform, the person who had gone out to welcome the crowd had returned. He continued to sit in front of the platform, fiddling with something. There was a large bamboo tube, a pile of wax, and a small scale. That was not all. On the left side of these things, there was a piece of oil paper. In front of the oil paper there were 3 large frames. Waves of unpleasant smell were emitted from it. These people carefully picked up some powder from these boxes, placed it on a scale, weighed it, and then mixed it. It was really Li Yuan's first time seeing such a magical thing. How could Yu Qigong and the others not be the same? At this time each of their eyes were wide open like gongs. The most important thing was that each of these people was wearing white gloves. Their mouths were also covered with masks. This made them even more curious. They looked around. Zhang Feng did not see any problems. There was almost no mistake in the ratio of gunpowder. At this time he could not help but ask, "Alkinan, just now you said that the barrel would explode. What's going on?" Hearing this, the others could not help but look over. Alkinan did not say anything. He just led Zhang Feng to a small stone room in the innermost part of the cave. After pushing open the door, they could smell the strong smell of gunpowder. There were also several bamboo tubes on a shelf. He said, "Sir Dean, according to your instructions, we sealed these gunpowder into small bamboo tubes according to a certain ratio. However, I don't know what happened today. I took this thing and prepared to store it in the warehouse. I saw smoke coming out of it. Before I could go far, this thing exploded." Hearing this, Li Yuan and the others could not help but open their eyes even wider. He curiously interrupted the two and asked, "Fengzi, can we first tell you what this thing is?" "Yes, you are always speaking in riddles. Is this okay?" Seeing that the others were a little dissatisfied, Zhang Feng waved his hand and asked Alkinan to take out a few bamboo tubes from the warehouse. He said, "This thing is gunpowder. It's the thing I mentioned last time." Gunpowder. This thing seemed to be really terrifying. Last time, Zhang Feng had mentioned this thing when they were frying fish. However, after that, they had never seen this thing again. Today, these people, could it be that they were producing this kind of thing? The few of them looked at each other. Seeing Zhang Fenghua Entertainment's Arjunan walking out, they hurriedly followed. Chapter 1589. Outside the cave. Only then did everyone carefully see the shape of the bamboo tube. The bamboo tube was very similar to the one used to store beer. Everyone even seriously suspected that this thing was actually that bamboo tube. However, the bamboo tube was now covered with a thick layer of oil paper, and there was a green thread on the outside. It was covered with wax droplets. Seeing this, everyone couldn't help but be even more puzzled. "Fengzi, is this the gunpowder?" Li Yuan leaned forward, completely ignoring Wei Zheng and Fang Xianling, who were pale with fright. Zhang Feng nodded and said somewhat pretentiously, "Yes, this is the gunpowder." Do you want to try its power, old master? No. Fengzi, you can't let the old master do this thing. Old master, Fengzi is a fraud. Don't believe Fengzi's words. Zhang Feng couldn't help but roll his eyes. He said loudly, this thing is actually just a large firecracker. If you really add some other things, hee, do you think the explosion just now is its power? Come. Old you, I see that your face is glowing. It seems that great luck is coming. Why don't you do it? Yu Qigong was not that stupid. At this time Zhang Feng thought of him. There must be a trick. At this time he pretended not to hear. He put his arm around Wei Zheng's neck and muttered, leaving Zhang Feng with a back view that said, I don't have time. Zhang Feng smacked his lips and couldn't help but sigh in his heart. Damn it. Coward. He really didn't dare to let Li Yuan do it. He mainly wanted to provoke these two guys. However, these two delivery guys were just masters of thunder but not rain. They were very cunning. He could only twitch his mouth and ask Alkinen to bring a large steel pipe to experiment with this thing. Only then did they look at the steel pipe as thick as the mouth of a bowl. Their eyes were full of splendor. Zhang Feng didn't say anything. He and Alkinen sealed this section of the pipe. Only one end of the pipe had a mouth. They aimed it at a big tree about 100 steps away. After drawing for a while, Zhang Feng carefully took out a match. This time, everyone, who had been so bored that they were about to doze off, suddenly woke up and hurriedly looked at Zhang Feng. Zhang Feng glanced at the crowd with a sinister look. Without saying a word, he lit the fuse of the firecracker in Alkinen's trembling hand and quickly threw it into the steel pipe. After that, the two of them squatted down with their hands covering their ears. This, boom. Without waiting for Li Yuan to ask. Instantly. A sound that could pierce everyone's eardrums made Li Yuan stagger and squat on the ground with his butt. Yu Qigong and the others didn't have it easy either. This unexpected attack caused everyone's vision to darken. As the earth quaked and the mountains swayed, several people were stunned. He was dumbfounded. Everyone was dumbfounded as they looked at the nearby tree that had been blown to smithereens. In that instant, the few of them only felt a loud bang and a tremor. Then, a ball of fire spurted out from that thing that was as thick as a bowl. That's right, it was fire. After that, the tree was reduced to its current state in front of everyone's eyes. Then there was smoke all over the sky. Gunpowder smoke. The few of them came back to their senses. At this time, the few of them didn't even have the sound of breathing cold air. Everyone looked at Zhang Feng with a dumbfounded face and then looked at the big tree that was slowly burning in the smoke at this time. Their scalps couldn't help but feel numb. Was this the power of gunpowder? If it was placed on the battlefield, what would his mother do? Feng, is this the cannon you were talking about? This is gunpowder? Zhang Feng felt a burst of comfort at this time. With both hands on his waist, he lit a cigarette and said, that's right, this thing is the gunpowder I was talking about. But today is the first time we've seen the test product. As for the finished product, it's still early. No, I mean this firecracker, we've all seen it before. But you put it in a bamboo tube, how can it be so powerful? Isn't this a little illogical? Yu Qigong finally came back to his senses at this time. He moved closer to the steel pipe that had been blown apart and was still emitting black smoke at this time. He looked at it and kicked it, saying, Feng, tell me this thing, how can it be so powerful? Zhang Feng snorted with incomparable arrogance. You don't know this, do you? This thing, to put it bluntly, is the combination of aerodynamics and aerodynamics. When the few of them heard this, black lines hung on their foreheads. Damn it, can't you speak properly? Yu Qigong's face darkened and he glared at him. Zhang Feng chuckled and shook a finger for a long time before saying, You want to know? Go back and ask your son. Damn it, Yu Qigong finally couldn't take it anymore. He went up and pressed Zhang Feng to the ground. However, at this time, Yu Shinan came in a hurry with Cheng Chumo and the others. They also happened to see this scene. From afar, they roared angrily, Old man, damn it, stop it. Chapter 1590. Someone came. It was the 7 old men who had been alarmed by the sound just now. Yu Shinan, Li Gang, Sun Simiao, and the other 7 old men were worried when Fang Xianling and Wei Jing came to stop Zhang Feng and the retired emperor from making trouble, so they wandered outside. It was to prevent, just in case. After all, the retired emperor's character was more eccentric, and Zhang Feng was not easy to deal with. At this time the two of them were together, wouldn't they turn the sky upside down? Although they had never been to this workshop, they knew about the fish explosion last time, and they could hear Ching Chumo and the others bragging all day long that they could break mountains and split rocks. If such a powerful thing was solved by these two drunkards, wouldn't it be a big problem? At this time, as expected, Then an earth-shaking sound was heard. How could this be? They hurriedly ran over. As soon as they arrived, they saw that the basin-sized locust tree at the entrance of the workshop was gone. Not only was it blown apart, but it was also burning with a raging fire. Moreover, they didn't know when that old man Yuqigong came. At this time he even dared to ride on Zhang Feng and wanted to hit people. Who was Zhang Feng? He was the face of the Tang dynasty, the youngest great scholar in the Tang dynasty and even the world. How could he be treated like this by a big uncouth man? Preposterous, this is really preposterous. Old you, if you don't explain this matter clearly to us today, do you believe that we won't go find His Majesty and ask for justice? The old man was so angry that his face was pale. He picked up a burning stick that was as thick as an arm and ran over. At this time Yuqigong also came to his senses. He turned around and saw that Qing Yaojin and the others had already hidden in the cave with Li Yuan and the others. Gulp. Yuqigong swallowed his saliva with difficulty, then put on a fake smile and said, "Hee about that, I was just joking with Fengzi. Hee, why are you here?" Zhang Feng also reacted. There was nothing he could do. He wanted to play dumb, but the soft flesh on his waist was hurting. He could only grimace and slowly crawl up with Yuqigong and say, "Respected teachers, what a coincidence. I was just joking with old you. This grandson lost a bet with me and now he's going back on his word." Bet. Yuqigong was stunned. Li Yuan instantly snorted but still forcefully endured it. Wei Zheng and the others were also holding their breaths until the sky turned red. This kid was definitely up to no good. You want this kid to suffer a loss? Dream on. Yu Shernan and the others were also dumbfounded. At this time they came forward and looked up and down at Zhang Feng. After seeing that there was nothing wrong with him, they breathed a sigh of relief. They stared at Zhang Feng and said, "You're already so old but you don't pay attention to your manners at all. If the students see this, what will happen?" What else could Zhang Feng do besides smiling apologetically? Seeing Zhang Feng like this, they didn't have the intention to ask. They just pointed at Yuqigong and said, "What's going on?" This? Yuqigong looked behind him, then looked at Zhang Feng and said, "Isn't this the gunpowder that this kid made? He just wanted to test its power, but I didn't expect this kid to be a..." Before he finished, he was stunned to see that these people actually abandoned him and squatted on the ground to look at the iron pipe that was still smoking, and asked Zhang Feng some things. This time Yuqigong was embarrassed. He couldn't wait to find a hole to hide in. But now he had made up his mind to get this thing in the Chang and military camp. Even if this thing wasn't used to fight a war, it would still be awesome if it was used to fire a cannon every New Year and other festivals. And that long spear, at this time Yuqigong wanted to get one back no matter what. Otherwise today's matter wouldn't be fun. On the other side, Li Yuan was embarrassed to hide, and he, Alkinen and the others got out from behind the iron gate of the cave leisurely. At this time, Li Yuan's eyes had already been attracted by the big tree not far away. Although it had been extinguished by the people in the workshop, the shocking scene just now still made them feel extremely uncomfortable and shocked. This was what the Tang dynasty should have. This was simply a divine weapon given by God to the Tang dynasty. Compared with this thing, the long spear just now was nothing. "Old master, are you okay just now?" Right at this moment, Yu Shernan and the others hurriedly crowded over, sizing up Li Yuan from head to toe as they asked. Li Yuan waved his hand to show that he was okay, and then he waved his hand and said, "It's okay, it's okay. Compared with such a divine weapon, even if it's hurt, it's a blessing." Hearing this, they couldn't help but turn pale with fright. But Li Yuan still waved his hand and said, "The shame of Wei River last time, if we had this thing in the Tang dynasty, how many people would be able to live, and we wouldn't have to suffer the shame of the foreign barbarians." Although Li Yuan and Li Shimin fell out because of the Black Tortoise Gate last time, this matter was a national shame, and Li Yuan could still distinguish between right and wrong. At this time, Yuqigong rolled his eyes and hurriedly said, "God bless the Tang dynasty. If the Tang dynasty can have such a divine weapon in the future, we don't have to be so scared anymore. This is really a blessing for the Tang dynasty." Zhang Feng couldn't help but be dumbfounded. Looking at this group of fanatics, he couldn't help but criticize in his heart, "I say, whether this thing is a blessing for the great Tang or not, what does it have to do with you?" Chapter 1591. From a businessman's point of view, they really felt like they were worrying too much. But who were they? They were the pillars of the Tang dynasty. At this moment, it was undoubtedly normal for him to let out such a sigh. At this time, the Tang dynasty had been bullied and robbed by the Turks. Who wouldn't be excited to have this thing? Who wouldn't be happy? Therefore, the actions of these people at this moment were the most normal. Only Zhang Feng didn't know. Li Yuan smiled and didn't explain. He stepped forward and said, Fengzi, this thing is a cannon, right? Zhang Feng nodded, but then he shook his head and said, it's true that he is, but it's also true that he isn't. He's just a tool to test gunpowder. A real cannon can be fired in one shot. Do you see that small hill? While speaking, Zhang Feng pointed at a small mound not far away that was at least 10 meters tall and said, that's it. One blast is enough to blow it up. Alkinen couldn't help but exclaim, Dean, do you think this thing is so powerful? Looking at the bamboo tube in his hand, Alkinen almost threw it down the cliff. Wei Zheng and Fang Xianling also reacted. They hurriedly pulled Li Yuan away from Alkinen. Seeing this, Alkinen's eyes showed a trace of madness, but more of shock and fear. If this thing was really made, it would be made by him. But because he made it himself that night, he knew better than anyone the power of this thing. In fact, it couldn't collapse a mountain. That was why he asked. Zhang Feng nodded and said, of course. This thing is just in its initial state. It can't even be considered a cannonball. Once it's covered with a metal shell and filled with steel needles and iron sand, you can try it. Hearing this, Alkinen couldn't help but suck in a breath of cold air. He didn't see the scene of a fish explosion last time. But this thing, Zhang Feng had told him before, the principle of this thing was that it relied on the energy produced by the instant explosion and the instant release of the impact. Although he didn't understand the impact and the power of the explosion. But last time he really saw Zhang Feng get a glass bottle from Mokito. Then he poured some of this stuff into it. Just a little bit was enough to turn a whole vat into powder. That power, now that he thought about it, even a steel pipe could turn red from the explosion. That was the hardest metal he had ever seen, but if it was replaced with iron, then the power of this fist-sized gunpowder could really flatten this mountain, right? And the most excited at this time were none other than Yu Qigong, Qing Yaojin, and Li Yuan. The three of them hurriedly pulled Zhang Feng to the side and asked carefully, Fengzi, let's not talk nonsense first. Just tell us, what kind of cannon is this? You said it could flatten this small hill. Even if you said it could flatten the entire Shao Mountain, we would believe you. But you have to make this one. Your flowery mouth makes people feel uncomfortable. Zhang Feng's biggest problem was procrastination and bragging. At this time they saw everything, but he just didn't make it for them. Wasn't that infuriating? No wonder Yu Qigong wanted to beat Zhang Feng up just now. This kid was asking for a beating. However, Zhang Feng also had concerns. Although this thing was easy to make. But this was compared to the situation in the future where everything was ready. In this era where you had to do everything by yourself once you opened your mouth, Zhang Feng really couldn't do it. And most importantly, this thing really couldn't be made just because you said so. Especially that kind of cannon. Although the principle was simple, you had to consider many things such as the caliber, the weight, the range, the length of the barrel, the accuracy, and how many times a cannon could withstand continuous fire before the barrel exploded. These things all needed him to think about and match. After all, he wasn't an arms dealer. If it wasn't for the fact that Chiotzi City was an important hub for the trade routes, and if it wasn't for the fact that the old emperor had promised to hand over all the matters of the merchants in Chiotzi City to Zhang Feng wouldn't have bothered to do it. If this thing was used well, it wouldn't be a problem to rule the world. If it wasn't used well, if this thing was used by those with bad intentions, then the consequences, haha. Go get your lunchbox. This was what Zhang Feng was most worried about. Therefore, Zhang Feng delayed as much as he could. Seeing that everyone was asking so seriously, Zhang Feng said, I said it would take 10 days, but I only need 1 day to make the barrel. The problem is that it needs to be tested. Its range, accuracy, and so on. Don't talk nonsense with me. Just tell me, when will it be done? When it's done, I'm still waiting to make one to play with. Yu Qigong stroked his messy beard as he asked anxiously with reddened eyes. Zhang Feng was stunned. Glancing at Li Yuan, who had a strange expression, he bumped his elbow and asked in a low voice, Old man, did this guy become stupid from the explosion just now? Hearing this, Li Yuan shook his head and said, I think, more or less. Chapter 1592. Yu Qigong's face darkened when he heard that. Qing Yaojin was quick-witted and pulled Yu Qigong back. In fact, he was as anxious as Yu Qigong. However, this thing could not be produced by being anxious. Instead, the more anxious you were, the less anxious he would be. That was the most worrying thing. Most importantly, if you push it too far, what will you do if you expose yourself? He could only wait for the retired emperor to say something. Seeing that Yu Qigong had calmed down, Li Yuan shook his head and said with some displeasure, Fengzi will naturally keep this matter in mind. Although old man knows that you are anxious for the comfort of your family members, I can wait. Zhang Feng only remembered when he heard that. He had only met Lao Li's wife and his youngest son. As for the others, he had not met them. Hearing the old master's words, Zhang Feng realized that something was wrong. He asked hurriedly, "Old master, do you mean that Lao Yu's family members are all in Qiuzi?" Yu Qigong did not react in time. However, Qing Yaojin reacted. He sighed and said, "Of course. This old fellow's first wife and an old uncle are all in Qiuzi. Many of our warehouses are also there. Do you think he won't be anxious?" This time, Zhang Feng was finally stunned by this solid news. He stopped smiling. He pondered for a while and said, "Well, we can't rush this matter. This is all there is to it, Arcanon." As he spoke, Zhang Feng waved his hand and pointed at Wei Zheng and Qing Yaojin. "From now on, I won't interfere except for academic matters and related details. I'll leave this matter to them. If you have any problems, you can look for them directly. Also, from now on, share the manufacturing blueprint of this thing with them. It's best if you teach it to anyone they bring here within tomorrow. How about it? Comfortable." So King comfortable. The retired emperor was still the best. A simple sentence was enough to make Zhang Feng fall for it. Li Yuan also felt that it was somewhat miraculous. Zhang Feng was actually so easy to talk to today? But they didn't know that Zhang Feng didn't want to care about this mess for a long time. This thing was like a barrel of explosives. Whoever touched it would be unlucky. If this thing fell into the hands of bad people, he wanted to live for a few more years. Moreover, the manufacture of firearms had always been a business where one's life was at stake. Once the emperor was happy, you would be promoted to an official. However, if you made a mistake or if this thing malfunctioned on the battlefield, you would lose your head. Even if someone were to protect you, those civil officials would still impeach you. This kind of thing had happened countless times in history. Zhang Feng remembered it clearly, so when Li Yuan came to find him today, he understood this old man's meaning. "Then I'll just give it to you." He didn't have to worry about anything and could even earn a sum of money for free. How great was that? At this moment, Zhang Feng was put down by Li Yuan. Li Yuan as well as Wei Zheng and the others crowded around Jin Jinan, making Jin Jinan so excited that his whole body trembled. The old scholar lit a cigarette, patted Zhang Feng's shoulder, handed him the cigarette, and used his eyes to signal Zhang Feng to follow him. Zhang Feng stared blankly. This was the first time he saw the old scholar's expression so cautious. Originally, Yu Shernan wanted to follow but was stopped by Li Gang. The five of them looked at Zhang Feng somewhat responsibly, then looked at Li Yuan and the others and returned to the villa again. Zhang Feng followed the old scholar to the edge of the gray building. At this time, the gray building was extremely quiet. Apart from the horsetail whisk tied to a thin bamboo pole at the entrance dancing in the wind, there were only the sounds of roosters crowing, dogs barking, and piglets humming. The two of them sat by the stream outside the gray building. Looking at a few loaches and eels in the flowing water, the old scholar said, "Look how beautiful it is here." Before this old man has always wanted to have such a peaceful environment. Here there is no longer a hierarchy. Everyone will no longer have to worry about their stomachs. Everyone only has one goal, and that is to become better, to become better. The peace here makes me feel like I'm in a dream. While speaking, the old scholar looked at Zhang Feng solemnly again and said, "Fengzi, the old man doesn't know why you set up this academy, and I don't know whether it's right or wrong. Tell me, what are your plans for the future? If you want to be a great Confucian scholar, then why do you want to bring out military science and these murderous beasts?" The old man has witnessed many wars with his own eyes. It's not an exaggeration to say that it's hell. Have you ever seen such a scene? Hearing this, Zhang Feng took a deep breath and said, "No, I haven't." "Then why do you want to bring out such a thing? Don't you know that the lives of the people now will only truly enter the door of peace and well-being after your phosphate fertilizer is produced? But why do you want to bring out such a thing at this critical time?" Zhang Feng did not avoid the old scholar's eyes and said firmly, "Because I only want to protect the people I care about." Chapter 1593. Old Xiucai was silent. He looked at Zhang Feng for a long time before he said, "But there's no need to make these things, is there?" Zhang Feng shook his head. "Old Xiucai, it's easy to understand. Since the Han Dynasty we've been at war with foreign countries. So, they know us very well and we know them very well. Not to mention other places, just in Chang'an City, there are countless spies reporting to the Tujue from time to time. So, if he dares to attack Qiuzi at this time, it means that he knows everything about the Tang Dynasty like the back of his hand. Tell me, do you think 300,000 people or even more can win against a small army of 100,000 in Qiuzi? Once Qiuzi city falls, Longyu Road behind him will be a flat land. Then, the people in Tubo who are in internal strife will seize the opportunity to counterattack. At that time I Long Yu will have no chance to defend. At that time it won't be the Wei River Alliance but directly. So, if we don't have anything unexpected, how can we defend this city? So old Shutsai, it's really not my idea. And the current situation is like this. If there's no innovation, I'm not exaggerating, but there's really no chance of winning this battle. Even if there are ballistae and other things now, I have no chance of winning. That's why I made this cannon. I didn't want to make it before. But I also made this thing after hesitating for a long time. I know better than anyone how dangerous this thing is. That's why I hesitated for a long time before giving it to old Yu. Old Shutsai sighed and said, "No. You're wrong. Even so, have you thought about what it means if you really give it to them? It means that you're pushing them to the edge of a mountain of swords." Old Shutsai naturally knew what Yu Qigong was trying to do. He wanted to help Zhang Feng take the blame for this. The most important thing was to get this thing out as soon as possible. Everything had its pros and cons. The pros were that it could prevent the Tang dynasty soldiers from suffering too many casualties. The cons were, if there was even the slightest problem with this thing, then everything today would be for naught. Almost everyone involved in this matter was going to lose their heads. At first, the old scholar didn't understand why Yu Qigong took the initiative to take the blame. However, he suddenly understood after chatting with Zhang Feng and when he was in the forging workshop just now. He finally understood why they had taken the initiative to shoulder these things so many times before. From Li Yuan taking the initiative to step down from his duties as the honorary vice president of White Deer College, to Li Qingqian telling the public that he was the one who did it, and so on. At this moment they all understood. They were all protecting Zhang Feng and wouldn't be discovered so early by the people outside. As a result, the tree stood out from the forest. However, this was all in other aspects. Everything changed when it came to military matters. Previously, the civil and military officials of the court had been able to share the benefits equally. Regardless of whether it was the white paper, the braised meat, or the fine salt, they were all the same. However, this arms business was related to the safety of the Tang dynasty. Even if the emperor was willing, the hundreds of officials in the court wouldn't allow these things to fall into the hands of a great general. Thinking of this, the old scholar couldn't help but sigh and say, "Fengzi, do you understand this matter?" How could Zhang Feng not understand? In fact, he had thought about these things a long time ago. In fact, he had thought even further. If these things didn't have the emperor's permission, not to mention Lao Li, anyone who came to ask about it would die. Not to mention being able to supervise the production of weapons on this deserted mountain. Their heads would be chopped off at any minute. Zhang Feng also wanted to see what Li Shimin's intentions were. He had done so many things, such a big thing. According to history, if Li Shimin was thirsty for talent, he should have invited him to the palace long ago. But now, he didn't even appear. He even sent a message saying that it was to protect him. Zhang Feng knew that at this time he didn't dare to show his face. However, people were curious. Once it rose, it couldn't be extinguished. At this time, Zhang Feng happened to be like this. Once the desire rose in his heart, it couldn't be extinguished. Especially this kind of thing. If there was even the slightest mistake, Zhang Feng would definitely turn around and run away. The most important thing was that without the dynasty's arms business, without the emperor's approval, who would dare to do it? At this time, the old man hurriedly asked for the spear and sent it down the mountain. What did he mean by this? He must have sent it to the palace. He sent it to the emperor. Then old Yu came. This had already proved everything. Ever since the emperor learned that Lao Li and the others went up the mountain and saw the longbow and crossbow with their own eyes, he couldn't forget about this invincible spear. So today he did this to him. Zhang Feng couldn't help but criticize him in his mind. Chang and city wasn't far from Shao Mountain. If it really didn't work, you could have come here. Lao Tzu had been in the Tang dynasty for almost a year, but he hadn't even seen the emperor's face. If it still didn't work, you could have just issued a secret edict and directly asked me to go to the palace to meet the emperor. Did you have to let Lao Li and the others go back and forth like this? Did you have to? Chapter 1594. Zhang Feng felt a headache coming on. He knew that the old scholar was thinking of him. The reason why the old scholar hadn't come to see him for such a long time was not because he didn't have anything to say, but because Zhang Feng hadn't touched the root of the problem yet. The reason why the old scholar came to see him alone this time was that he was worried about his safety. Zhang Feng patted the old scholar's shoulder and said with emotion, "Old scholar, I know you mean well, but there's something I want you to understand. The reason why I made these things was not because I'm hot-blooded or a saint, but because I want to protect the people I like to play and the people I love. Among them are Jingshu, Yu Yao and you, the old village chief Lao Li and the others. Because of these factors I came up with these things. Now that the world has just settled down, and there are people coveting it, if I don't make any preparations, then I can't be on guard against the eyes in the dark every day, can I? That's why I decided to make these things. And then, the old scholar's eyes were moist when he heard this. But seeing Zhang Feng hesitating, he couldn't help but ask, so what? Zhang Feng took a deep breath and said, so I plan to equip the security guards on the mountain with these things after they are made, and then give them more rigorous military training. In fact, Zhang Feng had this plan early in the morning. But he didn't know the emperor's temperament, so he wanted to test him. Last time the crossbow and the bow were the guiding stones. He wanted to see if the emperor would let him enter the palace to meet the emperor. But he thought too much. The emperor still didn't make a move. What did that mean? The emperor's wisdom was unparalleled. This was Zhang Feng's guess. Otherwise there wouldn't be the heavenly Khan and the rule of Xinguan. How could a coward create a prosperous era? Therefore Zhang Feng guessed that at this time, the emperor either encountered something difficult or was dealing with the people of the 5 surnames and 7 clans. And he was the key to these matters, so he repeatedly asked Lao Li to come forward. Even Li Shaogong did not come. What did this mean? This meant that he seemed to have been in the limelight last time. Moreover, Hou Junji was no ordinary person. The faction behind him was an existence that no one could hope to reach. Now Hou Junji had fallen. However, the people and forces behind him were still there. In order to protect himself, they would definitely do something unexpected. And Li Shimin, in order to protect the royal family and stabilize the various forces, was busy cleaning up his mess. Thinking of this, Zhang Feng had some sympathy for Li Shimin. It's not easy to be an emperor, This tangled web of relationships was enough to give one a headache, let alone the other things. Even Zhang Feng would only be able to chuckle when he thought about it. Zhang Feng's eyes also darkened. Zhang Feng couldn't help but feel a pang of heartache. These ancient emperors, if they didn't die of exhaustion in their beds, they would die of exhaustion writing memorials to the court. It would be strange if they could live for so long. What the hell was this thing that they ran into every day? It would be strange if they could live for so long. It was no wonder that Li Shimin's hair had turned white before the age of 40. How could he not have turned white? First, there was the Guanlong group and the 5 surnames and 7 clans, and then there was the Turkic Khaganate and Tubo covetously eyeing him. It would be strange if he didn't suffer. And at this time, let's just talk about himself. The appearance of phosphate fertilizer was certain to affect the businesses of many corporations. Coupled with the matter with Hou Junji, anyone with a brain would know that this was his idea. Now that the news had been leaked, no one would be able to hide it from them. There might even be spies watching him right now. Although these weapons could be hidden for a while, they couldn't be hidden forever. When the war on the border broke out, these weapons were bound to be exposed. At that time the excitement would be great. Although the emperor had tacitly agreed to the production of this stuff and had stationed the Chang and garrison at the foot of the mountain, he was brewing it at the foot of the mountain. It wasn't a real defense. Putting aside everything else, just how awesome was the Qin first emperor? Wasn't there still someone who could enter the imperial palace? This was the imperial palace. Where was this place? This was just a mountain, an academy at the top of the mountain. Although there were natural barriers like Mount E and the Qinling Mountains, none of this was a problem if one wanted to. Zhang Feng had thought of this long ago. After all, he really didn't want to die. When he thought about how he could invite these scourges down the mountain, Zhang Feng couldn't help but feel much more relaxed. Old scholar, I know what you're worried about. When the time comes, this thing will always be a hot potato in our hands. If we give it to them now, they'll definitely give it to the emperor. Based on what I know, those things were given to the Chang and barracks, and General Yu Qigong was personally guarding them. This is the safest place. Think about it. On the battlefield, what's the most important place? It's the provisions and supplies as well as the armory. You've also seen what we have. These are things that will be hunted down for tens of thousands of li. You've also seen how terrifying these things are. The old scholar could no longer withstand Zhang Feng's brainwashing. He hurriedly stopped Zhang Feng and said, I understand what you mean. You mean you want to throw this thing to someone else and be a hands-off shopkeeper? Chapter 1595. Zhang Feng smiled embarrassedly. This was his usual style. Although old Xiuxin came alone, he could imagine how comfortable old Xiuxin would be if he didn't serve him. Then, when Yu Shinan and Ouyang Sun came, he wouldn't even have the chance to bang his head against the wall. Those people's mouths were comparable to those of ghosts. Zhang Feng admitted that he couldn't handle it. Even a normal person would explode from these endless questions, let alone a few Confucian scholars. At this time, Li Gang and Sun Simiao were not included. If they were included, then he. Seeing that the old scholar was almost settled, Zhang Feng heaved a sigh of relief. Old scholar, you don't have to worry about this. I know what I'm doing. Ever since the incident with Chen Wanli, I've been thinking about how to turn Mount Shao into a fortress. At the very least, even if something big happens, this mountain will still be able to stand firm. That's why I have these plans. The old scholar was silent. In fact, he had been thinking about this for a long time. Even from the incident in Chang'an City until now, these old guys had discussed it for a long time. But they didn't come to Zhang Feng. After all, Zhang Feng's talent was there for all to see. And Zhang Feng's sophistry and strategic ability were simply better than all the people present combined. But today the reason why he stood out was because of these things. If these things were used well, he would be a sharp sword that could kill people. But a sharp sword was a sharp sword. When a certain time came, it would become a double-edged sword. When killing the enemy, it would add countless things to fear. And once these things were created, there would be more and more of them. In the end, it would become a counterattack. They didn't want to see Zhang Feng go on the road of no return because of this matter. But now, after hearing Zhang Feng's words, the old scholar understood. Nodding his head, he sighed and said, "All right, I'll go talk to Brother Bo Shi. We're just afraid that you'll go down the wrong path and harm you. After all, you are now the Dean of the White Deer Academy. Behind you, there are countless people who are watching and learning from you. What kind of person you have become, what kind of person will be the people you teach. Therefore, us old men are worried that these things will cause you to lose your way, and cause the entire White Deer Academy to be destroyed." Zhang Feng heard this and hurriedly nodded his head like a rattle drum. Yes, you're right. I've learned my lesson." The old scholar was speechless. He smacked his lips and didn't know what to say. He waved his hand and said with a heavy heart, "All right, you can go. This old man still has to take a look at the situation in the classroom. After all, Ma Zhou and those brats are still unable to hold the fort." "Can't hold the situation?" Zhang Feng was a little confused. He asked, "What do you mean?" When the old elementary scholar heard this, he walked with Zhang Feng and said, "It's all because of you. Now all the students are like crazy, imitating you all day long. Even Ma Zhou and the others are having trouble teaching them. It's all because of these guys. They have too many problems." Zhang Feng was shocked when he heard this. This wasn't a good sign. At this time they were already thinking of flying. How could he let this go? Go. I'm going to teach these bastards a lesson." As Zhang Feng spoke, he rolled up his sleeves and walked in the direction of the church. The old scholar was delighted. Zhang Feng hadn't been to school for a long time. Naturally, he had to go. But when he thought of the smelting workshop, he couldn't help but have a headache. "Then what do you plan to do here?" Zhang Feng waved his hand carelessly. "It doesn't matter. Just watch. By the end of my lesson, these guys still haven't come to a conclusion. After all, those blueprints, even if Algernon were to teach, he would have to teach for more than 2 hours, not to mention gunpowder and other things. Besides, do you think old you and the others came here for the cannon and gunpowder?" The old scholar was stunned. He suddenly remembered the big stone by the lake that was shattered by Li Yuan's spear. Could it be that they also came here for the spear? Zhang Feng nodded with certainty. "That's right. Think about it, old you and the others' sons dream of going to the battlefield to make a name for themselves. Now that they have such divine weapons, but they are all prepared for Ligan and Gao, Kansas. How can they not be anxious? That would be strange. Thus, at this moment what they want to see the most is that spear. If I were to let them obtain it so easily, wouldn't it mean that my spear was too cheap?" The old scholar was stunned. Then he couldn't help but laugh. "You little brat, you're really mean." Zhang Feng laughed and didn't explain. The two of them strolled along the way. The old scholar told him what had happened in the academy during this time. While they were talking, the two of them had already arrived outside the ethics classroom on the first floor. At this time in the classroom, Hao Chujun was asked by more than 30 students. His face was pale and there was a fine layer of sweat on his forehead. Seeing Zhang Feng arrive, Hao Chujun was surprised and overjoyed. As if he had found a life-saving straw, he hurriedly invited Zhang Feng into the classroom. Then the group of students also hurriedly got up. "Welcome, headmaster." Chapter 1596. Zhang Feng pretended to be serious just like the class teacher when he was young. He ignored the standing students with a straight face and slowly flipped through the textbook on the podium. He waved his hand and said, "Teacher Chujun, please sit in." The two of them didn't know what Zhang Feng wanted to do, but seeing Zhang Feng like this, Hao Chujun was very excited. It had been a long time since he had listened to Zhang Feng's lecture. Moreover, at this time these fellows seemed to be flying in the sky. They were a group of people who were hard to please. Looking at Mr. Zihuai following them, it was obvious that Mr. Zihuai had invited his benefactor here. He hurriedly brought 2 chairs over and placed them at the door. And the old scholar, logically speaking, this was the first time he saw Zhang Feng give a lecture, so he sat down expectantly. Zhang Feng's arrival instantly caused an uproar in the teaching area. Everyone knew about it in an instant. He came from afar to give a lecture in Class 1, followed by a cry of surprise. In an instant, all the students were stunned for a moment. Then they exploded in an instant. Wow! The dean is here? Is this true? I remember that the dean has never given a lecture in the classroom before. Get lost, have you forgotten that he fixed the leg of that guy last time? Yes. The leg-fixing incident last time was famous all over the world. I wonder what the dean will say now that he's here? Who cares, bring a pen and paper and a stool, let's go. This is a rare opportunity. In an instant the whole teaching area was in an uproar. All the students went crazy, carrying stools with a pen and paper in their mouths and an inkstone in their arms, rushing to the classroom on the first floor. Fortunately it was on the first floor. If it was on the second or third floor, wouldn't the room be full of students blocking the corridor like a pile of cotton wool? And Ma Zhou, Lai Ji and the others were dumbfounded. Looking at the empty classroom in an instant, the chalk in their hands on the blackboard turned into powder at this time. Teacher actually went to Hao Chujun to give a lecture? In an instant. A few of them couldn't sit still. They all followed the students and squeezed their way over. Although they were now teachers in name and this term was invented by the dean, they didn't know the difference between them and teachers. However, this was also a kind of affirmation of their status. After all, they were still students. At this moment he only knew a little more than those people. They were also students. So when they heard that Zhang Feng was teaching at Hao Chujuan's place, how could they not be excited? On the other side, in the dormitory area, Chen Chumo and the others, who were numbly knocking on the water wheel and modifying it over and over again, had long been annoyed to death. Ever since they saw the retired emperor and Zhang Feng going to the smelting workshop, they felt like their hearts were being scratched by a cat. After that, everyone heard the explosion. They wanted to go too. However, they didn't follow Zhang Feng's orders. They also saw that Zhang Feng was drunk. If he went there now he would be courting death. Most importantly, they had heard that Li Qingqian was going to go to Chiotzi City with Gao Kan and Yo Jinda. Fight. Stage. This was what they had been dreaming of all this time. At this moment they could only watch Li Qingqian and Gao Kan show off in front of them. How could they not be angry and want to beat them up? Although Li Qingqian had been dealing with the aftermath in the palace. But this Gao Kan kept swaying around and he even put on an indifferent look. Don't you think it's infuriating? However, the reality was cruel. The few of them together couldn't beat Gao Kan unless they used tricks. That would be a violation of discipline. Once they provoked Gao Kan, who dared to break down Zhang Feng's door, who would dare to beat him? They could only stare at Gao Kan angrily with hidden bitterness. The point was that this guy actually acted as if nothing had happened and floated around them. Oh no! At this moment, along with a shout from afar. In an instant, the few people who were originally absent-minded had their souls stolen away. Dugo looked at the students who were jumping up and down in excitement, as well as the crowd on the first floor of the teaching block. He couldn't help but jump in fright. Tainyo, what's going on? Did Hao Chujun get into a fight? At the mention of a fight, Cheng Chimo's eyes instantly turned red. He had been working on this water wheel for the past few days and it made his scalp numb. At this time he had long wanted to find someone to beat up to vent his anger. How could he sit still when he heard this? He picked up the axe in his hand and rushed up. Wei Shuyu, Fang Yai, Zhang Sun and Yuchi Baolin looked at him. How could they wait? They all picked up their weapons and rushed in the direction of the teaching building. Good Lord, he dared to fight at this time. This was a good opportunity. This was an opportunity that they couldn't get even if they begged for it. When several people rushed to the field without caring about their lives, they realized that this matter seemed to be somewhat unusual. Ma Zhou and Lai Ji were relatively short and thin. At this time they were squeezed out of the crowd and anxiously scratched their ears and cheeks. At this time, when they saw Cheng Chumo and the others rushing over with murderous intent, the two of them were stunned. They hurriedly went forward and asked, I say, seniors, what are you doing? Cheng Chumo stared at the two of them and pointed at the crowd. He asked, You still ask me? Tell me what's going on first. Which bastard dares to make trouble here? Does he want to die? Tell me who. Lao Tzu wants to tear him apart alive. Lai Ji and Ma Zhou's expression froze. They looked at several people suspiciously and then said, You guys, don't know what's going on here? Nonsense. Cheng Chumo rolled up his sleeves and lifted the collar of a student who was about to bump into him. He threw him back and said, "Tell me who's so bold." Seeing that the few of them were so confused, Ma Zhou and Lai Ji said in a daze, "You go and ask the dean. The dean is preparing to teach inside, so these people heard the news and came here." What? When Cheng Chumo heard this, he was so shocked that the axe in his hand almost fell to the ground. "You said, these people heard that the dean is here to teach, so they came here? Motherf asterisk her, isn't this a little too much?" At this time Wei Shuyu and Zhang Sun were dumbfounded. Their eyes were wide open and they hurriedly threw the weapons in their hands to the side. Then, the few of them looked at each other in confusion. Then Dugo said carefully, "Why don't we go in and listen?" Chapter 1597. When they heard this they instantly agreed. For the past few days, Zhang Feng had been busy doing something unknown. Zhang Feng had told them about these things before, but they had already returned it to Zhang Feng in their King dreams. At this time, Zhang Feng had told them not to say anything. This made them feel extremely miserable. They went to look for Ma Zhou and the others. Feng Zi had actually ordered them to keep their mouths shut. Whoever dared to say anything would be beaten up. This was unbearable. In the past few days the water wheel had been built. However, they did not know where it went wrong. If there was not a problem here, there must be a problem somewhere else. This made them so anxious that they could not stop even if they wanted to. What was worse was that Feng Zi refused to say anything even if he died. On the other hand, their father and the people from the Ministry of Works had come to ask several times. Seeing that the time to hand over the phosphate fertilizer was almost up, if they could not get it done by then, forget about being admired by tens of thousands, they might as well be beaten 50 times first. At this time, it was obvious that this classroom was a place for physics classes. At this time, Zhang Feng could actually come. Presumably, even if he did not want to teach in front of so many people, he could not bring himself to do it, right? The few of them smiled knowingly. At this time, Lao Tzu being shameless was better than not being able to hand over the stuff and being beaten up by their father and the emperor, right? Move aside, move aside. All of you move aside for Lao Tzu. Cheng Chumo's loud and rough voice exploded in an instant, making the students a little fearful. They instinctively moved aside to make a path. The crowd did not dare to delay in the slightest and did not dare to offend these people. Zhang Feng, who was in the classroom, also heard the voices outside the door. He knew that his arrival would attract a lot of students. After all, this was his first time teaching in a classroom. Naturally, the students would flock over. However, he did not expect that so many people would come. Moreover, these people finally could not hold it in any longer. Thinking of this, Zhang Feng also temporarily put aside the idea of preparing the lecture. He waved his hand and asked the students to open the front and back doors as well as the windows. In an instant, the students outside the door rushed into the classroom in excitement. Originally, the classroom was designed according to the classroom of the future. A classroom could accommodate 60 people without feeling crowded. In an instant, all the students in the classroom could no longer sit still. Even the old Xiaocai and Hao Chujun were forced to stand on the podium. They didn't know whether to laugh or cry as they looked at the classroom and Ma Zhou, Cheng Chumo, and the others who were still squeezing in. Cheng Chumo, Zhang Sun, Wei Shuyu, and Yuqi Baolin valiantly rushed into the classroom. However, the wooden door, they had long disappeared without a trace. Zhang Feng couldn't bear to look at them directly. He sighed and said, "All right, don't come in. If you continue to squeeze, the house will burst." When the crowd heard this, it was no longer crowded. Seeing this, Zhang Feng picked up the chalk and wrote 2 words on the blackboard. "How many?" In an instant, everyone looked at these 2 words and fell into deep thought. Zhang Feng said slowly, "Everyone, do you know the meaning of these 2 words?" Everyone was silent. Zhang Feng was a little disappointed. But at this time, Ma Zhou said cautiously, "Teacher, this student seems to have seen this in the textbook before. It seems to be a kind of mathematics?" In an instant, everyone came to a sudden realization. Zhang Feng looked around and finally nodded with satisfaction. "Not bad. It seems that you have put some effort into these things." These words were said to Dugo, Cheng Chumo, and the others. At this time the faces of these people turned red. They wanted to retreat but they couldn't. Zhang Feng did not pay any attention to them. After all, if he didn't teach them a lesson, these people definitely wouldn't remember. At this time, seeing this, Zhang Feng said slowly, "The so-called geometry is actually the accurate data to calculate the size of an object. The way we usually know how to measure the data of an object is to use the measurement method and then give it a discount. Although this is a method, sometimes the accuracy of a matter needs to be calculated many times before the most accurate answer can be obtained. For example, building bridges and houses are all places where these things are needed. Today, what I want to teach you is a more accurate calculation method to calculate any part of an object. At least, it can save 30 times the time. Everyone could not help but suck in a breath of cold air. Mathematics. This thing was originally amazing and extraordinary. Since the invention of mathematics, the time to calculate objects was greatly reduced and it was more convenient. Almost now, measuring land and measuring methods were gradually popularized in almost all places. In other words, the knowledge of mathematics slowly sprouted in the Tang dynasty. And more people deeply believed that at this time, only by studying could they change their status and soar to the sky. Those things, as long as they found a master and learned for a few days, they would know the knack of it. Why did they need to study? And last year the Imperial College withdrew from the study of mathematics. But there were only 2 or 3 people who came to learn. Moreover, these people were forced to come by their families. They were just going through the motions to cover the emperor's face. Almost everyone knew about this. At this time, seeing Zhang Feng say so seriously, there was something more awesome than mathematics. How could this not make all the students not be shocked? Chapter 1598. Zhang Feng could naturally understand what these people were thinking. But his purpose at this time was to settle down these people's impetuous hearts. Only by not thinking about those exaggerated and unrealistic things could these people go further. Now they were all looking at him. What was his education level? That was a serious university. These people's education level was only equivalent to that of primary school students. If he didn't give them a good blow, they really wouldn't know how to cherish it. It was not good to bite off more than one could chew. At this time, Zhang Feng no longer paid attention to the people's surprise, but listed a simple geometric calculation on the blackboard. He pointed to the blackboard and said, "This is what you have to learn today and even in the future. In addition, I'll give you a word of advice. Before you learn how to walk, don't think about flying." Hao Chujun, where is the teaching aid? Teaching aid? The sudden question. Hao Chujun was confused. After thinking for a long time, he remembered that Zhang Feng seemed to be talking about some strange rulers that the carpenters spent many days to make. He hurriedly pulled it out from under the desk and handed it to Zhang Feng. Zhang Feng shook his head speechlessly and said, "Today I'll teach you a simple area calculation problem." While speaking, Zhang Feng drew a square on the blackboard and then marked its length, height, and width and then said, "Think carefully about the area calculation method of mathematics. I want it tonight. And the same for you. Whoever can calculate it before Hao Chujun, this month's food expenses will be covered by me. What do you want to eat? I'll pay." In an instant, all the students were shocked. They only had food coupons of 30 caddies of food every month. These food coupons were universal. Whether it was drinking in the shops at the foot of the mountain, eating meat, or even buying food, etc., they were all universal. But how could they bear to? Most of the people here were born poor. Every month, more than half of the food coupons were converted into food, and then they took it to their families. If they wanted to eat chicken, duck, or fish, they would just look at it and satisfy their cravings. Otherwise, they would directly wait until these dishes were about to spoil and buy them at the lowest price. Now that he heard Zhang Feng say that he would be rewarded with a month's worth of food stamps, wouldn't that mean that he would be able to eat the most expensive food and drink? But at this moment, Zhang Feng continued, "Let me warn you all, White Deer College allows for fair competition. It allows all competition for academic purposes. This is a good thing, but you have to recognize yourselves. You are all students now and I am the dean. What I have experienced is something you have never experienced. Therefore you can learn from me, but don't think that you can really become me. Biting off more than you can chew will only harm you." When everyone heard this, their hearts instantly trembled. Everyone hurriedly stood up. Zhang Feng waved his hand and said, "Everything is done one step at a time. People must have the desire to improve themselves. More importantly, White Deer College's rules clearly state that you must respect your teachers. The reason why Hao Chujun and the others can become your mentors is because I acknowledge them. If you are not convinced, that means you are not convinced by me, Zhang Feng. I welcome all of you to debate at any time. This is under the condition that you have reason and evidence. However, if you don't have any ability and simply don't like them, and let me see you again, White Deer College is too small, please leave." Everyone's expression changed slightly. At this moment, the old scholar couldn't help but stroke his beard and nod his head. He expressed his appreciation. After a moment of silence, everyone bowed in unison. This student will abide by the teacher's teachings. When Zhang Feng heard this, he heaved a sigh of relief. White Deer College didn't have a rule that prohibited those mischievous people from coming. On the contrary, he welcomed them very much. The arrival of these people would only widen the gap between them and stimulate the fighting spirit of the students. However, he also knew that among this batch of students, many of them were stubborn children from Chang'an City. Most of them were farmers who hadn't seen the world. What did they know? They could only be educated between a heavy hammer and a big jujube. At this moment, Zhang Feng was somewhat emotional about the time when he was beaten up by his teacher when he was in primary school. Thinking about it now, perhaps his teacher was the same when he was in school? Once he thought about the sad memories, Zhang Feng couldn't continue speaking. He waved his hand and asked Hao Chujun to come up and do the questions. As he asked Ma Zhou and the others to come up, he casually gave them hints and reminisced about the past. The old scholar looked at Zhang Feng with a solemn expression and the things that appeared on the blackboard. He was extremely shocked. At this moment he looked at the blackboard, then at Zhang Feng and the rest. The old scholar prostrated himself in admiration. During this period Yu Shernan and the rest had been troubled for a long time. They hadn't been able to figure out the reason why. But now, Zhang Feng settled it with a simple sentence. At this moment the old scholar didn't know what to say. However, he was guessing in his heart. If Zhang Feng came a few more times or if he personally came to teach these children, wouldn't the effect be great? Chapter 1599. On the other side, Yu Qigong, Qing Yaojin, Yu Shernan, and the others finally finished looking at the blueprints of all the equipment in that magical bulletproof vest. Everyone was dumbfounded. The new armor was actually very simple. It was just a layer of fine steel wire woven into the shape of an armor. Not only could it reduce the weight, but it also made the wearer more agile. This kind of armor was divided into superior armor. The appearance of the armor was still based on the Mingguang armor. And this kind of steel wire was divided into two layers. A layer of cooked cowhide was mixed in to prevent the arrowheads from piercing through the armor. There was another kind. It was the bulletproof vest. This kind of armor only had a heart protection mirror, as well as knee pads, arm pads, shoulder pads, elbow pads, and other parts. The body of the armor was made of ordinary linen. This kind of thing was originally willful enough. It was enough to be inlaid on it. And the strangest thing was that there was a shirt without sleeves. This shirt was made of cowhide. Sometimes, if there was no cowhide, horse skin could be used as a substitute. This thing was made of countless small fish scale-like steel plates at the front and back. Among them there were two huge square pure steel plates at the back and the front. They were as thick as a finger. In other places there were small palm-sized cowhide bags. There were also a few thin steel plates in them. This was the armor used by the infantry and cavalry that Zhang Feng designed. This kind of armor did not affect the operation of the arms, and it could reduce his burden. It was this kind of armor that made Qing Yaojin and Yu Qigong very excited. This kind of new armor, as long as there was enough iron ore and, with the increase in the number of people manufacturing it, they dared to guarantee that it would only take a year for an army of 100,000 people to be fully equipped. And it would include that kind of spear, longbow, and other things. But, right now, there were only the original pieces that had been manufactured. Because they had to rush the combat equipment on Qiuzi's side, so these armors were almost stagnant. At this moment, when they saw it, they could only look on with envy. Even at this moment, when Yu Shernan, Wei Zheng, and the others saw this thing, they were so shocked that they were speechless. It was hard for them to imagine that if all these things were equipped on a soldier, then, the kind of heavy cavalry that Zhang Feng had mentioned before, could he really succeed? At this moment, Arkanon didn't notice the looks in everyone's eyes. He was still introducing the models that they had made according to the strange things that Zhang Feng had mentioned. This is the Mitsubishi Dart, this is the Flying Tiger Claw, and this is the horse armor. As for these items, the dean instructed that we must produce at least 3 sets within 3 days. A wisp of surprise flashed past Li Yuan's eyes when he heard this, and he asked, "What?" Arkanon picked up a modified single-handed crossbow and said, "The dean said he made it for 2 brothers." Hearing this, although their eyes flashed with a hint of as expected, they were still somewhat disappointed. Not to mention the other things, just the armor and the long spear in his hand were enough for him to make outstanding contributions in battle as long as he wasn't a fool. Moreover, he was the current crown prince, Li Qingqian, as well as Gao Can, whose strength was unknown, but who was able to knock out Yu Qigong's 2 sons, whom he had raised since they were young. Such talents, barring any major accidents, would definitely achieve great military merits in this trip to Qiuzi. This brat really thought it through thoroughly. But you mother f***er, didn't Lao Tzu treat you well? Or is it that my kid didn't treat you well? Why didn't you let him go? At this moment, not to mention Qing Yaojin and Yu Qigong, even Fang Xianling and Wei Zheng's faces showed some slight anger. Clang. At this moment, Arkanon solemnly pulled out a shining silver sword, waved it with some difficulty and handed it to everyone. Everyone's eyes were almost blinded by the flash. The appearance of this sword was somewhat like a Mo sword, but it was slightly curved. The back of the sword had a blunt edge like a file, and the other side had a blade edge for a blood groove. The tip of the sword was somewhat similar to a Mo sword, but it seemed to have been cut in half from one side. The slightly slanted edge was sharp, and at the same time, it was more like a sharpened spear that was specially used for piercing. The hilt was made of pure iron and seemed to be a single piece. The place where the sword was more like an extra iron chisel that was directly cut from the hilt, and stretched out as a guard. And at the edge of the sword there was a large circle. No one knew what it was used for. The whole thing that looked like a sword and a saber looked quite strange, but everyone knew that this thing was made for killing people. Li Yuan picked up the sword, shook it, and then asked somewhat aghast, This thing, what is its name? This is the sword that the Dean made. I don't know what it is used for, but the Dean hasn't seen this thing yet. When he first mentioned it, he was very hesitant, as if he didn't want to make it. Chapter 1600. Actually, back then, Zhang Feng had given Arkanon the blueprints for many types of weapons. In particular, according to the model of the 7 swords in his memory, as well as the kukri blade that was popular in the 21st century and other famous swords. There were also blueprints that were suitable for ergonomics or the model of a great treasure sword that could only be found in games. After all, he was only half-baked. There were some things that he could only say ambiguously. At this moment, this thing that looked like a sword but was not a sword was something that he had designed after considering the current situation, as well as the various types of swords and sabers, as well as the situation that was beneficial to the battlefield. This sword was not a ceremonial sword, nor was it an official sword. Instead, it was used to kill. Thus, almost all of the functions of this sword were focused on one point, that is, to kill. In Zhang Feng's mind, the most ideal users of this sword were light cavalry and heavy cavalry as well as archers. Once they encounter a special situation, this sword would become their second killing weapon. As for the reason why he had designed a ring behind this sword, that was only half of it. There was still the other half that he had not designed. In fact, it was an iron ring that was locked onto the wrist. The iron ring was connected to a chain, and the chain was connected to this sword. The advantage of doing so was that he could completely control this sword and would not easily lose it. Even if he died, then the enemy would have to spend a lot of effort to be able to use this sword. It was not something that could be used immediately. This was Zhang Feng's original intention in designing this sword. As for the others, Zhang Feng was only thinking about the broadsword that looked as awesome as a door. If this plaything were to be created, Qing Yaojin's dual axes were swung a few times and he was already gasping for breath like an ox. Zhang Feng believed that the door-shaped broadsword was twice as heavy as Qing Yaojin's dual axes. Forget about what to do with this thing, even if you were to carry it around the battlefield, you would be able to tire several people to death. If this plaything were to be used on the battlefield, at this moment, the sword that was displayed before Li Yuan and the others was something that Zhang Feng had painstakingly researched. It was a sword that could slash and stab. A sword that was suitable for the battlefield. Just like Bing Long's spear. When the 3 parts of the handle were connected together, it was a long spear, and when it was taken apart, it was a great treasure sword. This thing had a different effect in close combat and on horseback. In Zhang Feng's memory, the Tang army and the Turks were equipped with scimitars. With a single strike, they were instantly reduced to clay chickens and pottery dogs. However, these things were too time-consuming. Therefore, Zhang Feng only asked them to create some model swords first. In other words, it was a sample. At this moment, other than the fact that the tip of the sword was not fully opened, Qing Yaojin and Yu Qigong believed that the current state of the sword was enough for it to be used in battle. That was not all. Inside the control room that Arkanon had opened, there were many weapons that had not been assembled or were in the process of being manufactured. For example, there was something that looked like a sleeve protector with a few arrowheads embedded in it. It looked cold and threatening, but that was nothing. What made them feel even more baffled was that, why is there a whip? A horse whip? Although this toy was useful for beating up bodyguards and local ruffians, could this toy be used on the battlefield? Not to mention Yu Qigong and Qing Yaojing. At this moment, even Wei Zheng and Yu Shinan were dumbfounded. But at this moment, Arkanon cautiously closed the door. Then he said, "These are the secrets of my forging workshop. Ordinary people can't even see them. Since the Dean trusts you so much, I won't say anything. However, for the next thing in the forging room, I ask you to keep your mouth shut." Li Yuan and the others were stunned. They hurriedly asked, "Is it inside?" Li Yuan instantly thought of the thing that Zhang Feng had mentioned before. Flamethrower. Although they had heard about this thing for the longest time, they had never seen it in person. At this moment, seeing Arcanon so cautious, they could not help but be a little cautious. But more than that, they were still looking forward to it. What is this thing? To put it bluntly, they had seen the power of the cannon just now. Although this was just a simple cannon barrel made when testing gunpowder, they were not fools. If it was something 10 times bigger than this. That power, it was unimaginably huge. And after showing it for so long, those weapons had been introduced. It was nothing more than some common weapons that had undergone some modifications. Forget it. They could think of this. But they had always been thinking about the flamethrower that Zhang Feng had always admired. This thing was the real deal. So at this moment, seeing Arcanon so cautious, they could not help but look forward to it even more. Seeing them like this, Arcanon reminded them again and again before slowly and solemnly opening the stone door that was the deepest in the cave, which was also the deepest from the ground. In an instant, a wave of hot and humid smell accompanied by an unpleasant smell hit their faces. Chapter 1601. At this time, what appeared in front of everyone was. It was a stone room that occupied an area much larger than any of the stone rooms above. Li Yuan secretly estimated that this place seemed to be as large as the entire forging workshop. It was hard for him to imagine that this forging workshop had only been established for a little more than a month. It was actually able to create such an appearance. Although it looked quite simple and crude, it already had everything that should be inside. There were more than a dozen forging furnaces that were slightly smaller than the ones outside, as well as a long chimney that was chiseled through the walls of the cave leading to the outside, as well as a smelting furnace in the center of the stone room. At this time, a blazing fire was burning, and on the platform at the top, the craftsmen were paying taxes on the smelting furnace. This was the reason why when everyone entered the room, they felt a trace of dampness amidst the heat wave that hit them in the face. Around the smelting furnace, craftsmen had actually carved out some forging holes. Some craftsmen were bending over and carefully hammering these things that were only as thick as a thumb. There were even some craftsmen who had placed small furnaces on the platforms. At this time they were squatting beside the furnaces, sweating profusely as they fiddled with something. This was the first time that everyone had seen such a strange scene. At this time they could not help but be amazed. "I say, Alkinen, what are these people doing?" Qing Yaojin could not help but ask. Yu Qigong had personally led an army to capture them. At this time he was standing together with Qing Yaojin. Obviously these people were not fools. Qing Yaojin had been stationed in Longyu Road for many years. Naturally, his fame had already spread to all parts of the western region. At this time, when he heard Qing Yaojin's words, Alkinen instinctively felt a trace of fear. He quickly said, "This stone room is where the secrets of forging firearms are kept. There are more than 30 kinds of components in this room, and each of them is extremely precise. Some of them are even as thin as white paper, so it is quite troublesome to make them. 5 of the people here are top locksmiths of the Tang dynasty. These people have a clear division of labor and each of them is doing their job. Look at this." Alkinen explained in detail. Then he picked up a trigger and a linkage buckle from the forging table and said, "Although this thing is small, it's the most difficult to make among these things. It's also the most important part, just like the trigger of a strong crossbow." Arcanon explained the details one by one. The expressions of Li Yuan and the rest also changed incomparably. They were agitated, excited, and worried. What they were worried about was why Zhang Feng chose these foreigners to participate in such a confidential matter. Why didn't he choose the natives of the Tang dynasty? If something were to happen, or if these people were to secretly send such a secret item to the outer realms, he wouldn't be able to escape. Wouldn't that bring a lot of trouble to the Tang dynasty? At the thought of this, Li Yuan's expression was no longer indifferent. He took the opportunity to whisper in Yu Qigong's ear, "Go quickly. Fengzi, get it for the old man." Yu Qigong naturally knew what the old master was worried about at this time. If he didn't ask clearly about this matter, no one would be at ease. What was more, Yu Shernan, Wei Jing and the others were here. This thing, once leaked out, it would be fatal to the Tang dynasty. Before he entered the cave, he had been thinking about the future. Yu Qigong had always thought that this cave was just SOSO. It was just a forging room carved out to save time. But only when he saw the thing here did Yu Qigong completely overturn that idea in his heart. If this thing was placed in the West, it would have been discovered long ago. Before these things could be used on the battlefield, the news would have been leaked out. At this time he understood more why Zhang Feng first modified the Mitsubishi bayonets, the crossbows and then the spears and so on. These things turned out to be Zhang Feng's cover for this gun. This thing was the key. As for the cannon, it was the same. Even if there were spies who could find out everything, they couldn't really find out any useful information such as things that could be forged in this underground forging room. Especially this gun. Even if he could make it, he knew the general appearance and so on. But if he didn't have the parts drawings made by Zhang Feng, how could he make it? This was also the magical part of Zhang Feng. He almost divided these drawings into countless pieces. Each person had a drawing. In this way, almost everyone had a different secret part. Even if there were illegal people who stole one of them, it was useless. The most important thing was that Zhang Feng was waiting for them to steal it. This gun was not something else. As long as there was a problem with one part, it would be scrapped. If it was serious, it would directly explode. If someone else made this thing on the test bench with his permission, then Zhang Feng would be eager for him to make it quickly. Zhang Feng might even give him dozens of carts of gunpowder. Once he exploded the gun. Chapter 1602. On the other side. Zhang Feng had just finished explaining the importance of geometry and arithmetic, as well as the calculation techniques. Then he was invited out of the classroom by Cheng Chumo and the others who could not wait any longer. At this moment, there was only a group of people left in the classroom. They stared at the things that Zhang Feng had just said, which they had recorded word for word on a piece of scrap paper. After looking at the last problem of calculating the sum of the area of a square object, everyone fell silent. They carefully savored the mysteries of arithmetic. Previously, they had only been exposed to the simplest multiplication tables, division tables, and simple calculations such as addition and subtraction. They thought that they were familiar with the mysteries of arithmetic. However, after the lesson of the dean, they suddenly realized that they were nothing here. In any place other than the mountains, as long as they wore the uniform of White Deer College, it was like a pass. They could enter and leave Chang and the various restaurants and tea houses without queuing. Even in the tea houses they did not need to pay. So much so that all of them felt like they were floating in the air. What was this? This was a symbol of their status. This was all the face that the dean had earned. This was the pride of everyone in White Deer College. However, after today's lesson, they finally realized that they were nothing. Even at this moment, the old scholar looked at the arithmetic problem on the blackboard with a solemn expression, engrossed in it. At this moment, at the side of the teaching building, Cheng Chumo and the others invited Zhang Feng here. They looked at Zhang Feng with a smile and rubbed their hands. This scared Zhang Feng so much that he thought that these guys were going to kill him to silence him. He hurriedly asked, "You guys, what's the matter?" Yes. Cheng Chumo nodded and said, "Now, the matter of this water wheel is basically settled. However, this water wheel needs to be changed almost every day. This is not right. However, we have thought of many ways. We even changed it to an iron rod or a steel rod. Although it is effective, it will not last for more than a few days. So, you took the opportunity to find me here?" Zhang Feng asked with some disdain. Although Cheng Chumo wasn't happy, he didn't dare to provoke Zhang Feng at this time. He could only pinch his nose and accept it. However, Dugo wasn't willing. He picked up his notes and argued with Zhang Feng. Dugo was famous for being a chatterbox. That terrifying mouth technique could even make people feel terrified. At the very least, Cheng Chumo and the others didn't dare to fight back. Even Li Qingqian couldn't handle it. At this moment, Dugo's attack was something that they had discussed beforehand. If Zhang Feng did not say anything, then Dugo would do it. At this moment, Dugo and Zhang Feng were in the middle of a heated argument. They tried their best to hold back their laughter. While smoking, they silently calculated the time in their hearts to see how long Zhang Feng could last. Sure enough, in the time it took to finish a meal. In the end, Zhang Feng was defeated. Okay. Brother, I give up. This water wheel is almost okay, but it has a fatal weakness, and that is the transmission device. Before Zhang Feng could finish, Dugo hurriedly asked, "Fengzi, what is this transmission device?" Wei Shiyu couldn't help but ask, "Yeah, Fengzi, you should be more clear. If you only say this and that, who doesn't know how to say it? This thing, even if you want me to say it, I can say it too. During this period of time, we have spent countless days and nights and we still can't get this thing done. You just open your mouth and say this and that. Tell us how to solve it. We are going to deliver the goods tomorrow, what do you want us to do?" When Zhang Feng heard this, he was angry and amused. However, at this moment he knew that if he laughed he would be beaten up in minutes. Zhang Feng could only sigh and say, "Do you still remember the lesson I taught you on the night I moved to the villa area? When he said this, their faces instantly turned red. They slowly looked around and started to talk about it. None of them dared to look Zhang Feng in the eye. No, Dugo. Dugo frowned as he flipped through the book in his hand. Then he said, Fengzi, there seems to be some sort of misunderstanding about this playbook. Back then, I clearly remembered that you had mentioned the method of power transmission and the method of forming the hydrodynamic force. You didn't talk about the construction of the water wheel at all, right? Zhang Feng patted his forehead and looked at Dugo curiously. He leaned forward to take a look at the little book and realized that this guy was actually taking notes. Motherf asterisk Kerr. Good guy, who the hell would write a diary? This guy, he actually wrote a diary? However, at this moment, even if he wrote a diary, it didn't matter. After all, he really did talk about this matter. Zhang Feng pointed at the book and then called Ching Chumo and the others over. He said, Come, all of you, come and take a look. I don't believe that you all don't remember this thing. Motherf asterisk Kerr, now that Lao Tzu asked you to make this water wheel, don't tell me you don't want it to move? This can move, is it the power unit? In an instant, the few of them suddenly became cheerful. Cheng Chumo patted his forehead excitedly and shouted, Motherf asterisk Kerr, so that's how it is. No wonder Lao Tzu didn't see this thing even after flipping through it. So it's because of this matter. Motherf asterisk Kerr, Chongzi, Motherf asterisk Kerr, you said that this thing? Lao Tzu didn't believe you. At this moment, everyone suddenly realized. Motherf asterisk Kerr, it was this guy who said that the construction of this water wheel was very complicated. It was far from a problem of power, it was a problem of some manufacturing process. If they had known that this was a scam, Motherf asterisk Kerr, they would have made it long ago. Why would they be laughed at by Fengzi now? The few of them looked at Zhang Feng's speechless expression and then looked at Zhang Sun, who was about to slip away. Everyone was angry. Dugo was so angry that his beard was blowing and his eyes were glaring. He put away the little book and shouted, Motherf asterisk Kerr, beat him up. Chapter 1603. Zhang Sun did not even know what was going on. He was pressed to the ground and hammered by someone. Among them, Wei Shuyu, Chen Chumo and the rest were all bark and no bite. Their fists were swinging loudly, but when they landed on their bodies, it was like a tickle. But this bastard Dugo, he was definitely going all out. Every punch made Zhang Sun Chong cry out in pain. The key point was that this guy was always looking for Zhang Sun Chong's soft flesh. Alright, if you continue, I'm leaving. Zhang Feng could tell. Apart from Dugo, who was really angry, the rest of them were just putting on an act. He had no choice but to ask them to stop. By the time everyone stopped, Zhang Sun Chong's face had already lost its original appearance. 2 panda eyes and 2 lines of nosebleeds could not be stopped. Zhang Feng felt a headache coming on. He did not hide anything anymore. Originally, he had planned to explain the water wheel to them. After all, Zhang Feng also knew the importance of the matter. The phosphate fertilizer factory at the foot of the mountain was almost finished. He only needed to wait for this set of equipment to be installed before it could be activated. Furthermore, tomorrow was the day that the Ministry of Works would hand over the equipment. If they missed it, then there would be trouble. Zhang Feng knew that all the commoners and officials at the foot of the mountain were waiting for this toy. If they couldn't hand over the equipment tomorrow, there would inevitably be chaos. At this moment, seeing that the few of them had quieted down, Zhang Feng gestured for them to follow him to the villa area. The craftsmen making the water wheel in the villa area were still racking their brains, but as usual, they did not know where the problem was. At this moment, they saw Zhang Feng arrive. Everyone hurriedly stood up and greeted him. Zhang Feng asked them to stand up, then pointed at the water wheel and talked to the craftsmen. Among these craftsmen, there was an old man who used to work in the Ministry of Works. Because of his age and dissatisfaction with the Ministry of Works, he resigned in anger. If Zhang Feng had not found him, Zhang Feng would not have been able to find such a skilled person. However, although this person was very skilled, he was also a stubborn old man. He would argue with Zhang Feng for almost half a day about almost everything, especially when the water wheel was being built. In ancient times, especially in the early years of the Tang dynasty and before the Tang dynasty, almost all the water wheels had straight blades. However, the water wheel designed by Zhang Feng had slanted blades. The most important thing was that one of the blades was positive while the other was negative. The advantage of such staggered slanted blades was that the water wheel moved faster. The difficulty was that doing so would worsen the wear and tear of the entire water wheel. In particular, Zhang Feng had made the axle of the water wheel thinner. Under the premise of only pursuing speed, the degree of exhaustion had also increased. In addition, during this period of time, they had not been able to find the reason, so these little dukes had directly dragged him to do research every day. They had long been tortured to the point of being unable to bear the burden. At this moment they saw Zhang Feng arrive. Only then did they heave a sigh of relief. They also repeatedly complained that they were ready to go home and retire. They did not want to suffer here anymore. This made Zhang Feng very depressed. At this time, why did these craftsmen not have the spirit of exploration? The craftsmen who had been kidnapped from the western regions were all as if injected with chicken blood when they saw the magical drawings and the magical manufacturing process. This was simply incomparable. Zhang Feng could not say anything. After all, the old master was so old. He could only helplessly say, "Old master, I know what you mean. After this water wheel is built, whether you all stay or leave will be decided separately. Now let me tell you what's wrong with this water wheel. Look, there's actually no problem with the water wheel as a whole. The problem lies in the axle." As he spoke, Zhang Feng kicked the steel axle that was still swaying. Then he said, "You can't even fix this thing firmly. Do you think it won't be seriously damaged?" When he said this, the good craftsman frowned and said, "Sir Director, once this thing is fixed, won't it not be able to move?" Zhang Feng chuckled and said, "Do you still remember the 2 rings I brought you?" The old craftsman was stunned. He still did not remember. Dugo remembered. He hurriedly dug out 2 palm-sized steel rings from a pile of scrap metal at the side. When Zhang Feng brought them here, he said that this was the main point. However, no one knew what this thing was used for, so they did not pay much attention to it. Zhang Feng picked up the 2 round things and put them on the steel rod. Then he hammered them into the axle and said, "Now you all have to think of a way to fix it firmly in here. After that, don't worry about it. I can guarantee that this thing can be used for half a year without a problem." Zhang Feng did not want to explain this bearing. After all, once this thing was explained, it would take a lot of time. At this time, there was no lubricant and there was no oil found. Moreover, this thing was driven by water, so there was no need for lubricant. When he said this, everyone still did not understand. However, Zhang Feng was too lazy to explain anything. He yawned leisurely and prepared to go back and have a good afternoon nap. There were too many things to do today. In addition, he was dizzy from drinking and had said a lot of things. At this moment, he was so sleepy that he could not even open his eyes. Just as Zhang Feng turned around and was about to go to sleep, suddenly he was scared out of his wits by Yu Qigong's voice. "Fengzi, you're finally done with this thing? Then let's go. The old master wants to see you." Chapter 1604. Zhang Feng really did not want to do that. However, he did not know when old Yu and old Qin appeared behind him, so much so that he was scared out of his wits. After a long while, Zhang Feng recovered and asked in surprise, "How long have you been here?" Yu Qigong chuckled and said, "When you arrived, we had just arrived." "What is it?" Without waiting for Zhang Feng to finish his question, Yu Qigong immediately took action. He grabbed Zhang Feng and said, "Let's go, we'll know when we get there." Zhang Feng was speechless. He struggled with all his might, but seeing that he could not break free, he could only follow the 2 to the workshop with a speechless expression. Qing Chumo and the rest were dumbfounded. After exchanging glances, they looked at the Yuchi brothers and said, "I say, they seem to have been in the workshop for a long time, right?" The Yuchi brothers nodded seriously. Wei Shuyu immediately perked up and said, "Could it be that they have done something shameful in there?" Their eyes lit up but then dimmed again. What could they have done? It was nothing more than finding something good. At this moment, Du Go said faintly, "Have you forgotten that Li Gan will be going to Chiotzi City in 2 days? What do you think they are doing here at this time? Also, don't you want to go and see what that loud noise was just now?" Hearing that, instantly, the few of them became interested and hurriedly followed. "Let's go, let's follow Dad and take a look." After Zhang Feng and the rest led Qin Chumo and the rest into the cave of the workshop, Qin Chumo and the rest were dazzled, as if they were Granny Lu who had entered the Grand View Garden. They looked here and there, it was simply too much for their eyes to take in. In the end, the few of them locked their gazes on the shining silver sword in Wei Zheng's hand. That sword. Damn, it's a little cool. They just did not know how powerful this thing was. The few of them waited. After entering the cave on the next floor, they saw a dazzling array of weapons displayed in the cave. In an instant they couldn't help but stop in their tracks. "Fengzi, these, do we brothers have a share in them?" Their gazes were already attracted by the strange-looking weapons that Yu Qigong and the others had seen earlier. When Zhang Feng saw this, he instantly became smug. Especially when he saw Yu Qigong's pleading gaze. He slapped Yu Qigong's hand away and said, "You want it?" How could they not want it? They nodded in agreement. At this moment, Zhang Feng's heart was filled with joy. He had been in a bad mood the entire journey when Yu Qigong clamped down on him. Now that he had the chance to take revenge, he said, "Take a look." These are all low-class items. The real good stuff is at the bottom. The few people who were choosing their weapons were stunned when they heard this. With Yu Qigong and Qing Yaojin's confirmation, the few of them had a burning look in their eyes. However, Yu Qigong still picked up the whip from the pile of weapons and said, "Fengzi, I can tolerate the other items, but tell me, what is this whip for? This thing can kill people?" Zhang Feng looked at Yu Qigong as though he was looking at an idiot. "Sun Ernyang can kill people with a kitchen knife. What's more, she gave you a chopstick, an axe, and a hoe. Tell me, are these weapons?" Yu Qigong was stunned. Zhang Feng was right. These things could really kill people. But this whip, no matter how he looked at it, it did not look like it could kill people. Zhang Feng could not be bothered to explain. He asked Chen Chumo to take the whip and swing it at a pole not far away. Chen Chumo did not believe it, but he still did as he was told. However, the next moment, when the whip wrapped around the pole, it made a metallic sound. Everyone was stunned. Chen Chumo pulled back the whip and the steel pipe was pulled back as well. He also saw that the whip had scales as dense as snake scales. What was even more frightening was that there were barbs between the scales. At this time, there were also scratches left on the steel pipe that had been entangled with it. At that moment, everyone could not help but break out in a cold sweat. Damn it, this thing. If it appeared on the battlefield, it would definitely cause trouble if they were caught off guard. Good weapon. Qing Yaojin could not help but exclaim. Zhang Feng said smugly, "Of course. The main material of this whip is made of sheep tendons, cow tendons, and some other special materials. It is then made into a net with steel wires. The scales on the net are pieced together by small steel shavings the size of chopsticks. This thing may not look like much, but once it wraps around you, even the head of a black bear can be pulled off by it. That depends on whether you have the strength to do so." Hiss. At even Yu Qigong and Qing Yaojin couldn't help but suck in a cold breath when they heard this. Zhang Feng waved his hand and urged, "Let's go. There's nothing good here. Let's go down and see where the essence of this forge is. It's also the most precious thing." However, at that moment, Du Go said in a trembling voice, "Feng Zi." Zhang Feng was stunned and asked, "What?" "I want this whip." Zhang Feng felt a chill run down his spine. This guy was already a bad guy. If he gave this thing to him, although it suited his temperament, it would be terrible if something happened. Zhang Feng shook his head repeatedly. No, this doesn't suit you." Du Go ignored Zhang Feng and took the whip from Qin Chimo's hand and wrapped it around his belt. Zhang Feng could not help but give him a thumbs up. "You're King awesome." Lao Tzu is impressed. Chapter 1605. Zhang Feng didn't expect that a person could be so shameless when he became shameless. But today he saw it for himself. This Du Dabing really didn't talk about martial ethics. But there was no other way. He also had to have something to defend himself. This whip was undoubtedly the most suitable for him. If he was given a knife, would he be able to use it? What kind of moves would he know? But this whip was different. There was no need for any moves. All he needed to do was to dance and that would be enough. This was very in line with Du Go's temperament. Zhang Feng stared at Qin Shimo and the others. Seeing that they didn't want to imitate Du Go, he stopped. "Let's go. The old man is probably waiting anxiously." Yu Qigong said somewhat gloomily. Hearing this, the few of them became well-behaved. The few of them were even more curious about what else was down there. When they all entered the cave where the guns were made, everyone's eyes were fixed on what they saw. At the corner of the wall there were steel pipes for guns. In the middle there was a furnace as big as a central room. At this moment it was surrounded by people knocking on it. Alkinen, Li Yuan, and the others also saw the people who just came in. Alkinen hurried forward and bowed. "Sir Dean. I've explained the general situation here and the things produced here clearly to you." Zhang Feng nodded and let Alkinen do his own thing. Then he looked at Li Yuan and asked, "Old man, are you satisfied?" "Satisfied. Very satisfied." Zhang Feng nodded. "Then let's talk about the problem of profit now?" Li Yuan was stunned. He suddenly understood and nodded with a smile. He thought that Zhang Feng would say something else. How would he know that this guy was actually talking about this matter? Perhaps he did not have a lot of other things, but because of the appearance of the cooperative, as well as the scamming of so much gold and silver from Tibet and the other countries, the current imperial treasury was already incomparably full. Thus, a bit of money was not a problem for Li Yuan. Besides, once these weapons fell into his hands, how much money could he not have? Even if Zhang Feng wanted to choose a state capital, Li Yuan would dare to give it away. He believed that Li Shimin would also give it away. After all, it was this godforsaken Shishan. After being tormented by Zhang Feng for less than 3 months, it had become like this. Moreover, the two markets in Chang and city combined were not as profitable as this one, and it was not as lively as this one. What if it was a state capital? If Chiaotzi was given to Zhang Feng, would Zhang Feng be able to turn Chiaotzi into the most prosperous and most stable city in the west of the Tang dynasty in less than a year? This was also what Li Shimin wanted to see. However, the state capital, they wanted to, but they were afraid that the officials in the imperial court would be dissatisfied, and this brat would directly discover their identities. Therefore they could only wait for Zhang Feng to speak. At this time, giving Chiaotzi City's commerce to Zhang Feng was almost the same as giving Chiaotzi City's lifeline to Zhang Feng. In other words, Chiaotzi City belonged to Zhang Feng. However, this was just not a clear statement. Hearing this, Zhang Feng thought for a moment and said, "I'll leave the blueprints of these weapons and equipment and these craftsmen to you. These people are all treasures. You have to be careful. These people, especially Arkanon and Mokido, are treasures among talents. I'll still control the forge on the mountain, but it's only used to invent some new things. As for the mass production, I'll leave it to you. Moreover, I'm not sure about the cost of these weapons. You can discuss the specifics among yourselves. I only want half of the profits. What do you think?" Li Yuan was silent. Wei Jing, Fang Xianling, Yu Shernan, Yu Qigong and the others were silent. They were still worried whether Zhang Feng would take the opportunity to ask for an exorbitant price, but now it seemed that they were measuring the heart of a gentleman with their own mean measure. Zhang Feng did not think so much at all. At this time, when they heard Zhang Feng say such words, they almost vomited blood. This mother asterisk Kerr really only cared about money. Li Yuan was also stunned. After a moment, his expression changed and he asked somewhat solemnly, "This thing, are you not going to care about it anymore in the future?" Zhang Feng nodded. "More or less. I don't have much time to worry about so much. The matter of the phosphate fertilizer has not been settled yet. I have to deal with it first. Besides, as long as nothing goes wrong in this battle against Chiaotzi, it will definitely succeed. What's there to worry about? My current experience is to set up this laboratory. When Li Gan and the others return from the battlefield, my laboratory will officially start." Li Yuan nodded, his eyes flashing. In his opinion, Zhang Feng's talent in military affairs was more terrifying than anything else. If this kid really put his heart and soul into one thing, then his achievements could not be limited. At this time, seeing this, the expressions of Yu Shernan and the others recovered slightly. This was what they wanted. This was what they wanted to see the most. Zhang Feng was indeed a talent, but what they wanted to see the most was that Zhang Feng could become a person who benefited one side, and not an accomplice who caused a massacre. This was not good for Zhang Feng. It was also not good for the position of the entire academy. After all, Zhang Feng was the soul of this academy. Once Zhang Feng chose a path, it was destined to make the students of the entire academy the same. Li Yuan did not expect Zhang Feng to be like this. He asked tentatively, "Now that these things have almost been manufactured, what else are you going to do?" Chapter 1606. Li Yuan asked what almost everyone wanted to ask. But the timing was not right before, so everyone did not ask. Now that the topic had reached this point, naturally everyone wanted to hear it, especially Yu Shernan and the others. They knew that the old scholar had asked Zhang Feng to go, and they also discussed it before letting the old scholar go to Zhang Feng for a heart-to-heart talk. After all, the relationship between the old scholar and Zhang Feng, in the eyes of outsiders, was simply like that of a new father and son. At this time, seeing that Zhang Feng was asked about this matter, several people were also somewhat expectant. After all, just now, Zhang Feng had already handed over the matter of these firearms to the retired emperor. At this time, when he opened the laboratory again, several people were also very confused, not knowing what Zhang Feng wanted to do. However, Zhang Feng shook his head at this time and said, "I haven't thought about this matter for the time being, but one thing is certain, it is dynamics." Dynamics? Several people were dumbfounded. Yu Qigong scratched the beard on his chin and asked, "Is it the kind of hydrodynamics that you mentioned?" Zhang Feng waved his hand and said speechlessly, "We can't keep talking here, right? Don't you feel hot?" Hearing this, only then did everyone come to their senses and hurriedly went out of the cave with Zhang Feng. Once out of the cave, Alkinen had already placed a table of sumptuous wine and dishes on the spacious flat ground outside. Seeing this, Li Yuan gave a thumbs up. Now Zhang Feng only lacked 3 bowls of wine. Once these 3 bowls of wine were in his stomach, Zhang Feng would not be him anymore. And on the shelf next to the wine table at this time, were the various samples of the produced weapons that they saw just now. At this time Zhang Feng was also a little surprised. However, when he saw that everyone in the smelting workshop came out and looked at everyone with burning eyes, it seemed that it was very obvious that they wanted to wait for Zhang Feng's inspection. Zhang Feng was also not polite. They began to comment one by one. When Zhang Feng picked up the sword and waved it twice, Yu Qigong excitedly asked, "Feng Zi, you said that these things were given to the patriarch. It's not too much to ask for one now, right?" Zhang Feng stared blankly. He used the knife to point at Li Yuan and chuckled. "You'll have to ask the old man about this. These things are all his." Hearing this, Yu Qigong withered. Looking at the whip on Dugo's waist, he wished he could slap himself a few times. Just now, if he had been a little thick-skinned, he would have gotten nothing. However, there was no chance now. The eyes of Qing Yaojin and Cheng Chumo darkened. How could Li Yuan not see their appearances? He snorted coldly with mild anger on his face. In an instant, these people became well-behaved. This was still under the situation of not knowing their identities. If they knew their identities in the future, wouldn't that brat Zhang Feng make fun of them? A dignified general was actually moaning and groaning here for a little bit of foreign objects. What a scandal. Before the Battle of Chiotzi is over, no one is allowed to have these weapons. These are things that the imperial court wants. I'm afraid you don't want your heads anymore? Li Yuan's words contained a trace of threat, and within these words, everyone could even faintly smell a trace of the retired emperor's majesty. They couldn't help but tremble all over, and they hurriedly bowed. "We understand." Hearing that, only then did Li Yuan slowly nod his head. "If you want these things, go and ask Feng Zi. After all, these things will be brought down the mountain in the future. The old man does not care about what happens on the mountain, and neither can the imperial court. As long as you don't take them out to show off, there won't be any problem if nothing happens." Li Yuan's words instantly let everyone see a glimmer of hope. After all, these things were Zhang Feng's. Now, other than the emperor and the retired emperor, the only one who could use these things was Zhang Feng. At this time, Zhang Sun and Wei Shuyu both looked at the long spear at the same time. They were so envious that their eyes were about to pop out of their sockets. Qing Yaojin was stunned for a long time. In the end, he only reacted when Qing Yaojin kicked his knee. He looked over and saw that Qing Yaojin was talking with Wei Zheng as if nothing had happened. At this time he saw Zhang Sun and Wei Shuyu's eyes, then looked at the Fang Ai and Yuqi brothers who were circling around the Dugo. His eyes rolled and he hurriedly poured a big bowl of wine. He patted Zhang Feng's shoulder and said, "Feng Zi, you too, let's drink?" Zhang Feng was about to fall asleep at this time. At this time, seeing such a big bowl of wine, how could he not know what Qing Chumo was thinking? His eyelids jumped and said, "Drinking wine is okay, but there needs to be a way, right?" This. Qin Chumo was stunned and scratched his head. After a moment he suddenly said, "Didn't you help us a lot today? You solved the biggest problem of the water wheel. Just for this we have to drink a bowl." At this time Wei Shuyu and the others also came back to their senses. They hurriedly picked up the wine bowl and imitated Cheng Chumo. They picked up the bowl and wanted to compete with Zhang Feng. At this time, Zhang Feng's scalp instantly went numb. If he drank this, wouldn't he kick the bucket? This was a pure grain wine with 45% alcohol content. If he really drank it, wouldn't it be a big problem? At this time, Li Yuan also advised with a smile, "Feng Zi, it's rare that they have good intentions and you drank it?" Zhang Feng was instantly speechless. He wished he could slap his own mouth a few times. This matter, how did it become like this? Chapter 1607. He couldn't drink the wine at this time. If he drank it, it would really kill him. Zhang Feng wouldn't dare to drink it even if he died. He could only wave his hand and say, "I'm not good at drinking, I'm not good at drinking. By the way, don't you want weapons? Tell me when I'm free, I'll make it for you personally, okay?" Hearing that, even Yuqi Gong's eyes couldn't help but light up. Seeing that the two Yuqi brothers were a little dull, he was so angry that he directly kicked each of them. In an instant, the two staggered and fell into Zhang Feng's arms. It scared Zhang Feng. At this time, how could Zhang Feng not know that old Yu was anxious? He was a little speechless. "Okay, I'll agree to this. It's rare to be happy today. What do you want? I'll get it for you." "Aha, that's what I call a brother." Yuqi Gong laughed loudly and said, "Good brother, I don't want anything else. I just want this spear. Double the weight and make one for me. As for my two brats, you can do as you see fit." Ah. Zhang Feng had a headache. This spear was now 32 caddies and 7 tails. "So, you still think it's light?" Although he was speechless, looking at the tens of thousands of wine in front of him, Zhang Feng still gritted his teeth and agreed. Anyway, this thing, as long as the grinding tool came out, it would be a piece of cake. Say it, old Chen, what do you want? Qing Yaojin glanced at Li Yuan, then looked at Wei Zheng and the others. Seeing that they didn't speak, he said, I want a big axe. Zhang Feng was confused. He asked, what do you want an axe for? Chopping firewood? Yu Qigong couldn't help but burst out laughing. Qing Yaojin was so angry that he wanted to beat him. But he still said seriously, I admire General Qing Yaojin, so I want to get an axe to play with. This was a reason. Zhang Feng nodded. Zhang Feng naturally admired Qing Yaojin, so it was natural for him to have fans. But history had different opinions about Qing Yaojin. Furthermore, this battle axe had existed for thousands of years and had evolved into various models. At this moment he couldn't help but ask, then, is this axe a double-sided axe or a single-sided axe? Is it a long-handled axe or a single-handed axe? Qing Yaojin stroked his beard and said, anything is fine. Aha, anything is fine. Look at my body, you should know what style I like. Zhang Feng was speechless. But this was for the best. Without a specific form, it would be much easier to operate. After that, Zhang Feng asked Wei Shuyu a few more questions. Wei Shuyu, Qing Chumo, and Zhang Sun also talked about how Zhang Feng wanted to train them to become the ultimate soldier. Zhang Feng had no choice but to promise them that he would give them good armor and equipment from head to toe on another day. What Zhang Feng couldn't figure out the most was that Wei Zheng and the others actually came up and asked for weapons and bulletproof vests. This made Zhang Feng a little suspicious. Were these guys going to take these good things out and sell them on the black market? But since they were bragging, Zhang Feng could only bite the bullet and agree. Only then did everyone start drinking with a smile. Seeing this, Zhang Feng hurriedly got up and left. If he didn't leave now, he would probably be emptied out. No one stopped him this time. They all persuaded Zhang Feng to quickly go back and rest. This made Zhang Feng once again feel emotional about the fickleness of human nature. Once Zhang Feng left, the faces of Li Yuan and the others instantly changed. A good wine party instantly became heavy. Li Yuan put down his wine cup and said in a heavy voice, if there is any news about what happened here today, I will definitely not let any of you off. Do you understand? In an instant, everyone's expression changed. They hurriedly got up and bowed, but were rejected by Li Yuan. Everyone understood this, especially Wei Zheng, Fang Xianling, Yu Qigong, and Qing Yaojin. At this time, the war was already imminent, and it was also the time when the secret agents of both sides were moving the most closely. At this time, Li Yuan and Li Shimin were wondering whether Shao Mountain's secret had been sent to Chiotzi, which made Tali so difficult. Or maybe it was because of this Ho Junji matter. But the best way to deal with this matter was to erase all information here. Today, Li Yuan thought that he would have to spend a lot of effort to persuade Zhang Feng to give up the production of these weapons and equipment. But he didn't expect that Zhang Feng was born in the year of the dog. His sense of danger was always so sensitive. He didn't expect that he would actually agree. This made Li Yuan somewhat puzzled. At the same time, he also wanted to know what the old scholar said to Zhang Feng just now. But this was not important. What was important was that at this time, the matter had already happened, and these people had coaxed and pestered Zhang Feng to get so many things. Although he would definitely not give them to them for the time being, they would definitely get into their hands. These guys, none of them were easy to deal with. When they were drunk and pretended to be cool, once that thing was leaked, it would be an irreparable blow to the Tang dynasty. That was why Li Yuan was so cautious. But at this time, the more Li Yuan thought about it, the more he felt that this matter was too serious. He hurriedly got up, looked at everyone and said, let's go back. Chapter 1608. Dong, dong, dong. The next morning, the morning bell rang. In an instant, Chang and city, which had been silent for the whole night, became lively again. The Ministry of Works was the most active. When the city gate opened, more than 100 people from the Ministry of Works and more than 50 large carts drove out of Chang'an City. Those who knew about this knew that they were going to White Deer College in Shao Mountain to get something. And it was something important for the phosphate fertilizer factory. So early in the morning, the commoners didn't eat breakfast. Instead, they held their bowls and squatted at the door to watch the show. In the past, those who went out to walk their birds and dogs were nowhere to be seen. Everyone was huddled in a corner watching the carriages leave the city. Outside the Tonghua Gate. At this moment the city gates opened. The sound of firecrackers louder than the morning bell rang through Chang'an City. Everyone knew that today's big event was that the phosphate fertilizer factory was going to open. This also meant that this year's grain harvest was going to be bumper. This was the most important thing for every citizen. It was also the most exciting thing for them. Although they hadn't used the phosphate fertilizer yet, the people who got the malt by chance last time all carefully planted it in their homes like it was a treasure. Every morning and evening they would go to see it. Under everyone's expectant gazes, this wheat sprout grew even more sturdy. In just a few days it was already as long as a finger. The most important thing was that it was sturdy. It was as fat as the tip of a chopstick. How could the people not go crazy? The malt sprout had never disappeared in Chang'an City. Every day after dinner people would talk about it. This was the most exciting thing for them. And today the phosphate fertilizer factory was finally going to officially open. How could the people of Chang'an City not go crazy? Outside the Tonghua Gate. When the gate opened, a large number of people swarmed out. In such an anxious wait, 2 hours later, the ministers from the Ministry of Works, the Ministry of Appointments, the Ministry of Rights, the Ministry of Agriculture, and the other ministers who had just finished the morning meeting arrived one after another. In the small town outside Chang'an City, no one knocked on Zheng Tufu's door anymore. At this time the sky was only slightly bright. Almost everyone was at home feeding the pigs and carrying bags of pig feed in preparation for the day's sale. When he heard someone knocking on the door, Zheng Tufu was stunned for a moment before he hurriedly opened the door. Zheng Tufu was stunned when he saw the person at the door. The person who came was none other than Niu Weili, the old master of Chang'an County. Niu Weili went straight to the point and asked, "Old Zheng, Lao Li and the others asked me to ask you if you're selling this big fat pig? Today Fengzi's phosphate fertilizer factory is operating. Lao Li and the others are preparing a banquet for everyone. Your pig is the staple food. You're saying that Fengzi did this?" Zheng Tufu naturally knew about the phosphate fertilizer factory. He also knew about what happened outside Tonghua Gate, but he never saw Zhang Feng's shadow. After asking around he found out that these things were made by Lao Li and the others and not Zhang Feng. But now that he heard it, Zheng Tufu was a little surprised. Niu Weili's expression was a little strange when he heard that. "You're saying that this thing caused such a big commotion in Chang'an City. Who would dare to do this without Fengzi's approval?" When he said that, Zheng Tufu slapped his forehead in agitation and said, "We're not selling this pig." Niu Weili was anxious when he heard that. This was what old Qin had personally told him last night. If he didn't do this well he might be in trouble. Because old Qin had also sent a letter from the censorate. "This, brother old Zheng, big brother Zheng, this is not up for discussion. This, just name a price. How much are you selling it for?" Zheng Tufu still shook his head. "Not selling." Niu Weili was furious. He rolled up his sleeves and shouted, "Hey you idiot, this is an order from the higher-ups. They insisted on naming your pig. Do you know what this means? This means..." Before he could finish, Zheng Tufu's words almost choked him to death. Zheng Tufu said leisurely, "This pig is not for sale. In my courtyard there are 15 big fat pigs of about 200 catties. Just tell me how many you want. Do you want me to slaughter them for you here or drag them to the phosphate fertilizer factory? I'll give them to you, but if you pay, Lao Tzu won't sell even a strand of pig hair." Niu Weili was stunned. He couldn't wrap his head around it. He asked in a daze, "What do you mean by this?" Zheng Tufu waved his hand and chuckled. "Look at me. If it weren't for Fengzi, I Zheng Tufu would still be a butcher. All of this is thanks to Fengzi. Especially these pigs. If it weren't for Fengzi's idea, if it weren't for him giving me a way to make money, do you think I would dare to dream of such a good job in my entire life?" Niu Weili smacked his lips and didn't know what to say. He knew about this. After all, he was also a beneficiary back then. If it weren't for Zhang Feng, where would he have a few hundred mu of fertile land now? Where would he have those mansions in Chang'an City? Even if he worked as a county magistrate his whole life, he wouldn't be able to get it. Chapter 1609. Early in the morning. The people of Tonghui Lane were in an uproar. Early in the morning, the old village chief put on a new soapy robe that he had not worn for a long time. He stood on the street in high spirits, leaning on his walking stick and shouting. Beside him, Ma Xinliang was beating the gongs and drums with all his might. At this moment the old village chief seemed to be 10 years younger. His back was not hunched and his eyes were not blurry. At this moment he was already surrounded by a group of Chang'an merchants. At this moment the old village chief felt that in his 70s Mr. Bo Shi had said that people were past their prime. But at this moment he suddenly felt that life had just begun. It was exceptionally wonderful. At this moment he had entered the peak of his life. Because today the big banquet at the phosphate fertilizer factory at the foot of Longsho Mountain was unexpectedly held by the people of Tonghui Lane. What was this? This was the emperor's favor. This was the emperor's favor to Tonghui Lane. This was a rare opportunity. If it was done well, then everyone in Tonghui Lane would become superior. They would no longer be lowly slaves. However, today the old village chief knew early in the morning that the emperor would not come to the banquet at the phosphate fertilizer factory. That lazy Feng Zi would not come either. After all, he was still sleeping at that time. When he thought of this, the old village chief was a little angry. However, what made him tremble with fear was that although the emperor would not come today, the people who came today were either rich or noble. There were also a large number of merchants and foreign businessmen from various prefectures. And today's staple food was a pig banquet that was held by the people of Tonghui Lane, pork. Although this thing, after going through Zhang Feng's hands, was no longer the smelly and disgusting thing it was before. However, the reputation of this pork was not very good. In such an important occasion, the emperor actually ordered that they must eat pork. This made the old village chief especially cautious. Something went wrong, he would be. Don't say that I'm famous. If I don't get my head chopped off, then I'll thank the heavens. When he thought of this, the old village chief became even more anxious. Leaning on his walking stick, he shouted at Zhu Zi, who was shrinking his neck and rubbing his sleepy eyes, "Zhu Zi, where are your parents? Are you still sleeping?" Zhu Zi was shocked by the old village chief's words and almost didn't recognize that the person wearing a black gown was actually the old village chief. He muttered in shock, "You are the old village chief? How did you become younger?" Even though the old village chief's heart was as sweet as honey, he still shook his walking stick in mild anger and asked, "Where are your parents?" Only then did Zhu Zi react. He pointed in the direction of the tavern and said, "My father and mother are in the tavern. They said that if a big shot comes today, The old village chief's expression became anxious when he heard that and said, "Still packing up for what? What time is it now? Tell your parents to go to Chang and hotel and invite a chef, especially the braised ingredients. Don't forget." Zhu Zi shrank back, cheered and ran away. The old village chief was so anxious that he ran around in circles. He sorted out the matter again and saw that the people of Tonghui Lane had all gone in the direction of Tonghui Gate. He still felt uneasy and was willing to spend money. He hired a carriage and hurriedly rushed to Shao Mountain. A moment later, the old village chief and Ma Xinliang appeared at the door of Zhang Feng's villa. He raised his walking stick and was about to knock on the door when Ma Xinliang hurriedly stopped him. "Old village chief, look at the time. If we knock on the door at this time, we will have to knock for 2 hours. The old village chief's expression also froze. He just remembered that Zhang Feng had a temper when he woke up. Once he lost his temper, let alone asking questions, he could do anything. However, he still felt unsafe if he didn't ask Zhang Feng about this matter. In the end, he waved his hand and said, "Don't worry about it. This old man knows that kids temper very well. It won't be a big deal." As he spoke, the old village chief began his long journey of knocking on the door. After waiting for a full hour, little Cui went downstairs and opened the door in a daze. Before she could get angry, she saw that it was the old village chief and hurriedly asked, "Old village chief, why are you knocking on the door so early? The young master hasn't woken up yet." The old village chief glared at little Cui. When he turned around, he found that Ma Xinliang had already run away without him knowing. The old village chief was so angry that he cursed in his heart. Then he said, "The phosphate fertilizer factory started work today. The factory is holding a big banquet today. Old man is here to ask if Feng Zi wants to go." While he was talking, the unwilling Zhang Feng was pushed downstairs by Jingshu. "I say, old village chief, this is such a trivial matter. Do you have to wake me up before the sun has even risen? Isn't it just a big banquet? You can just do it." When the village chief saw Zhang Feng come downstairs, he hurriedly pulled Zhang Feng to the side and said, "Feng Zi, I didn't mean to wake you up. Look, this is a big matter. Last night, the Ministry of Works personally sent a letter saying that the emperor personally gave the order for the old workers of Tong Hui Fang to organize the banquet." Zhang Feng yawned and leaned against the wall in a daze. He lit a cigarette and said, "This is just a small matter. You can do it." The old village chief hurriedly waved his hand and said, "Logically speaking, it's really no problem to leave this matter to us. But the problem is that the emperor specifically said that he wants to have a pig banquet. You know how this pork is. Without your braising ingredients, it's nothing. Besides the nobles from the imperial palace, there's also a large number of famous clans from the various prefectures, as well as those merchants and envoys from outside the realm. If something goes wrong, won't we lose our reputation?" Before Zhang Feng could finish his yawn, he asked, "You said, this is some kind of pork? I remember that there was no more pork there, right? This pig banquet?" Chapter 16:10. Zhang Feng finally woke up from his drowsiness. Pigs, there were not many left on the deserted mountain. Even in Tonghui Square, not many people had pigs. Even if they started buying last night, they would not be able to buy such a large quantity. The most important thing was, Zhang Feng had already expected that this matter would attract countless merchants, as well as foreign merchants. What was this? This was the result that Zhang Feng wanted. But at this time, was the emperor's head kicked by a donkey? Did he want to have a pig feast? Although pork was recognized by almost everyone in Chang, and it was all based on his reputation. What about other people in Chang? And what did these people know? If something were to go wrong, then we might not even be able to keep our heads today. Not to mention anything else. Seeing that the old village chief was hesitating, Zhang Feng narrowed his eyes and asked, "Old village chief, don't tell me that you haven't settled the pig matter yet?" The old village chief shook his head and said, "The pig matter is settled. The key problem now is that this is a phosphate fertilizer factory. This is the first time in our Tang dynasty that something like this has happened in hundreds of years. If we mess it up, won't we regret it to death?" Wait. Zhang Feng stopped the old village chief and asked, "This pig, it's Jing Tufu's." Zhang Feng's eyes widened when he heard this. "What? You're saying that these pigs are Jing Tufu's?" The old village chief looked at Zhang Feng in surprise and said, "So, you forgot about this matter?" Zhang Feng's face stiffened. He had not only forgotten about this matter. It was as if he had completely forgotten about it. If the old village chief had not mentioned it, he would have really forgotten about this matter. At this time, he remembered that it was indeed him who had asked Zheng Tufu and Ma Zhou to go down the mountain to do a side business, which was to push this breed of pig out for him. It seemed to have been 2 or 3 months. Logically speaking, this pig should have been out of commission. But the strange thing was that he did not receive any news about this matter. Instead, the emperor heard about it. What he did was simply, at this time the old village chief said earnestly, "Feng Zi, you are the head of the family and the head of the hospital. Originally, you have the final say in these matters. However, you have a large family business and are also careless. If we don't help you a little, who knows if those black-hearted people will give you." Zhang Feng felt a headache as he listened to the old village chief's endless chatter. Zhang Feng remembered that he hadn't heard this kind of nagging for a long time. Ever since he went to university, he rarely heard it. At this moment, Zhang Feng felt that it was somewhat familiar and also somewhat heartwarming. This is what a family should be like, right? But there was no going back. The old village chief continued, "Originally, if you don't like listening to this old man's nagging, you can just say it. We won't talk anymore." Zhang Feng grabbed the old village chief and invited him to sit down in the central room. Then he glared at little Cui and said, "Don't you have any eyesight? Hurry up and serve the old village chief some tea." Little Cui pouted her lips so hard that one could hang a pot on it. The old village chief was flattered and waved his hand. "No, no, no. That Feng Zi, let's not talk about this. Let's talk about business. The people who came this time are all nobles and officials. There are even nobles from the imperial palace. These people are all people who can control our life and death with a stomp of their feet. Although you are the dean now, we still have to make friends with these people, right? So, no matter what the reason is, we have to properly talk about this matter today. If something goes wrong today, it will be a big deal. We will lose face in front of the foreign barbarians. This is not good for our business. This pork isn't anything good to begin with. If something goes wrong or if it isn't handled properly, logically speaking, this meat needs to be marinated for an entire night before the smell can be absorbed and the stench can be removed. However, there isn't enough time now, so I'm still a little worried about this pork." When Zhang Feng heard this, he finally understood what the old village chief was worried about. He was worried that the smell of the pork would provoke public anger. Zhang Feng smiled faintly. After comforting the old village chief, he said word by word, "Old village chief, what you said is not without reason. This banquet will have a great impact on the reputation of our academy and our business in the future. The emperor allowed us to host this time, which means that the emperor trusts us." When the old village chief heard this, his expression became even more anxious. Zhang Feng hurriedly waved his hand and calmed the old village chief. "Don't be anxious. Let me finish." Zhang Feng smacked his lips and said, "Do you still remember those craftsmen I found?" When he said this, the old village chief instantly remembered that when Zhang Feng really did let Lao Li's son go to the imperial palace to find an old eunuch called Old Gao. Now, if anyone dared to call him Eunuch Gao, that old fellow would fight with his life. But later, Old Gao lived in the Grey House. That was the first house on the mountain. After that, the braised meat and food factory appeared. Then the pigs on the mountain disappeared. Even Zheng Tufu's entire family had disappeared. Could it be, did they go out to cause trouble? Without waiting for him to ask, Zhang Feng continued, don't worry about this for now. In short, just remember this. For this banquet, just do as you normally do. Also, there won't be any fishy smell. In short, as long as this banquet is done well, the old and young of Tong Hui Fong will be able to earn a lot of money. Earn a lot of money? At this moment, this was the only thing left in the old village chief's mind. He did not think that Zhang Feng would actually say this. At this moment, even if he had a stomach full of worries and words, he was shocked by these 3 words and swallowed them back down. His face that was full of worries instantly turned from worry to joy. Suddenly, it became a face full of excitement and joy. Then this old man will go back to work. You continue. When this old man returns, this old man will personally host the banquet for the young master. As he spoke, the old village chief ignored Zhang Feng's ugly face and ran away. Chapter 16:11. He didn't ask Zhang Feng for details. There was no need to ask. When it came to making money, they were all younger brothers. In short, Zhang Feng was right. If Feng Zi said that they could make money, then they would definitely make money. In terms of making money and doing business, the old village chief admired him very much. Because at this moment, the smile on Ma Xinliang's face, which was full of booklets, didn't disappear at all. When the 2 of them hurriedly got into the carriage and rushed all the way into Chang'an, the old village chief slapped his forehead and said, I have to hurry to Zheng Tufu's place to take a look. Something happens to this kid, No, Xiaoma, let's go to Zheng Tufu's place to help. Ma Xinliang was dumbfounded. Just as he was about to speak, he was interrupted by the old village chief's nagging. He said, no, we have to invite a few more people. Let's go together. Alright, Xiaoma, do you know where Zheng Tufu is? About the banquet. In fact, Zhang Feng understood that this was because of the emperor's property. More importantly, it was because of the arms business. Yesterday he just handed the matter over to Lao Li and the others. Last night, an imperial edict came and handed over the banquet to them. What did this mean? This meant that the emperor didn't want to owe him a favor. This made Zhang Feng very depressed. Was it so difficult for Lao Tzu to make him owe him a favor? However, it was useless to think too much at this time. Who was the emperor? How could that brain of his not know Zhang Feng's plan? Otherwise, wouldn't it be great to directly hand over an imperial edict to a first-rank official? However, just as Zhang Feng had guessed, the emperor was so smart that he would not see him before he solved the problem of the 5 surnames and 7 hopes. Just as the old man in Yushernan said, the higher one stood, the harder one fell. This is His Majesty protecting us from being noticed by others. He's protecting us. Zhang Feng didn't know whether he should thank Huang or curse this fatuous ruler for being blind. However, Zhang Feng only dared to think about these things in his heart. Even if he was given 100 guts, he wouldn't dare to do so. Feng Zi, why don't we join in the fun? Just take it as a farewell for me? At this moment, Li Qingqian's voice sounded from outside the door. Li Qingqian was still wearing a pure white robe. Although the weather wasn't hot, there was still a trace of coldness in the early morning. However, he was still waving his fan pretentiously. Little Cui, who was standing at the door, was mesmerized by him. Zhang Feng was so angry that he pulled little Cui's braid and said, wipe your saliva. Hearing this, Xiao Cui, exclaimed and ran upstairs to find Zhang Yuyao with a blushing face. At this moment, Zhang Feng stared at Li Qingqian speechlessly and said, when will you change your pretentious style? I'll call you brother, okay? Look at you, I'm wondering if I should open a fan stall. What the hell did you do to the atmosphere of the academy? Li Qingqian shrunk his neck and hurriedly put away his fan. He chuckled and entered Zhang Feng's villa. Minding his own business, he drank the cup of hot tea that the old village chief didn't drink just now and said, today there are many high officials and noble people, as well as those beautiful young ladies from the capital, coming. I heard that they all know that although you have 3 daughters, you are unmarried, so they all want to see your peerless beauty. How about we go together? Zhang Feng was a little confused. He pointed at his own nose and said, me? Just me? However, the next moment, Zhang Feng looked around and asked, are you sure? Li Qingqian rolled his eyes and chuckled. He didn't say anything. Tai Niu and the others are ready. Ma Zhou, Hao Chujun and the others are also ready. They are practicing the dance under De Bing's guidance. They are ready to shine today. Zhang Feng took the fan from Li Qingqian's belt and knocked on Li Qingqian's head. He said, instead of studying, you think about those useless things all day long? Although the girls are beautiful, what does that have to do with you? Today this dean will naturally go, but you are leaving tomorrow. Don't you have to get along well with your brothers? This, Li Qingqian was instantly stunned. But under the signal of Zhang Feng's eyes, he suddenly turned his head and found that Jing Shu had quietly stood behind him with 2 bowls of steaming hot food in her hands. Li Qingqian was so scared that he hurriedly got up and maintained his poise. He straightened his body and said, "Greetings, mistress." Jing Shu's expressionless face instantly turned red. She looked at Zhang Feng with some panic. Seeing this, Zhang Feng waved his hand and said, "That's enough. Go back and pack up. When I come back tonight, I will give you a set of clothes to ensure your safety in Qiuzi." While they were talking, Zhang Feng got up and pushed Li Qingqian out of the room. When they were leaving, Zhang Feng glared at Li Qingqian and said with a face full of warning, "How dare you speak nonsense to Lao Tzu? Do you believe that Lao Tzu won't give you anything when you leave this time?" Chapter 16:12. Young master, are you going to the phosphate fertilizer factory? At this moment, Jing Shu asked indifferently and coldly. He actually started to eat and drink the steaming hot nutritious porridge without a care in the world. Zhang Feng's face stiffened. He coughed and said, "It's not a phosphate fertilizer factory. It's a big. I also heard that many daughters of rich families and all the young ladies in the city will go there to have a look." This time Zhang Feng was speechless. He hurriedly said, "Well, who am I, Zhang Feng? I'm a gentleman. How can I do such a vulgar thing? Besides, today is also a big event for us. It's not good if we don't show up today." And Zhang Feng explained a lot, but what he got was Jing Shu's gentle smile. "This is your business. If you want to take a concubine, I have to congratulate you." Zhang Feng choked on the words in his stomach. Looking at Jing Shu's elegant back as she walked up the stairs, she suddenly felt a sense of loneliness. This feeling was exactly the same as when he was in a sea of people, but he still felt lonely. Zhang Feng couldn't help but feel a lump in his throat. He stood up alone and hugged Jing Shu. "Shu, you have to believe me. How can I, Zhang Feng, be able to be favored by you and the 3 of you? This is the fortune of 3 lifetimes. Then don't you want to explain who the woman in the courtyard is?" In an instant. Only then did Zhang Feng remember what old Yu had said yesterday. It seemed that the Zhang family's side relative in Phoenix Ridge, who was also his cousin, came to find him. At first he thought that old Yu was using this as an excuse. But now he knew when he saw Jing Shu. He instantly felt that things might not be so simple. He hurriedly asked, "How did you know?" Jing Shu was carried into the bedroom by Zhang Feng. Then he held Jing Shu's shoulders and held her cheeks. No wonder Jing Shu didn't let him touch her last night. Zhang Yuyao also ignored him. At this time, Zhang Feng finally understood the whole story. Jing Shu struggled for a while and begged for mercy while panting. Then she looked into Zhang Feng's eyes. In an instant, a layer of mist appeared in her eyes and she said, "Yesterday someone from my family came and said that a Miss Zhang came with your marriage certificate and said that she wanted to fulfill the marriage contract with you. Now almost everyone knows about this." Buzz. Zhang Feng's head instantly exploded. Damn it. What did this mean? I just randomly made up an address and I was accidentally given an identity. I'm very lucky that the whole family died in the mountain flood. But at this time, where the hell did this marriage contract come from? Zhang Feng was going crazy. He saw that there were 2 lines of tears in Jing Shu's eyes. Zhang Feng's heart melted. He hurriedly wiped Jing Shu's tears and said, "Okay, don't cry. Let's not cry, okay? I swear to God that I don't know anything about this marriage. If I remember a little, I will tell you clearly." "Oh right." Zhang Feng patted his forehead and pointed to the door. He said, "This may be the idea of those people. Do you remember the Qian Wanli incident? And the incident in the underground palace of Chang, and last time? Both times, it was your husband who exposed their schemes. Motherf *Ker, this group of people is really capable. They actually want to play such a vicious trick on us from the inside?" The more Zhang Feng thought about it, the more he felt that it was possible. At this time, the more he spoke, the angrier he became. Jing Shu looked at him with a puzzled face. She asked in disbelief, "You really don't know about this?" Zhang Feng repeatedly waved his hand and said, "I swear to God if I know about this, I Zhang Feng will meet God." Without waiting for him to finish, Jing Shu's cold little hands blocked his mouth. She hurriedly pressed Zhang Feng into her arms and said, I believe you, I believe you. Young master, don't say any more." Zhang Feng was not going to accept it. There must be something fishy about this matter. Otherwise, damn it, how could there be such a coincidence? Today was the phosphate fertilizer factory banquet, and yesterday this thing happened? It was obvious that they were here to ruin his reputation. Truly, if this could be tolerated, what could be tolerated? Shu, You don't have to care about this matter anymore. If I don't get to the bottom of this matter, I, Zhang Feng, will write my name upside down." While speaking, Zhang Feng could not help but look up to the sky and sigh. Really, the tallest tree in the forest will be destroyed by the wind. Quick. Damn it, copy it. This is the Dean's golden words. My God. It's really wonderful. The tallest tree in the forest, the wind will destroy it. Beautiful. It's really too beautiful. Just after Zhang Feng finished sighing, Zhang Feng faintly heard a burst of whispers downstairs. Zhang Feng could not help but be dumbfounded. He was stunned for a while before he reacted. When he reacted and opened the door to take a look downstairs, he was instantly furious. He saw that downstairs were densely packed with groups of students. At this time, they were savoring the words that Zhang Feng had just said, and also crazily copying at the same time. Zhang Feng was so angry. He even had the intention to kill someone. He shouted angrily downstairs, "All of you get the hell out of Lao Tzu's way." Sun Dishing. Remember Lao Tzu, every one of you here will be soaking in the lake for Lao Tzu tonight. Lao Tzu let you peek, let you get